Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto was Instinctive Shinobi? Part 2. Hope you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Naruto, Tom, and Kaz walked along a pathway on Iron Pillar, with the three having been on a skin quest, before arriving at the pillar location, and began climbing up it. Jumping down to a lower path, Tom stumbled slightly, nearly falling off the ledge, before Naruto and Kaz caught him. You alright, Tom? Naruto asked, with Tom nodding, before gulping as they looked over the ledge. Yeah, that definitely would have ruined my day, said Tom, not even able to see the bottom of the pillar. How about we just grab our scans, then port out of here? Kaz suggested, not wanting them to risk more near-death experiences, with Naruto and Tom nodding in agreement, as they pulled out their scanners. Okay. But I doubt I'd ever use a scan of this place, in a battle, said Tom, feeling he'd be more likely to code himself than his opponent, if he didn't watch where he was stepping. Never say never. Using locations you wouldn't normally in a battle could be a major advantage, if you use them at the right time, Kaz said, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Kaz is right. While Iron Pillar is dangerous, if you explore it enough, you could sneak attack an opponent that isn't familiar with all the twists and turns. Plus, these pillar locations seem like really cool places to battle in, said Naruto, intrigued about the other pillar locations that keep the underworld from collapsing, with Mount Pillar being another one. If you guys say so. Ready to go? Tom asked, once they got their scans of Iron Pillar. Before they could respond, the three heard someone cry out for help. Help! Looking where the cry came from, the three ran to see if someone was in danger, only to see a blue-skinned creature wearing purple pants, standing in a red circle on the ground, along with a piece of battle gear on the ground, in front of him. Help! Oh, am I happy to see you! Help me! The creature pleaded when he saw the trio. Who's that? Naruto asked, while raising a brow, in confusion. That's Zerve, an overworlder, who usually hangs out in the storm tunnel. It makes him a little, said Kaz, before twirling a finger around the side of his head, while letting out a whistle, showing it made Zerve crazy. We're in a hurry, Zerve. What's your problem? Kaz asked, wondering why Zerve needed help. I'm trapped. I was lured here, by one of your kind, a female. Then she drew this magic circle around me, Zerve said, while pointing at the circle, only confusing the three boys even more so. It's probably just lipstick. It's a trick, Zerve, just walk out, said Kaz, knowing Zerve was crazy, but didn't think he'd fall for a trick like this. She said I'd lose all my powers if I do. She's wicked, she's already used her magic on my Torweg. It doesn't work, Zerve said while grabbing his Torweg, which stopped working the moment he arrived at Iron Pillar, not knowing that no battle gear works at Iron Pillar. Battle gear doesn't work at the Iron Pillar. Everyone knows that, shouted Kaz in exasperation, not seeing Naruto and Tom look away, either of them having known that little fact. She's going to turn me over to an underworlder. I'll do anything, just use your human magic to free me, begged Zerve, completely convinced he'll lose his power if he steps out. Let's just go down an abracadabra, or something, and send him on his way, Kaz said, wanting to get this over with Naruto and Tom nodding in agreement, as it did seem pretty ridiculous. Okay Zerve, we'll set you free, said Kaz. But you have to let us skin you and your Torweg, okay? Tom added, figuring they could get some more scans out of this. Yes, just hurry. She'll be back, any moment, Zerve said, relieved he'll be free, but still worried that the witch will be back soon. The three rolled their eyes, before making their way down to Zerve, to free him. Who do you think tricked Zerve anyway? Naruto asked, wondering who would trick Zerve into believing he was trapped here. No clue, but whoever they were, they likely planned to turn Zerve over to an underworlder, probably in exchange for a scan of something, said Tom. Well, whoever they are, they certainly knew the right creature to trick into believing they actually had magic, Kaz stated, as they got down to Zerve's platform. Meanwhile, unknown to the three chaotic players, down on the ground, the chaotic player that had trapped Zerve had returned, and was accompanied by Perim, a semi-humanoid cobra underworlder. The chaotic player was a teenage girl, with pale skin, long brunette hair, held back by a hairband and partially covering the right side of her face, purple eyes, and wearing a purple sweatshirt, blue capri pants, and purple slippers. This was Stella, one of the less kind chaotic players, who only cared about getting what she wanted, not caring who suffered or got in her way. Such as right now, when she made a deal with Perithian to get a scan of him, in exchange for helping him capture Zerve. Not that it was hard to trick that idiot. Stella thought with a smirk, pleased that she'll be getting her skin soon. He's up there. I kept my part of the deal, now you keep yours, said Stella, wanting her skin now that she did her part. Perithian narrowed his eyes before looking through his binoculars, to make sure she wasn't trying to trick him. Though what he saw made the underworld a hiss in annoyance. The deal's off, Perithian retorted. What? Demanded Stella, grabbing the binoculars, with Perithian hissing at her, since they were currently hanging from his neck. Stella looked for where she left Zerve, only to scowl in anger when she didn't see him. Her anger only growing when she saw Naruto, Tom, and Kaz with Zerve, having freed him the magic circle. Grr, those losers ruined my plan, Stella growled, while throwing the binoculars at Perithian. I'll get them back for this, somehow, swore Stella, planning to make them pay for this. Later Port Court. Walking through the Port Court, Clay stood beside a young chaotic player, one who had just gotten his code to port to chaotic. With Clay seeing a perfect opportunity to get a lot of new scans. Don't worry, we were all newbies once, you know. I can check out your deck if you'd like, Clay said, eager to see the scans the kid had, that he'll be taking soon. I don't know, maybe, I said the kid, still nervous about everything around him, and getting a bad feeling from Clay, only to be cut off when Clay grabbed his scanner. Let's see if you're ready to go up against the big boys and girls. Haha, Clay said while laughing at his own joke, before putting the kid's scanner in a dock table, where players usually trade scans, or prepare teams for matches. Okay, replied the kid slowly, as Clay looked over his scans, while being pleased at what he saw. Oh, you're gonna need some serious additions to your deck, if you want to cut it here, in chaotic, Clay said. Really? 'Cause back home this isn't home, Clay said, cutting him off, before shaking his head and resuming his act. Listen, you look like a good guy, and I've got some extra cards. Just put your scanner in trade mode and let me do the rest, said Clay, wanting to get the kid's cards before he wizened up. Unfortunately for Clay, he was stopped when Naruto and Tom showed up, with Tom grabbing the kid's scanner out of the dock. Hey, Clay said, annoyed that his plan was interrupted. Your friend here is trying to jack your deck. In a few minutes he'd have all your cards transferred to his scanner, said Tom, before giving the kid his scanner back, who smiled thankfully at not losing his cards, before glaring at Clay. If you need help getting settled in chaotic, look for literally any other player than this guy, and they'll help you, Naruto said. Yeah, thanks for the help, said the kid before walking off. Why don't you losers mind your own business? Clay said, while glaring at the two, angry that they ruined his plan. Why don't you stop scamming new players? Retorted Tom, still angry at Clay for tricking him into porting to Perim, when he first arrived in chaotic, where he ported right to where Nauthilax was. Yeah, seriously Clay, are you really that pathetic, to where you have to resort to tricking kids? Naruto said, with Clay growling at the insult. Then again, you're basically an overgrown child yourself, whining and complaining when things don't go your way. Like when Kaz coded you in your match, continued Naruto, while smirking at the crooked chaotic player. But I suppose that'd be an insult to children. They're at least brave enough to pick on someone their own size. But you have to pick on those half your size, Naruto said, while cutting him off again. Now that I think about it, are you trying to compensate for something? You need to constantly stroke your ego because that's all you have, taunted Naruto, with Clay's face turning red in anger and embarrassment, while Tom tried desperately to suppress his laughter. That's it. I have a match in the Krin Drome in an hour, and now it's with you, Phantom, Clay said, originally wanting to battle Tom for ruining his attempt to get that kid's deck, but now he wants to take down Naruto, even more. Both for his insults, and believing he'd be an easier target to defeat in a drone match, given the break Naruto was on, after his losing streak. You're on, Tiny, said Naruto, more than eager to enter a match again, and even better, he'll get to knock Clay down a couple pegs. Clay glared at Naruto, before stomping off, to make his strongest team to completely crush him. Later, you can beat him, all you need is a strategy, Kaz said as he, Tom, and Naruto sat at table, with the redhead having joined them, after hearing about Naruto's match against Clay, and wanted help him with his team. Yeah. I know Clay usually uses underworld creatures, so I should prepare for fire attacks, said Naruto, while subtly running his hand along the edge of the table. Oh yeah, Clay also usually prefers a direct approach in matches, hammering his opponents with attacks, Kaz said. Then the best bet would be using locations and creatures that work against him. Oh, you should definitely use Bara, Tom said, only to stop when Naruto raised a finger to his lips, silently telling them both to be quiet. Confused by what he meant, Tom and Kaz were surprised when Naruto pulled a bug off the table, showing someone was listening in on them. Excuse me for a moment, said Naruto, before standing up and walking to a more secluded area outside. Looking around, to make sure no one was nearby, Naruto looked at the bug with a smirk, before taking a deep breath and channeling chakra to his throat. Then, the whiskered blonde screamed loudly right into the bug, with it being made louder with his chakra. After a few moments, Naruto stopped and crushed the bug, knowing that whoever tried spying on them to overhear their strategies wouldn't be listening to anything for a while. Going back to the table, Naruto sat down with a satisfied smirk. Okay, we're good, said Naruto to Tom and Kaz. Alright. But how did you know there was a bug? Tom asked, relieved he had been stopped before he could Naruto's Marillion scan, knowing it would be a disaster if the other players learned about the Marillions. I didn't actually. But I am a trained shinobi, so I always check for bugs when making strategies, just in case. Not to mention the fact that Clay is known for being a crooked player. So it wouldn't surprise me if he tried something like this, answered Naruto. Huh, good thinking, Kaz said, now wondering if Clay had bugged him before their match, and knew he had a vile diver scan. Yeah, now back to making my team. And yeah, using Barakatan would definitely be a surprise, the same with Ariak and Ursus, said Naruto, planning to use those three, given no other chaotic players have any scans of Ursus and Ariak, besides Krellin and those who managed to beat him, along with how he has the only scan of Barakatan. Tom and Kaz nodded in approval, before they began thinking of other strategies that Naruto could use in his match. While a short distance away, Stella was laying on the ground with swirls in her eyes and headphones in her ears, with a small crowd starting to gather around her, wondering if she's okay. With Stella soon coming to, scowling at being surrounded by other players, before her eyes widened when she saw them talking, but couldn't hear what they were saying. Uzumaki, you son of a bitch! Stella mentally cursed, realizing Naruto's scream made her deaf. Knowing she's lost her chance to listen in on Naruto's strategies, Stella headed for the porters to port back home and get her hearing back, then immediately port back to Chaotic with her hearing being fixed. Stella's home. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the real Stella was just stepping out of the shower, with her hair down, while wrapping a towel around her body. I wonder what new scans my chaotic self will have gotten. Better yet, I wonder what losers I was able to crush this time around. Stella thought with a smirk, eager for her chaotic self to port back, so she can get her memories and the new scans she got. Entering her room, Stella closed the door, while letting her towel fall at her feet, leaving her completely naked. Though she then noticed her scanner was blinking, making her smirk at seeing that her chaotic self was back already. Grabbing it, Stella pressed the button, with her eyes widening for a moment, as the memories entered her head. Only to then drop her scanner and grab her head at the sudden headache she got from the memory of Naruto indirectly screaming in her ear. Once the headache settled, Stella growled, before she moved to get dressed, so she could port back to Chaotic. You blonde bastard! Once I get my hands on you, you are so dead! Stella growled, before hearing door open, and saw her twin sister, Gisela, standing there. Well, isn't this surprising? My dear sister is cursing out a boy. What, did you finally get a boyfriend? Gisela asked teasingly, with Stella growling, as she quickly covered herself. Fuck off, and get out of my room, you pervert! Shouted Stella, with Gisela shrugging and exiting the room, used to her evil twin's insults. We're sisters, and twins at that, Chrissy. It's nothing that I haven't already seen in the mirror. Gisela stated, she was though curious of just who managed to get under her sister's skin, like that. Later Krin Drome. After having finished making his strategies, Naruto had gone to the Krin Drome for his match against Clay. With him seeing that Clay was already there, with a smug smirk on his face. Hope you're ready to keep that losing streak going, Phantom? Clay taunted. The only thing I'm ready for is putting a liar and a cheater in his place. Seriously, you honestly thought I wouldn't find that bug you planted? Said Naruto, with Clay losing his smug expression, with it being replaced by one of shock and confusion. What are you talking about? What bug? Clay demanded, while frowning, with Naruto shaking his head, believing he was denying it. You're actually denying it? You planted a bug on my table, while I was making my battle team. I even have proof, Drome Master, said Naruto, while pulling out his scanner and showing a picture that he took of the bug, before destroying it. Chaotic, what do you have to say to the evidence provided? Questioned the Drome Master, knowing this is a serious offense and accusation. This is complete slander. I didn't bug anyone, I swear it. I'd never cheat in such a way, Clay said in his defense, with Naruto looking at him blankly, not believing that for a second. Right, the Drome Master said, not sound the least bit convinced. Port Court, if Clay's not a cheater then I'm the Danyan Queen, Kaz said, with a deadpan expression. I'd be more likely to believe Chir's the leader of the overworld, added Tom, while shaking his head, unaware of the irony in that statement, given how they didn't know who Chir's ancestor is. As they looked around, they saw that no one else was convinced by Clay's words either. Krin Drome. Clay looked between Naruto and the Drome Master, before mentally cursing that no one was believing him. His history of scamming new players was now coming back to bite him in the worst way possible, before glaring through the screen at the players watching. I swear, if I ever find out who did this, I will personally drag you to the underworld and feed you to Serbi, Clay swore. Port Court. Stella, who had just arrived back after she got dressed, looked away at Clay's words while drinking her soda. Probably a good idea to avoid Clay for a while, thought Stella, knowing the chance of making an alliance with Clay had just went up in flames. Krin Drome. Chaotic, if you have nothing to say in your defense, this match will be cancelled, and the Code Masters will be informed of you cheating, the Drome Master warned, with Clay paling at this, knowing if that happened, he'd be banned from Chaotic. Wait. How could the bug even be mine? Does he have proof that it belonged to me? Clay said, trying to regain his cool and gain the upper hand, with Naruto frowning at this, and shook his head. No, I don't have proof that the bug was yours. But you're the most likely suspect, given we were going to have a match. Who else would gain from learning about my battle team? Retorted Naruto, with Clay smirking, seeing that he had the advantage now. That's not proof, merely accusations. How do we know you didn't plant the bug yourself, just to frame me? Clay said. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't need to rely on tricks to win my matches, said Naruto, knowing he'd never cheat or frame an opponent just to win a match by default. That's still not proof that the bug isn't yours. This is an attack on my honor as a chaotic player, Clay declared, only to scowl when Naruto, and even the Drome Master scoffed at this, along with everyone else watching the match, knowing Clay didn't have an ounce honor. Since he's accusing me of cheating, without any proof, I demand retribution with this match. Whoever loses this match will be banned from Chaotic, said Clay. Port Court. What? Tom said, shocked that Clay would do something like that. He can't be serious? Said Kaz, his eyes wide open in shock, while everyone else watching were also shocked and worried at such a stipulation on a match being banned from Chaotic. Though the two were even more worried, since that means if Naruto lost this match, he'd basically be banished to Perim forever, since he doesn't have a way to go home, like they do. Even Stella was shocked and worried about Clay's stipulation, though not for Naruto. As while they weren't allies, and likely wouldn't be, now, Stella still respected Clay's skills, and his desire to do anything to win, like her. And while Naruto did take a break from matches, after a bad losing streak, that doesn't mean he won't get lucky. And from what Stella has seen recently, Naruto's long since gotten his drive to enter battles back, while also not being cocky, like when he first lost against the Danyan player. You better know what you're doing, Clay, Stella muttered. Krin Drome. The stipulation made Naruto and the Drome Master hesitant to agree, knowing what that would mean if Naruto lost. But if he didn't accept the stipulation, then everyone would believe he was a coward that was too afraid to enter matches that had risks. Deal, said Naruto, while looking at Clay, who smirked at this, believing he won't have to deal with Naruto anymore after this match. Though just then, Code Master Krillin appeared the screen in front of them, with Naruto looking at the Code Master in surprise since this was the first time seeing him in his official Code Master attire. Chaotic Phantom, Chaotic, this will be a standard 6-on-6 matchup, with the stakes being the loser being banned from Chaotic, Krillin said before holding up his own scanner and pressed a button on it. I've uploaded both of your scanners with a special code that will deactivate all functions of the loser's scanner, except porting their code back home, ensuring the bargain is held up. May the best player win, said Krillin before vanishing from the screens. With that done, Naruto and Clay docked their scanners and began assembling their battle teams. I can't afford to hold anything back, because if I lose this match, then I'm screwed. I have to go all out. Naruto thought, knowing this was a match he couldn't afford to lose. In the front row, he had Takenam with a Lickalizer, giving her access to water attacks, Ursus with the Vlarik Shard, increasing the power of his earth attacks, and Barakatan with the Karal Husk Armor, to give him a lot more energy. In the middle row, he has Interest with the Torrent Krinth, boosting her water attacks, and Ulmer with the Vile Driver, knowing the mad scientist could do things with it that other creatures couldn't. And in the back, he has Ariak, just in case he needed to use his special ability to revive a creature. And not giving him any battle gear, since Ariak's size would only make it a hindrance. For music, Naruto put Refrain of Denial, Song of Future Sight, Song of Geonova, Canon of Casualty, Fortissimo, and Song of Resurgence. Lastly, for his locations, he put in Glimmock Swamp, the Riverlands, Iron Pillar, Everrain, Underworld City, Kira City, Chamber of Waves, Numen Voidlands, Mount Pillar, and Poro Forest. Looking at his team, Naruto nodded, knowing this was the best team he could make, and had to hope it'd be enough. Lock your decks, said the Drome Master, with Naruto and Clay pressing the button on their scanners, revealing their sides of the board. Naruto was seeing Clay had Radhar, Bareth beyond, and Nauthalax up front, Magmon and Perithian in the middle, and Van Blut in the back. Hey, I've never seen those creatures before. Where did you get those scans? Clay demanded, having never seen Ursus, Ariak, or Barakatan before. You'll find out, in a few moments, said Naruto, smirking, while knowing he had the advantage in using creatures, battle gear, and locations no one else has seen before. Chaotic, you consistently display conduct unbecoming of a chaotic player. Thus, Chaotic Phantom will be the first attacker, said the Drome Master, with Clay scowling, while Naruto's smirk widened, before spinning the dial. The first battle will be at Glimmock Swamp, said the Drome Master, after seeing where the randomizer landed. Ursus attacks Bareth beyond, said Naruto, selecting Ursus, before code began swirling around his body and transforming him, until Ursus stood his place, before growling at Clay, who gulped, before selecting Bareth beyond and transforming, as well. Let's get chaotic. Glimmock Swamp. Bareth walked through Glimmock Swamp, searching for any sign of where Ursus was. Not knowing that Ursus was currently stalking him from the shadows, waiting for his moment to strike. Power Pulse! Ursus shouted, jumping into the air, and sending a barrage of green energy fists at Bareth, knocking him across the swamp, and cry out, when he crashed into a tree. Getting up, Bareth scowled at Ursus, before charging towards him. Lavalanche? Said Bareth, unleashing a blast of lava at Ursus, who summoned his Vlarik Shard onto his right wrist. Rock Wave! Ursus said, slamming his fists on the ground, causing giant rocks to shoot out of the ground, with them being much larger than normal, thanks to his battle gear, towards the lava, acting as a shield and blocking the attack. Slash Claw! Shouted Bareth, jumping over the lava and rocks, swinging his claws at Ursus, sending claw-shaped energy blasts, impacting Ursus, knocking him down. Groaning, Ursus looked, and saw that Bareth beyond was still in the air. Skeletal Strike! Said Ursus, as a skeleton emerged from his body, and flew towards the airborne Bareth, who was unable to dodge the attack, and was sent crashing back to the ground. Shadow Strike! Ursus shouted, as the surrounding shadows rose up, and rushed towards Bareth. Torrent of Flames! Bareth said, shooting blasts of fire at the shadows dispelling them, while Ursus dodged the flames, rushing towards him. Looking back, Ursus's eyes widened, when he saw that Bareth had summoned his own battle gear, a Vile Driver, with the Underworlder grinning down at him. Looks like the hunter is now the hunted, said Bareth, before the Vile Driver began going after Ursus, shooting flames and plasma blasts at him. Need to get to higher ground, Ursus thought, while running to escape the Vile Driver, knowing he needed to reach an elevated position in order to get a chance to destroy it, and code Bareth. Run as much as you like, you can't escape the Vile Driver. Power Punch! Bareth said, launching white energy fists at Ursus, with the attacks hitting him the back, knocking him down, before quickly getting back up. Ursus soon reached a slanted cliff, while looking back at the Vile Driver, while the Prexarchasm creature smirked, getting an idea. Digging his claws into the cliff, Ursus began scaling up to the top. You think that'll stop me from coding you? Flame Orb! Said Bareth, throwing several fireballs at Ursus, who looked back, and managed to dodge them, by jumping the rest of the way to the top of the cliff. Congratulations, you're stuck up there. Bareth taunted, only to stop, when Ursus chuckled wickedly. You're wrong about that. I'm not stuck up here, you're trapped down there. Rock wave! Shouted Ursus, slamming his fists down on the edge of the cliff, sending an avalanche of rocks down at Bareth, whose eyes widened, before quickly trying to escape. Only to be thrown off the Vile Driver, when several boulders crashed down onto it, with the Underworlder trying to dodge all the rocks falling down towards him. Seeing this, Ursus got down on all fours before leaping off the cliff, straight towards Bareth. Arbor smash! Ursus shouted, shooting a giant log from his chest, right at Bareth, with the Underworlder only having a second to see the attack, right before it slammed into him, reducing his body to code. Krin Drome! Clay scowled as Ursus turned back into Naruto, who smirked at him. 1 down, 5 to go. Naruto stated, with Clay growling, before spinning the dial. The next location. Fear Valley, said the Drome Master, with Clay smirking at this, knowing he'd have the advantage now. Rahar attacks that crab thing, said Clay, while pointing at Barakatan. You mean Barakatan? Naruto said. Whatever. Rahar attacks Barakatan, Clay said, selecting his creature, before turning into Radhar, while Naruto selected Barakatan and turned into him. Port Court, oh man, that isn't good, Kaz said, upon seeing the matchup and location. What's not good? Asked Tom, not seeing the problem. Fear Valley lowers the energy of the creature with the lowest courage by 10. And right now, that's Barakatan, putting him at 30 energy now, answered Kaz, with Tom looking back at the match. Oh, that isn't good. But Clay still doesn't have that much of an advantage, since no one's ever faced a Marillion before. And look, he's got the Karal Husk armor, giving him an extra 50 energy, Tom said, knowing that put Naruto back in the lead. Fear Valley. Barakatan looked around the valley, for where Rahar was hiding, flinching slightly, as the location kept messing with his head. Having to already equip his husk armor, to keep his energy up. It's not really, muttered Barakatan, knowing the visions weren't really, and were just trying to scare him. Is this real enough for you? Earth Pulse! Rahar shouted, jumping down from a cliff and slamming his Burathian axe into the ground, sending a shockwave, knocking Barakatan off balance. Rock Wave! Said Radhar, slamming his axe into the ground again, as large rocks shot out towards the Marillion, knocking him back into a tree. Shaking off the attacks, Barakatan aimed his claws at Radhar. Frost Blight! Barakatan shouted, unleashing a blast of snow, freezing winds, and razor-sharp ice shards, freezing most of Rothar's body in ice. Thunder Shout! Said Radhar, giving a loud shout at Barakatan, along with shattering the ice around him. Fluid Might! Retorted Barakatan, creating a large water fist that he sent towards the Underworlder, only for it be destabilized by his Thunder Shout, with both attacks canceling each other out. Torrent of Water! Barakatan said, sending jets of water at Radhar. Rock Wave! Said Radhar, slamming his axe into the ground, copying what Ursus did earlier, and used the rocks as a shield against the attack. Unsanity! Said Barakatan, blasting Radhar with the beam, as the Underworlder gained swirls in his eyes. Hey, why don't you make a pool, so we can go swimming? Barakatan said, with Radhar laughing. Okay, said Radhar, before swinging his axe repeatedly on the ground, using Earth Pulse repeatedly to form a deep crater in the ground, with the Underworlder at the bottom of it. Very good. Rip Tide! Said Barakatan, blasting water at Radhar, and filling the crater with water. Huh, what the? Ash Torrent! Shouted Radhar, as Unsanity wore off, shooting a blast of ash at Barakatan, only for the Marillion to dodge. Delirium! Said Barakatan, blast Radhar, while making him dizzy from the attack. You know what the forecast called for? Electric rain! Barakatan said, as drops of electricity began falling from the sky like rain, with Rothar's eyes widening, and seeing he was standing in water. Vine Snare! Rahar said, shooting vines from his fingers to pull himself out of the water-filled crater. Only to cry out when the electric rain hit the water, sending electricity coursing through his body, as more and more drops hit the water, until finally Rahar burst into code. Krin Drome! That was a cheap trick! Clay shouted, angry that now 2 of his creatures were coded, while Barakatan laughed. Not my fault you didn't pack an umbrella, said Barakatan, as he turned back into Naruto, with Clay scowling at the taunt, as Naruto spun the dial again. The next location. Underworld City. Takanam attacks Nauthilax? Naruto said, selecting the female Underworlder, before turning into her, while Clay selected Nauthilax. Big mistake, water always beats fire. said Nauthilax, believing he would win this round. We'll see, Takanam stated, while smirking. Underworld City, here fishy fishy fishy? Takanam said to herself, flying over the city, searching for any sign of where Nauthilax was, before stopping, when she saw Nauthilax emerging from the sewers, looking around for her. There he is, now let's sing him a song. Song of Geonova, said Takanam, using one of the musics to attack Nauthilax, this also getting the aquatic underworlder's attention, as he looked up only for his eyes to widen, at the music. Refrain of Denial, Nauthilax said quickly, using the underworld refrain of denial to block the Geonova, with Takanam frowning at seeing her music be cancelled out. Okay, we're doing this the old-fashioned way, Takanam said, summoning her localizer. Perplexing heat, said Takanam, unleashing an intense heatwave at Nauthilax, being much more effective with her localizer, as Nauthilax groaned and grabbed his head, looking up at Takanam through blurry vision, before summoning his diamond of Lyric. A sludge gush, Nauthilax shouted, spewing out a blast of sludge at Takanam, with the female underworld dodging the sludge, before grunting, when she was hit and sent crashed into the ground. Dead water devastation, said Nauthilax, while blasting Takanam with a burst of water, with Takanam shielding herself with her wings, grunting at the attack, along with feeling the rest of her last magician vanish. Paralyze, shouted Takanam, glaring at Nauthilax with glowing and spark-filled eyes, with the aquatic underworlder freezing at the eyes on him. Tornado Tackle, Takanam said, blasting Nauthilax with a mini twister, launching him back into a building. Fear Projection, said Nauthilax, creating several terrifying illusions, making Takanam flinch at the sight of them. Fear Fight, Nauthilax said, conjuring several blue ghosts that attacked Takanam, with her now lowered courage, with Takanam backing away from the spirits, while calming her nerves. Freeze Flash, said Takanam, blasting Nauthilax with icy cold air that began slowing down his movements. Flame Orb, Takanam shouted, throwing dozens of fireballs at the slow-moving Nauthilax, who desperately raised his arms. Re-Rip Tide, said Nauthilax, unleashing blasts of water at fireballs, dousing the flames and creating a wall of steam between them. Liquescent Swirl, said Takanam, through the steam, before a rush of spinning water shot through the steam towards Nauthilax, slamming him through a wall, groaning as he hit the ground, while Takanam walked towards him. I guess this time, fire beats water, Takanam stated, dismissing her localizer since she had lost the water element it gave her, for his battle, ready to end the round. Port Court, alright, way to go Naruto, Tom said. Come on, this'll be number 3, said Kaz, glad to see Naruto's had the advantage so far. While off to the side, Stella scowled at seeing that Clay was losing. Come on, do something, Stella muttered, wanting to Clay to win, and get rid of one of the losers that ruined her plan, though when she heard Clay using another music, she smirked at what it was. Underworld City, Melody of Melody, said Nauthilax, using his music restore some of his energy, while damaging Takanam's own, with the female underworlder crying out as the music hit her, while Nauthilax stood up, feeling some of his energy return. If you like that song, here's an encore. Nocturne of the Elements, Nauthilax said, using a third music, this time removing Takanam's elemental types, and damaging her for each type she lost, since he only had underworld creatures. Takanam groaned, while Nauthilax chuckled wickedly. Rock Wave, shouted Nauthilax, slamming his fists onto the ground, as rocks shot up towards Takanam, knocking her into a wall, which crashed down on top of her. Well, it looks like Earth beats fire, this time around. Mirthquake, Nauthilax said, releasing a great, shattering peal of laughter at where Takanam was to take out the last of her energy. Port Court, Stella smirked seeing Clay managing to turn the battle around, now being the one to code one of Naruto's creatures. While Tom and Kaz looked nervous at seeing the sudden turnaround, before Kaz noticed something. Hey look, Kaz said, pointing to Naruto's board, seeing Ulmer vanishing as Takanam's energy went back up. He sacrificed Ulmer to get Takanam's energy back up, said Tom, while smiling. Yeah, while Nauthilax doesn't have much left, and just lost his earth attacks, Kaz said. Underworld City, Nauthilax smirked, after stopping his attack, and waited to reappear in the drome, not minding he just lost his earth element, since it'll be back for the next battle, knowing he won the round. Though after a few moments, he frowned upon seeing he was still here, when he knew he coded Takanam. The aquatic underworlder then looked in shock, when Takanam burst out of the rubble. Now healed, thanks to sacrificing Ulmer. Power Pulse, Takanum shouted, while shooting a barrage of green fists at Nauthilax, knocking him back into a wall. Mega roar! Said Takanum, launching a loud roar at the aquatic underworlder that shook the area they were in, with Nauthilax crying out as the sound vibrations racked his body, before he burst into code. Krin Drome. Reappearing in the Krin Drome, Naruto couldn't deny the satisfaction he felt upon seeing the nervousness and fear in Clay's eyes. That he may actually lose and be banned from Chaotic. Good, I hope you're afraid. Just like all the new players you sent to Perim. Naruto thought, having been told by Tom of what Clay did to him when he first arrived in Chaotic, and if it wasn't for Sarah, then Tom likely would have died. It made Naruto wonder, how many other players did Clay trick into going to Perim, who weren't lucky enough to return? As far as Naruto's concerned, this has been long overdue. I hope you enjoyed this match, Clay, because it'll be the last Drome match you'll ever have, said Naruto, with Clay scowling at him, and spun the dial, with it landing on the lava pond. The only one losing is you. Magmon attacks Barakatan. Barakatan cried out, as he was knocked into the lava by Magmon's flame orb, before being reduced to code. Takanum attacks Magmon. Magmon laughed, as he slammed Takanum into the ground with his webcrack, before coating her with a lavalanche. Magmon attacks Intress. Intress growled as she hit Magmon with a riptide, reducing him to code. Perithian attacks Ursus. Perithian shouted in pain, as he was buried under a rock wave, taking out the last of his energy. Though not before using Song of Revival to bring back Magmon. Magmon attacks Ariak. Ariak screamed, as Magmon incinerated him with a torrent of flames, before exploding into code. Well, look at this, we're all tied up now, Clay said, smirking as they reappeared in the Drome, now only having 2 creatures left, with Naruto having Ursus and Intress, and Clay having Van Blut and the revived Magmon. I'll fix that right now, said Naruto, smirking as the next location was the Riverlands. Intress attacks Magmon. Riverlands. Intress lied in wait in the hidden cave that Kaz had told her about, planning to ambush Magmon and end this round quickly, so she can move on to dealing with Van Blut. I've coded you once, and I'll do it again, Intress thought, while waiting until she saw the large lava creature. It wasn't long until she saw Magmon jump down onto the boulder, right in front of the waterfall, making Intress smirk at having her chance to end this. Rock wave! Shouted Intress, slamming her fists into the ground, as rocks shot out of the side of the ledge, impacting the boulder, knocking Magmon off balance, with Intress leaping out of the waterfall. Rip ride! Intress said, blasting Magmon with jets of water, knocking him into the river, dealing major damage to him. Magmon quickly tried swimming out of the water, as he felt his energy draining further, the longer he was in it. Though he was stopped, when Intress hit him with a frost blight, freezing the water around him. Power pulse! Said Intress, launching green energy fists at Magmon, who looked on with wide eyes as the attacks hit him, right before he burst into code. Krin Drome. As they reappeared in the Drome, Naruto could see Clay was nearly panicking, as he was down to just 1 creature, while that creature was Lord Van Blut, while Naruto still had Intress and Ursus. The next location. Gaho's Tower. Hearing that, Clay's eyes widened, before he smirked wickedly. Lord Van Blut attacks Intress, Clay said, selecting the Lord of Gaho's Tower, while Naruto chose Intress, with them both turning into their respective creatures. Once I deal with that mangy cat, I'll reduce that beast you have to code, said Van Blut, with Intress growling and flexing her claws. You won't get the chance, Intress retorted. Gaho's Towers. Intress moved through Gaho's Tower, mentally cursing herself for not equipping a spectral viewer to any of her creatures. Not to self, no matter what, always have a spectral viewer, Intress thought, never knowing when she'd go against a Mypedian player, or someone with Van Blut and Gaho's Tower in their deck. Though, while she couldn't see Van Blut, she could still rely on her other senses to find him. Closing her eyes, Intress focused on her hearing and sense of smell to find Van Blut, listening closely for footsteps or wing beats along his scent. After a few moments, Intress's ears twitched, before her eyes snapped open. Rip tide! Intress shouted, turning around, and shooting blasts of water right above her, slamming into the invisible Van Blut, knocking him to the ground. Rock wave! Said Intress, slamming her fist into the ground, sending a wave of rocks at the underworlder. Delirium! Van Blut shouted, blasting Intress with the attack, with both being hit at the same time. Groaning, Intress stood up, feeling her vision become blurry, along with no longer seeing Van Blut anywhere. Nor was she able to focus on listening for where he was, either. Very clever, my dear, listening for my location, but I'm afraid that's where your luck ends. Skeletal strike, said Van Blut, as a skeleton emerged from his body, and tackled Interest to the ground. Song of Treachery, Van Blut shouted, as he used the underworld music, draining Interest's disciplines. Fear Projection, said Van Blut, as he drained more of her courage, like how Nothalax did to Takanam earlier. Now, Ferocity, Van Blut said, while unleashed a bunch of black spirits, with glowing red eyes, and razor-sharp teeth at Interest. Pebblestorm, said Interest, shooting a barrage of pebbles at the spirits to try and dispel them, only for her attack to miss, as the spirits closed in on her, knocking her to the ground. Rock Wave, roared Van Blut, as he dropped to the ground, releasing a wave of rock and stone, with it crushing Interest, reducing her to code. Krin Drome, and then, there was one. It's time for the phantom to become nothing but a ghost story. Ahahaha. Clay laughed, knowing no matter what location is picked next, he'll be able to win, thanks to the battle gear he gave Van Blut. Do you ever shut up? Seriously, if you battled as good as you talked, I probably would have lost by now, said Naruto, before spinning the dial. The final location. Iron Pillar. Ursus attacks Van Blut, said Naruto, as the two chose their last creatures. This match is over, Van Blut said, with Ursus growled and held up his claws. Let's get chaotic. Iron Pillar. Ursus stood on a platform, watching as Van Blut flew down and landed across from him, smirking. I hope you aren't too attached to this location, because I believe a change of surroundings is in order, said Van Blut, before holding up his hand, summoning his battle gear, a flux bauble. With this flux bauble, I can take us to the next location in my deck, and it just so happens I included 3 Gahos Tower, right next to each other. And even if by some chance it isn't Gahos Tower, I'll just keep fluxing us around, until we end up there. And when that happens, you lose, Van Blut declared. Port Court, you idiot, thought Stella, scowling at Clay's plan, when everyone knows that battle gear doesn't work at Iron Pillar, but clearly, Clay didn't know that. Her annoyance only growing when she heard Tom and Kaz talking. Nice. Iron Pillar is the perfect location for this, Kaz said. Yeah, since it seems Clay doesn't know that battle gear doesn't work there. Naruto can win this, said Tom, knowing their friend had a high chance of winning the match. Iron Pillar, give it your best shot, Ursus said, smirking, as Van Blut held up the flux bauble, intent to bring them to Gahos Tower. Only to be shocked when the flux bauble didn't activate, as the lights in the gemstone vanished. What is this? Demanded Van Blut, not knowing why his battle gear wasn't work. You really don't know? Ursus said, smirking, before punching Van Blut right in the face, stunning him, before quickly leaping off into the pillar. No, what? Van Blut shouted, flying into the pillar, searching for where Ursus was hiding. Battle gear doesn't work in Iron Pillar. In other words, said Ursus, leaping out of the shadows, and punching Van Blut in the face again, before going back into hiding. You're trapped here with me? Ursus growled lowly, as Lord Van Blut shivered, as he looked around for where he was hiding, before growling in anger. Ash Torrent! Van Blut shouted, firing a blast of ash all around him, hoping to hit Ursus. Arbor Smash! Said Ursus, firing a log from his chest, smashing right into Van Blut's back, making the underworld cry out, as he crashed through a pipe, while Ursus jumped down, right in front of him. Van Blut tried flying away, only to be horrified, when he saw his wings were broken, before turning back to Ursus, who chuckled darkly. I am warning you, stay back, Van Blut said threateningly. Do you want to see something really scary? Smoke surge! Ursus shouted, unleashing a cloud of smoke covering the area, as Van Blut looked around rapidly for where Ursus was. Only to scream in fear, when Ursus appeared right in front of him, roaring loudly, sending the underworld scrambling back out of the smoke. With Van Blut panting, as he looked around, trying to see where his opponent was. Only to shiver when a dark laughter echoed around him. I am not afraid of you. Do you hear me? Lord Van Blut fears no one, Van Blut shouted, while trying to bury the fear he actually felt. What about Chire? You're afraid of him, because you know, if Chire wanted to, he would wipe you off the face of Perim. He only doesn't, because he enjoys showing such a pathetic creature, like you your place, to know you will never rule the underworld, or ever be half the leader he is. That's why you rely on fear to keep your group of traitors in line, to hide the fear you feel every day, knowing you only live, Because Chira allows it, Ursus said, with his voice echoing around the pillar. I'm not hearing this, muttered Van Blut, while looking for where he was. But then again, you aren't really Van Blut, are you? Clay, Ursus said, with Van Blut freezing at hearing his real name. Yes, I am. I am Van Blut, Van Blut shouted, with Ursus laughing at him as he leaped across the platforms. Get a clue, Clay. You aren't Van Blut, just like I'm not Ursus. The real ones are back in Perim, while you're here, cowering behind a name and power that isn't yours. That's the difference between you and me, Clay. I don't hide behind anyone or anything. But I suppose that's why you're so obsessed with Van Blut and his lackeys. They're cowards, just like you, hiding behind someone else. You behind Van Blut, and Van Blut behind Chire, knowing he's the only reason the other tribes don't do everyone a favor and end him. Ursus said. Shut up. Shut up, yelled Van Blut. But you don't stop at that, no. You have to make yourself feel better about how weak you are by picking on new players, stealing their cards or sending them off to Perim, hoping they don't come back and become a threat to you, continued Ursus. Show yourself, coward! Van Blut shouted. You make me laugh, but only because of how pathetic you are, said Ursus, before he started laughing at Van Blut, as his laughter echoing around the pillar. Port Court, Kaz, do you think Naruto's taking this a bit far? Tom asked nervously, as they watched Naruto verbally tear Clay apart, before he started laughing at him. Maybe, probably? But Clay has had this coming, for a long time, now, replied Kaz, knowing Clay definitely had this coming. Can't argue there. But remind me to not get on Naruto's bad side, he's pretty terrifying, when he wants to be, said Tom, with Kaz nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Stella watched as Naruto tore Clay apart, and couldn't help but smirk. This is kind of hot, Stella stated, only for her eyes to widen at what she just said, and quickly looked around, relieved that no one had actually heard her. Looking back at the match, Stella crossed her legs, as she heard Naruto laughing at Clay. Iron Pillar, Van Blut was hyperventilating, unable to focus with Clay's current state of mind, as he desperately tried finding where Ursus was hiding, just so he could stop that damn laughing. Rock Wave! Ursus shouted, leaping out of his hiding spot, slamming his fists onto the ground, launching rocks at Van Blut, knocking him back. Skeletal Strike, said Ursus, this time forming two skeletons that attacked Van Blut, the base damage of both attacks being enough to damage the Underworld's second-in-command, even without the power boost from the Courage Challenge. Flame Orb, Ursus shouted, launching several fireballs at Van Blut, pushing him back even further, with some of the fireballs hitting Iron Pillar, illuminating the location. When Van Blut looked up, he gasped in horror when he saw Ursus standing before him, the fire casting shadows across his face, only adding to his terrifying visage. WHWH, what? What the hell are you? Van Blut screamed, while crawling away from this monster standing before him, with Ursus laughing wickedly, as he crouched down on all fours. I am the thing that keeps you up at night, the evil that haunts every dark corner of your mind. I will never rest, and neither will you, growled Ursus, before roaring, as he charged towards Van Blut, who screamed in fear. Stay away from me! Delirium! Pebble Storm! Shadow Strike! Van Blut shouted, launching several attacks at Ursus, desperate to keep him away from him. Only for Ursus to dodge all of his attacks, despite his large size and lower speed stat. Before closing in on Van Blut, roaring as he swiped his claws at the Underworlder, knocking him right off the ledge he had been luring Van Blut towards. Van Blut screamed as he fell to the ground, unable to fly, due to his broken wings. With it not being long, before he impacted on the ground, bursting into code. Krin Drome, the winner of the match, Chaotic Phantom, declared the Drome Master, as Clay was frozen in shock and horror at what he just went through, and that he was now banned from Chaotic, while Naruto stood across from him, with smirk on his face. Boo! Naruto said, with Clay screaming, before grabbing his scanner and running out the Drome, to get away from Naruto. Brat, I'm only going to say this once, and I swear, if you tell anyone I said this, I will find a way to kill you, and deny it. What you just did has made me feel more pride in a human than I have ever felt in my entire existence. QB said, refusing to deny it, actually felt a little impressed at what Naruto just did to Clay. Careful, Fox, that sounded like a compliment. You aren't going soft, are you? Thought Naruto, while smirking, when the Biju cut the connection. Heading back to the port court, Naruto was met by Kaz and Tom. Way to go, Naruto! That was an awesome match, and it looks like you're really back in the game, now, Tom said. Yeah, and nice job, not only with knocking Clay down a couple pegs, but out of chaotic, as well. I'm sure that a lot of players will be glad to see him gone, said Kaz, knowing no one really liked Clay, or him scamming new players of their cards. Thanks, and it feels great to be back. But I couldn't have done it without Ursus, Naruto said, while looking at his scan of Ursus, glad that his creature friend had his back. Well, that's just fantastic, muttered Stella, face-palming at how badly her plan backfired. Not only was Naruto still around, but she's lost a potential ally, as well. Earth. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Clay noticed his scanner lighting up, showing his chaotic self was back. Wonder what losers I managed to scam out of their decks this time? Clay thought, while smirking, eager to see his new cards. Only for his expression to turn into one of shock and horror, when he got the memories of his chaotic self. No! Clay screamed in rage, throwing his scanner across the room, unable to believe he was now banned from chaotic. Naruto looked around Skeletal Springs, confused and unnerved at the rather dark location, even more so, given the fact it was located in the overworld. Seriously, this place seems like it'd be better suited in the underworld, next to Fear Valley, Naruto muttered, while pulling out his scanner and scanning the location, still surprised to find such dark location in the overworld. Given all his trips to Perim, overworld locations were more vibrant and full of life, while this place looked more like a mass graveyard, found in the underworld. Since underworld locations tended to be darker and foreboding, not always, but generally they were. Once he got his scan, Naruto began exploring Skeletal Springs, wanting to familiarize himself with the location, before using it in a drone match. So, he'll know where any good hiding spots or ambush locations can be found, either to use against his opponents, or to know where they would be hiding from him. I wonder what creatures could have left behind these bones, wondered Naruto, looking at the gigantic skeletons, amazed that there used to be creatures that size, where they could swallow a person whole. Though Naruto was pulled from his thoughts, when he looked ahead, and was surprised to see a stone obelisk in front of a large mound, with numerous openings in it. Not only that, but the whiskered blonde could also make out a glowing blue figure, floating next to the obelisk. Who's that? Naruto thought, curious of who the creature was and what they were doing here, before walking up to them to find out, while also keeping his guard up, just in case they weren't friendly. Excuse me, said Naruto, getting the creature's attention, with the chaotic player being surprised, when the creature turned and looked at him. The creature was ethereal in nature, being entirely composed of light blue energy, with a featureless face, horned head, 3-fingered hands, and wearing a cloak. While initially freaked out at the creature's ghost-like appearance, Naruto relaxed a little, when they didn't immediately attack. Hello? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced. I am Raiden, replied Raiden, in an equally ethereal voice, with a slight echo, before turning back to look at the mound, with Naruto turning his attention to it as well. Curious of what the place was, and why Raiden seemed to just be staring at it. So, what is this place? Asked Naruto, while looking back at Raiden. This is Kvok Mound. A place where tomorrow has passed, and the past is yet to be, Raiden answered cryptically. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all, Naruto thought, looking back at Kvok Mound, his curiosity only growing of what the place is. Well, would it be alright if I scanned you? Naruto questioned, hoping to get a scan of Raiden, and find out more about Kvok Mound. No. Once you enter Kvok Mound, you will understand why I am here, and why you cannot scan me, said Raiden, fully aware of Naruto's intentions of wanting to scan him, and that he'll still explore Kvok Mound, despite his warning. This made Naruto frown in annoyance, as it's obvious that Raiden was familiar with Kvok Mound, and likely knew it inside and out. So it would be good to check it out, in the Betadrome, rather than exploring a potentially dangerous location, on his own. But Naruto also didn't want to risk making an enemy out of him, by crossing a line that he shouldn't. Knowing he'll be doing this on his own, Naruto pulled out his scanner and ported back to Chaotic to upload his scan of Skeletal Springs. Port Court. Appearing back in the Port Court, Naruto went over to docking table to upload his new scan. Could Kvok Mound be a hidden location? Thought Naruto, remembering what Takanam and Interest told him about hidden locations, when they accidentally fluxed to the Chamber of Waves, that hidden locations had unique effects on creatures that fought there. It made him wonder if that's what Raiden meant, that Kvok Mound had a unique effect on creatures. Maybe it's like an endless maze, where you could get lost inside, if you don't know your way, Naruto thought, while taking his scanner back, once Skeletal Springs was uploaded, knowing there's only one way to find out what Kvok mound was. Luckily, if he does end up getting lost, he can just as quickly port out and try again. Skeletal Springs. Porting back to Skeletal Springs, Naruto saw Raiden still floating next to the obelisk, looking at Kvok mound. The Uzumaki walking past the creature, towards the mound, doubting he'll get any further answers out of him. Entering one of the caves, it wasn't long for Naruto to soon reach an intersection, where numerous caves connected together. This is definitely the kind of place someone could get lost in, and the perfect place to really ambush an opponent, Naruto said, while pulling out his scanner and scanning the location, knowing even if it didn't have an effect on creatures, the various caves and tunnels would be good to get the drop on opponents. With his new scan, Naruto went down another tunnel to continue exploring Kvok mound, knowing it'd definitely be good to become familiar with this location. Though when Naruto saw that the tunnel he took was leading him back outside, he was fully expecting to see Skeletal Springs again. Only for the whiskered blonde's eyes to widen in shock, when rather seeing the bone-covered land, he was now looking at a lush, green jungle. What the actual hell? Naruto muttered, looking around in amazement at where he was, as he exited the mound and began exploring the forest, his mind racing to understand what just happened and how it went from Skeletal Springs to this forest. Could Kvok mound exist in multiple locations at once? So that entering it in one location would bring you to another? Thought Naruto, wondering if that's what happened, that he traveled to another version of Kvok mound, located in a different part of Perim. He then remembered what Raiden said about Kvok mound, a place where tomorrow has passed, and the past is yet to be. Tomorrow has passed, and the past is yet to be, Naruto thought, stopping for a moment to look around and think on Raiden's words. The past is yet to be, Naruto muttered, while looking around, with his eyes widening as he began realizing just where he was, or more specifically, when he was. This is Perim, thousands of years ago, said Naruto, realizing he hadn't been transported to a different location, but all the way back to prehistoric Perim. As if on K, Naruto felt the ground start shaking, and heard something roar from within the trees. With it not being long, before a large goblin-slash-lizard-looking creature, covered in red fur, came rushing out of the trees. The creature throwing its head back and roaring, right before it came straight towards him. Shit! Thought Naruto, tensing up, ready for a fight, given since he's now in his prehistoric Perim, any creatures he encounters are likely little more than animals acting on instinct, so there's no worry of having to hide his powers. But before Naruto could use his abilities to fight off the creature, someone beat him to it. Rock wave! Naruto was surprised, when large rocks shot out of the ground towards the creature, slamming into it, and knocking it back into a tree. Vine snare! Dozens of vines then shot down from the tree and ensnared the creature, effectively binding it, but Naruto could see it thrashing about to escape. Naruto then saw his unexpected savior arrive, and grab his arm. We need to hurry now, the stranger said, with Naruto surprised to meet a creature, since they were obviously a creature with their blue skin, that could talk, not expecting to find one who could, this far back in time. Normally, Naruto would be suspicious of this stranger's sudden appearance, but he could also sense they weren't an enemy or had ulterior motives. Plus, he did also save him from that other creature. So, Naruto nodded, and the two took off running from the bound creature, putting as much distance from it as they could. With it not being long, before they stopped running, when they saw they had escaped the creature and any others in the area. With them now safe from being attacked, Naruto got a good look at his savior. The creature was a young man with blue skin, blue eyes, and long white hair that fell just past his shoulders. His attire consisted of boots, gloves, and a tunic, which Naruto could tell was likely made from the hides of other prehistoric creatures, along with carrying a wooden staff. And going by his stance and frame, Naruto figured this guy's been here for a while, and had to fight off his fair share of creatures. Thanks for the help back there, said Naruto, with the creature nodding. I'm glad that I got there when I did. Also, this may seem sudden, but you're a chaotic player, correct? The creature said, with Naruto looking at him surprised that he knew about chaotic. Yeah, I am. How exactly do you know about chaotic? Asked Naruto, confused as to how a creature from the past could know about chaotic. That is a very long story. One better told, when we're safe from potential predators. Come on, I'll take you to my campsite, said the creature, with Naruto nodded as he began following him. By the way, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced, holding out his hand, which the creature shook with a small smile. My name is Jack, replied Jack. Later, after some time, Naruto and Jack had soon arrived at the latter's campsite, which was built in an area that the prehistoric creatures couldn't reach or destroy. So, how did you know I was a chaotic player? How do you even know about chaotic in this time? Naruto asked, as the two sat down. I met a chaotic player, many years ago, or I will meet him. Forgive me. Even after years of being here, time travel still confuses me. Jack said, rubbing his temples, while brushing his white hair out of his face, a result of stress of having to survive in this time period, for years now. It's fine, I'm still surprised that this is even real. How about starting from the beginning? Said Naruto, with Jack nodding in agreement, as that seemed like the best place to start. Of course. I'm sure you've realized it, but I'm not from this specific time period. I come from a time that's hundreds, possibly thousands, of solons from now. I was the apprentice of the wise one of Kira village, Nazuran. When one day, a group of chaotic players arrived and met with our leader Kiru. One of them returned a few days later, and I brought him to meet my master. His name was Tom. Yes, that was his name. Jack said, taking a moment to remember, since it's been years since he thought of that time, being more focused on survival, since sending himself here. This obviously shocked Naruto, to learn that Tom, and possibly Sarah, Peyton, and Kaz as well, had somehow traveled to the past and met a younger version of Nazuran, along with the founder of Kira's city. Though he didn't say anything, wanting to hear what else Jack had to say. Anyway, Tom had told Master Nazuran that he and his friends had traveled to the past using a location known as Dranaki's Threshold, an isolated location floating in the sky. Which in reality was a portal through time, when one aligns the slabs in the center to the notes of the music, enigmatic etude. After overhearing this, along with where Dranaki's Threshold was located, I desired to see it for myself, and uncover its secrets. But instead, all I had accomplished was trapping myself here, in the past, with no way back. Jack said, sighing at the reminder of his own desire to prove himself to his master. Now all he wished was to return home. But he didn't dare risk trying to use Dranaki's Threshold again, not wanting to risk sending himself even further back in time. Along with the fact that he wasn't even sure it was still in the same location as his time, with how different Perim was. This only shocked Naruto even further, that there was another location that could transport someone through time, one his friends obviously found out about, somehow. That's really something. But Jack, I'm friends with Tom, along with the others that traveled to the past. As far as I know, none of them have found some time portal, and if they did, they wouldn't have kept it a secret me. Naruto said, believing his friends would have told him something like this, with Jack looking at him in surprise, before frowning in thought. If what you say is true, then it's likely you are from before they traveled to the past, so none of them are aware of it yet. Speaking of which, how exactly did you end up here, Naruto? Jack asked, wondering how Naruto ended up in the past, if he was unaware of Dranaki's Threshold. I ended up here, after going through Kvok Mound, a location in Skeletal Springs. I was curious about it and entered it. Only when I went through another tunnel, I ended up here, while realizing that I had been sent back in time. Answered Naruto, surprising Jack to hear of another location that can send people through time. Dranaki's Threshold and Kvok Mound. Is it possible other locations exist that can people through time? Jack wondered out loud, wondering if it was possible for similar locations to exist throughout Perim, knowing there are still many unexplored and mysterious regions of Perim. Well, if you want, I could take you back to the present, when we get back to Kvok Mound. Offered Naruto, wanting to help Jack get back to a better time period than this one, and figured that Nazuran would like to see his apprentice again. The offer surprised Jack, and he would have gladly taken it, but he was also unsure, since it wouldn't be his time period. And even if he somehow did found Dranaki's Threshold again, he couldn't use that to return either. Since if Tom and his friends haven't discovered the truth of Dranaki's Threshold yet, then his past self is likely still in Kira village, as well. And while Jack would like to warn him, to prevent this from happening, who knows what kind of chaos would unfold, with two of him existing in the same point of time. Plus, knowing his past self, Jack was sure his warning would just have the opposite effect. And if he's as close to Tom and his friends as he says he is, then why wasn't he in Kira village with them, when they first arrived? Jack wondered, while giving Naruto a glance. While on one hand, Naruto could have simply been doing something else at the time, when they arrived in the past. But on the other hand, what if Jack's own trip to the past was the cause of this, having bigger consequences than he originally believed? With his actions having created an entirely new timeline, as a result. Before Jack could delve too deeply into those thoughts, he shook his head and looked at Naruto. Alright, then let's go. Jack replied, accepting Naruto's offer, as while it wouldn't be his time, any time would be better than this one. Great, then let's get going, before any more creatures show up, said Naruto, with Jack nodding in agreement, more than eager to finally leave this time. With that, the two set out to return to Kvok Mound, with Naruto thankfully remembering the way he came from, as well as which way he and Jack had traveled after escaping from the creature. Unfortunately, the two were stopped when they heard snarling and hissing. Before suddenly, they were surrounded by a pack of creatures with gray fur covering their bodies, and long brown hair on their heads, going all the way down to their tails. With Naruto being able to tell that the leader was the one with a white streak in its hair, and had scars covering its body. Oh, this isn't good, Naruto muttered, with Jack shaking his head. No, it isn't. Stay back, I'll handle them. Pebble Storm! Shouted Jack, unleashing a blast of pebbles at the creatures, making back away from the assault, with Jack then jumping into the air. Riptide! Jack said, aiming his staff at three of the creatures, releasing multiple tendrils of large swirling amounts of water at them, throwing the creatures back into the trees. Rock Wave! Said Jack, as he landed on the ground, slamming his fists down, unleashing a giant wave of stone that buried two more of the creatures, with Jack then quickly turning around, just as two more creatures tried leaping at him, from behind. Power Pulse! Jack shouted, while throwing a punch at them, launch a green fist-shaped blast at the creatures, knocking them back. Whoa! Naruto thought, amazed at seeing Jack fighting the creatures, seeing the power, skill, and ability he was displaying. He'd even compare Jack to Maxer in that regard, having seen the way Tom fights as the overworld leader in matches, and believed Jack might even rival him. Though Naruto then noticed the alpha creature was sneaking up from behind Jack, while he was busy fighting its packmates, intent to take him down from behind. Seeing this, Naruto quickly went through some hand signs. Water Style, Water Trumpet Jutsu, Naruto said, holding his hand up to his mouth, before shooting a blast of water at the alpha creature, knocking it back into a tree. This also getting Jack's attention, as he looked at Naruto in surprise. How did you do that? Asked Jack, not expecting to see such a thing from a human. I'll explain later, once we're out of here. For now, let's deal with these guys, Naruto said, while running and jumping to slam his foot into another creature's head, while Jack nodded in agreement. Right. Delirium, said Jack, blasting a creature with the attack. The two continued battling the creatures, with Naruto being even more convinced in Jack's power and skills being on the same level as Maxus, the more he saw it. Thankfully, it wasn't long until all the creatures were taken down, with Naruto and Jack looking around to make sure there weren't any more hiding. Once they saw they were in the clear, the two looked at each other. You fight very well, Jack said, surprised at Naruto's own abilities. Same to you? Now come on, before any more show up, said Naruto, as the two continued to Kvok Mound. It wasn't long before they arrived back at Kvok Mound, where Naruto saw Raiden floating in front of the entrance. Raiden! Naruto called out, getting the overworlder Muge's attention, with Raiden not reacting to Jack's presence. Naruto Uzumaki. I see you have survived your journey to the past, stated Raiden. Yeah, though I have Jack to thank for the help. Listen, Jack isn't from this time, and I offered to bring him back to the present. Would you be able to guide us back through Kvok Mound? Naruto asked, not wanting to risk them getting lost inside, and somehow ending up even further back in time, or even going too far into the future. Jack? You were the apprentice of Nijirin, correct? Raiden said, looking at Jack, though already know the answer, who nodded. I ended up here, due to my own impatience and desire to prove myself, replied Jack, with Raiden looking at the two silently for a moment, before nodding. Very well, I shall guide you back to the present, said Raiden, before flying into the tunnel, with Naruto and Jack following close behind, either wanting to get lost in the tunnels. Thankfully, with Raiden guiding them, the three soon emerged back in the present, with Naruto being relieved to see the normal skeletal springs again. Once they were out, Raiden pulled out a music, and activated it with his musician. Song of Translocation, Raiden said, as the music activated, with Naruto also quickly grabbing a scan of it, just as the three were covered in a bright light, and vanished. Lake Kenaipa. When the three reappeared, Naruto looked around, seeing they were on the shore of a lake with a giant castle, built on an outcropping over it. Where are we? Naruto asked. Lake Kenaipa, where Nijirin's castle rests, answered Raiden, with Jack looking at the castle in amazement, not believing his master now lived here. As if summoned, Najurin himself flew down from his castle, having sensed the appearance of the three. The overworld High Muge initially annoyed at the appearance of his uninvited guests, while seeing that two of them were Raiden and a chaotic player. Though when Najurin looked at the third one, his eyes widened in shock and hope. "AF Jack?" Najurin said, tears appearing in his eyes at seeing someone he never thought to see again, with If Jack smiling at his master, with tears in his own eyes. "It's good to see again, father," said If Jack, stepping forward, with Najurin moving forward and hugging his son tightly, which If Jack gladly returned. "If Jack," said Najurin, crying tears of joy at once again seeing his son and student again. "Master, I'm sorry for what I did, leaving like that. I wished to prove myself so much, that I ignored your advice on patience, and went to Dranaki's threshold without considering the consequences," If Jack said, his own tears falling as he hugged his father, with Najurin pulling back and putting his hands on his shoulders. "No, my boy, I am the one who should be apologizing. I had sought to train you the same way that I was trained, through patience and time, that I did not consider your own thirst for knowledge. Not seeing it was my own actions that pushed you to Dranaki's threshold," said Najurin, before Naruto stepped forward, not wanting to interrupt the reunion between father and son, but also didn't want them blaming themselves, or each other, for what happened. Excuse me. I know it's not my place, but neither of you are at fault for what happened. You both simply did what you both believed was for the best. Either of you could have known what would happen. But what you can do is just be glad that If Jack is back," Naruto said, with the two looking at the chaotic player, before nodding in agreement. Later, after Najurin and If Jack reunited, the father/son duo and Naruto had gone up to Najurin's castle, going to the High Muge's living area, while Raiden had returned to Kvok mound. With Naruto explaining to If Jack and Najurin about his abilities, telling them the only other ones who knew were his friends, Interess, Maxer, Takenam, and Chaya. With both of them now knowing, as well. So you are the boy that Interess told me about, the one who assisted her and Takenam in escaping the Marillions," Najurin said, having heard of Naruto from Interess, when she came to him with orders from Maxer to find all information he can about the Deep Ones. Nothing specific, only that a chaotic player had helped them escape. "That's right," Naruto replied, with Najurin humming in thought, intrigued at this new knowledge. "I take it you are not from the same realm as the other chaotic players," stated Najurin, with Naruto nodding in confirmation. "Yeah, I'm from somewhere else, entirely," said Naruto. "Amazing. Well, be rest assured, we will keep this knowledge a secret, Naruto," If Jack said, amazed to learn there was another realm, besides Perim and chaotic. "Indeed, it is the least we can do," said Najurin. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Naruto replied, glad they'll keep his abilities a secret. "Naruto Uzumaki, it is we who should be thanking you. If not for your help, If Jack would still be lost within ancient Perim. And for bringing my son home, I am in your debt," said Najurin, knowing he'd be eternally grateful for what Naruto has done for him, while If Jack nodded in agreement. "As am I. If there is any way I can repay you, I'll do anything in my power to do so," If Jack added. "Well, would I be able to get a scan of you?" Naruto asked, having wanted to get a scan of If Jack, after seeing how he fought the prehistoric creatures. "Of course, you may scan me, if you wish to," replied If Jack, with Naruto smiling, before pulling out his scanner and scanning the former past overworlder. Once Naruto saw his new scan, Naruto looked at If Jack's stats, and was amazed at them. "Wow, I was right, you're really as strong as Maxer," Naruto said. "Who's Maxer?" If Jack asked, not knowing who that was, before looking at his father, who put a hand on his shoulder. "Maxer is the leader of the overworlders. He's one of the strongest and wisest creatures in all of Perim. For you to have become as strong as him is a great honor," said Najurin, with a bit of pride in his tone, to learn his son has grown as strong as Maxer himself. "But of course, while you have grown in strength and power, Perim is a very different place from your own time, and the ancient Perim you resided in, If Jack. You will need to be re-educated, and brought up to date with everything that has happened," Najurin added, knowing his son will need to begin his education again. "It'd be an honor to learn under you, once again, Master Najurin," said If Jack, now ready to really listen to his father and master, and take his advice to heart, this time around. Glad that he was able to reunite the father and son, Naruto traded farewells with the two overworlders, before porting back to chaotic. Within the Forest of Life, Kez hid behind a tree, looking up at Dractyl's nest, waiting for the overworld scout to leave. Which thankfully happened after a few moments, as the underworld player ran out of his hiding spot, looking up at the nest before looking back to see where his friends were. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sarah, Tom, and Kaz were walking towards Dractyl's nest, having been asked by Kaz to help him collect Dractyl scales. With both Naruto and Sarah being less than pleased at being here and for what purpose it was. Ugh! I never should have come on this little expedition of his. Why can't Kaz just get the Dractyl scales himself? Sarah said, annoyed at having agreed to help, simply just to get a scan of the location, now regretting it after seeing how disgusting it was. He could, Sarah, but you wanted to scan the location, remember? Said Peyton. Just be glad you can't make clones, otherwise you'd be stuck going, whether you want to or not. Naruto said, also annoyed at having to go, but thanks to his shadow clones, he was able to collect a lot more scales for Kaz, more than him and the others combined. Though what annoyed Naruto was having to be around Dractyl again. Given the last time he encountered the Overworlder, he was taken for a surprise flight and then dropped in a lake. Safe to say, Naruto wasn't Dractyl's biggest fan at the moment. What does hearing even do with those disgusting Dractyl scales anyway? Sarah said, not knowing what purpose hearing would need for Dractyl scales. He eats them, answered Tom, having met hearing and seen what he does with the scales. The answer made Sarah gag, disgusted that hearing actually eats Dractyl scales. Naruto, though, had different thoughts. Maybe I should meet hearing at some point. Naruto thought, having heard from Kaz that the small underworlder was a great informant on helping get scans of battle gear, music, and creatures. Plus, maybe he could see if Takanam and Interest could help get overworld and underworld scans as well, given their close standings with the leaders of both their respective tribes. Add in his friendship with Wama, along with his newfound respect with Odu Bathax and Princess Assel, Naruto could see about making his own personal scan network. I'd just have to make ties with the Mypedians. Not only for a scan network, but to also warn them about the Marillions. Naruto thought, wondering how he'd be able to meet with the Mypedian leaders, or at least those who would be willing to listen and take him to their leaders. Maybe he'll see about asking Peyton later if he could help him meet some Mypedians. Shaking his head, Naruto pushed those thoughts aside at the moment and looked at Sarah. If you want, I could carry you, Sarah. Naruto offered, since the location didn't seem to be agreeing with her, with Sarah waving it off. No, it's fine, Naruto, since we'll hopefully be porting back soon. But I thank you for the offer, champion. Sarah said with a smirking, making Naruto grin at her. Oh, I'm your champion now, my queen? What an honor, Naruto said teasingly. Of course, you came to my rescue and my defense. And rewarded you justly, Sarah said, looking at Naruto, before their eyes widened and blushed as they remembered the kiss that gave him on the cheek, the two immediately looking away and began walking faster, the sight making Peyton sigh and look at Tom. Major T, why do the girls always go for the athletes, wild-looking bad boys, or the silent loners? Peyton asked, wondering what it was that drew girls to those types of guys. And while Naruto didn't exactly fall into the second category, he definitely had the looks. Along with having been a former loner before he started entering matches. Peyton, I'm an athlete myself, and even I have no idea for why that is. Though from what I've heard about his interactions with Interest and Takanam, along with the stories from his world and the missions he went on, I'm guessing that Naruto just has a charisma that draws girls to him and want to know him more. Said Tom, having heard Naruto tell them some stories of his world and the missions he's went on, with Peyton nodding in agreement. Okay, I can understand that. Now how can he be denser than Mount Pillar? Peyton asked, this getting Naruto and Sarah's attention as the former looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Asked Naruto. Are you serious right now? Do you really not see the signs, dude? Takanam, Interest, Sarah, that Hinata girl, and all those girls you met on missions, like that actress/princess, Koiki, for example. You really didn't think that they hung around you or talked about you, just a bit more than anyone else? Peyton asked, refusing to accept that someone could be that dense, while Naruto blushed in embarrassment. They just are really good friends, said Naruto, doubting any of the girls he's met would actually like him, with Tom and Peyton looking at him disbelief, while Sarah felt a little annoyed at Naruto's words and the mentioning of the other girls that seemed to be interested in him, but wasn't sure why, though. Guys, we can discuss Naruto's love life and how dense he is later. For now, I'll climb up and throw down the scales, and you'll catch them before they hit the ground. I have some bags and gloves that you can use, Kaz said, tossing his backpack to them, before he started climbing up to the nest. Hey! Shouted Naruto, annoyed that they keep saying he was dense, when he was very observant. This is so gross, Sarah muttered, as they took out the rubber gloves. Meanwhile, Kez soon reached the nest and began collecting the scales. Ugh, Dractyl's got some serious personal hygiene issues. Kez muttered, feeling like each time he comes here to collect the scales, they stink more and more, each time. Though Kez then caught sight of something that surprised him, a chaotic code scanner. How did Dractyl get a code scanner? Said Kaz, confused as to how Dractyl got his talons on a scanner, along with who could have lost it. Reggie won, Kaz said, upon seeing the name of the player on the back. Back on the ground, the four were wondering what was taking Kaz so long to begin throwing down the scales. With Sarah's annoyance growing at the bugs now flying around her, as she swatted them away. This is taking a lot longer than Kaz said it would, Sarah stated. Yeah. If he doesn't hurry up, Dractyl's gonna, said Peyton, only to be cut off at hearing Dractyl cry out, as they saw the overworlder flying back to his nest. With it not being long when Kaz suddenly fell through a hole in the nest, much to their shock and fear. With Naruto about to save him, only for Dractyl to grab hold of Kaz and fly back to his nest, with the redhead unfortunately dropping his scanner in the process. Great, now Butterfingers can't port himself back to Chaotic, Tom said, knowing they had to go and save Kaz. Hold on, Dractyl may soar like an eagle, but according to his stats, he's a chicken, said Peyton, upon seeing how low Dractyl's courage was, before making some chicken noises, before stopping as he got an idea and looked at Naruto. You said you can transform into other people? Does that include creatures? Peyton asked, with Naruto nodding, before looking up at the nest with a wicked smirk. Meanwhile, up in the nest, Kaz had been tied up by Dractyl, with the chaotic player worried that the overworlder was going to eat him. Please tell me you're a vegetarian, said Kaz, causing Dractyl to caw in anger and jumped closer to Kaz. I'd rather eat a Mypedian. Why are you here? Dractyl demanded. Well, to be perfectly honest, I want your old scales. I have a friend who eats them, Kaz confessed, with the overworlder recoiling at this. Ew, gross, Dractyl muttered, finding that disgusting. Kaz, you have to get out of there. Chire followed us from the underworld, Sarah screamed, with Dractyl's eyes widening in fear at the idea of Chire coming here, before narrowing his eyes at Kaz. The ruler of the underworld is after you? Dractyl questioned, his fear lowering and replaced by skepticism, that Chire was after a human. Only for his fear to return in full force, while Kaz was shocked, when Chire himself jumped up onto the nest, glaring at them. The one I'm after is you, Dractyl, Chire roared, with Dractyl squawking in fear, before crashing right through the roof of his nest to escape. Kaz then gulped, when Chire walked up to him. Hey Chire, how's it going? Kaz asked, nervous at seeing that Chire had actually followed them. Pretty good. Now that I got my payback on that giant flying turkey, Chire said while laughing before he was engulfed in a cloud of smoke, revealing that it was actually Naruto, much to Kaz's surprise before seeing Sarah, Tom, and Peyton climbing up the tree. Wow, that was totally genius, guys, Kaz said, impressed at their plan to get Dractyl away, even better with Naruto actually transforming into Chire. Genius is what I do, stated Peyton. At least we're out of that disgusting, Sarah said, only to stop and freeze when she heard a squelching sound as she stepped in something, with the girl being disgusted at seeing she stepped in some of Dractyl's scales. Thanks, guys, Kaz said as Tom untied him. You better thank us. 'Cause now you owe me your life and a new pair of shoes, said Sarah, annoyed at her shoes being ruined. Sarah, you do realize that your shoes will be clean once you port back home, Naruto reminded her, making Sarah go still before blushing in embarrassment. Yeah, well, shut up, said Sarah with a huff. What's this? Tom asked, upon seeing the scanner Kaz found and picked it up. Somebody's code scanner. A player must have left it someplace and Dractyl found it, or maybe Kaz said only to be cut off, when they heard Dractyl. How about we discuss this after we're safe from the giant turkey? Said Naruto, not sure if his transformation would work twice. The others nodded in agreement, before they all ported away. Later port court. After porting back to Chaotic, Tom and Kaz had ported back home to find out who Reggie was and tell him they found his scanner in Perim. With the two returning the next day and telling Naruto, Sarah, and Peyton where Reggie's chaotic self last went, before losing his scanner. An overworld location known as Castle Badrin, which he won off a chaotic player named Bruiser 33. Currently, Naruto, Sarah, and Peyton were relaxing in the port court, waiting to see if Tom and Kaz will be able to get a Castle Badrin skin from Bruiser to go find Reggie. Though the three looked up, when they heard some other players talking. Let's go, Major Tom is battling Bruiser 33. Hearing this, the three traded looks, surprised that Tom was battling Bruiser, but figured he had to get a scan of Castle Bodhran. Come on, let's go see how Tom's doing, said Naruto, Sarah and Peito nodding, before getting up and going to one of the stadiums used to watch public Betadrome matches, where they also saw Kaz. Yo dude, how's Tom looking? Peyton asked, getting Kaz's attention as the three sat down beside him, before looking back at the match. A little back and forth. Tom had some trouble since he didn't know his way around Castle Bodhran but was able to figure things out and start attacking Bruiser. Kaz said. And if he wins this match, then he'll get a scan of Castle Bodhran? Asked Sarah, while watching as Tom used Fortissimo and land on top of Castle Bodhran. Yeah, and if he loses, then he also loses Maxer. It was the only way we could get Bruiser to wager Castle Bodhran, answered Kaz, with the three looking at him in surprise before looking back at the match, now worried of Tom losing. As they continued watching the match, it seemed like Tom would win, when he knocked Frafto out of the sky with a power pulse, only for Frafto to break his fall with a wind slash. I'll have to remember that, Naruto thought, seeing how that move likely kept Frafto from being coated. Rock Wave. Seeing the large wave of stone rushing towards Frafto to crush him, the group thought Tom was about to win, only to then hear Frafto use his music. Song of Reversal. Not a moment later, Maxa was where Frafto once was and ended up being coated by his own rock wave. Dude. Peyton muttered. Oh no, said Sarah, upon seeing the result of the match. Tom lost the match and Maxa, Naruto said, frowning, knowing that's going to hit their friend hard. Later, after Tom and Bruiser came back from the Betadrome, the others watched as Tom traded his Maxa to Bruiser. This is my fault. I should have battled him, said Kaz, blaming himself that Tom was losing Maxa. I took the challenge and he won it, fair and square, Tom replied sadly, before transferring Maxa to Bruiser's scanner. Oh man, look at those stats. It's even better that it already has 3 magicians on it. You have any idea how rare it is to find a Maxa card like that, especially one that wasn't scanned in Perim? Bruiser said, impressed at how powerful this Maxa was, before smirking at them. Let me know if there are any other ultra-rare cards you want to get rid of, said Bruiser. You're lucky, Ika said, only to be stopped by Tom. Kaz, enough. Maxer's just a card, a really, unbelievably great card. But he's gone. Now we just got to come up with another plan to get to Castle Bodhran and help Reggie, said Tom, as while he's upset that he lost Maxer, he's more upset that they lost the easiest way to help Reggie. This also getting Bruiser's attention, along with recognizing the name. He's gonna lose a lot more than a card, if we don't get to that castle, Tom said, getting up, as they went to leave to think of another plan. Hey! You're more bummed about not helping some friend than you are about losing your Maxa card? Bruiser asked. It's a long story, but yeah, replied Tom, knowing he could lose a dozen of his rarest scans and still be more upset at not helping a friend. Hearing this, Bruiser looked at his scanner before pressing a button, shuffling to his Castle Bodhran scans. Take a look at your deck, Bruiser said, smirking, with Tom being confused, before looking and was surprised to see Castle Bodhran. Castle Bodhran, compliments of the Bruiser. I used to be a nice guy too, said Bruiser, while whispering the last part. You got another scan of Castle Bodhran, didn't you? Naruto stated. You got it, Phantom. I'd never risk losing Castle Bodhran, so before the match I ported back and got another scan of it, just in case. You gotta search for creatures, music, and battle gear to scan, but locations are always right where you left them, Bruiser replied. Thanks for the tip, muttered Tom. Don't mention it, especially to my posse. I don't want them to think I'm going soft, said Bruiser, before walking away. Well, I guess we can get to Castle Bodhran now, Tom said, looking at the scan, though he still felt saddened at losing Maxer. You guys go on ahead, I need to do something really quick, said Naruto, the others nodding, before heading to the porters so Tom can port to Castle Bodhran and get more scans of it for them. While Naruto turned and went after Bruiser. Hey Bruiser, said Naruto, getting his attention. Something you need, Phantom? Bruiser asked. Yeah. While I know you and Tom made a wager, and Tom kept his end of the bargain. And you even gave us Castle Bodhran, even if you didn't have to, which we are thankful for. Tom's also my friend and Maxus's favorite creature, so this is simply the principle of the matter, rather than going back on a deal. I'm challenging you to a match in the Betadrome, you wager Maxer and I wager Barakatan, said Naruto, while showing his scan of Barakatan. Bruiser frowned at this, but also nodded in understanding, seeing as he's simply doing it to help a friend, which he can respect. And the sight of Barakatan made Bruiser smirk. Nice scan and sweet stats, even better when I saw you use him against Clay. Where'd you even get this guy? Bruiser asked, having never seen a creature like Barakatan before. Sorry, but that's a secret. Just know this is the only scan of Barakatan that'll ever exist. He's a literal one of a kind, said Naruto, knowing the fact Barakatan was a Marillion already made him ultra-rare, and the fact that Naruto possessed the only scan of him made him one of the rarest in all of Chaotic. Even better. Alright then, you got a deal and a match. But no using this guy, said Bruiser, knowing he'd have less of a chance of winning if Naruto used Barakatan. Deal, Naruto said, having already planned not to use Barakatan, since it would be unfair. See you in the Betadrome, Bruiser said, smirking, with Naruto nodding before the two went to get ready. Later Betadrome. It wasn't long until Naruto and Bruiser arrived at the Betadrome and began assembling their teams. I know he's gonna use Maxer, and if there's any creature that knows Maxer's strengths and weaknesses, it's Intress. For battle gear, I'll give her Zealed for a good surprise. And finally, Song of Resurgence and Song of Translocation. Naruto thought as he finished assembling his team, while placing a single location in his location deck, with Bruiser soon doing the same. The two locked their decks, revealing their sides with Naruto seeing Bruiser also had 3 Mujic. Something else they agreed on was having the same number of Mujic as the magicians their creatures had. Mostly so Bruiser can take advantage of the 3 magicians that Maxer had. I got to choose the location against Major Tom, so I'll let you do it this time, Phantom, Bruiser said, with Naruto nodding and looking through his locations, glad that they could choose the locations in the Betadrome. Soon settling on the doors of the D-Mines, granting Intress some extra energy at the start of the match. Intress attacks Maxer, Naruto said, selecting Intress and turning into the feline overworlder, with Bruiser doing the same with Maxer. Let's get chaotic. Doors of the deep mines. Intress jumped between pillars, making sure to keep out of sight as she looked for where Maxer could. Her gaze eventually being drawn to the large doors at the center of the chamber, the same doors she knew the Marillions laid behind. Hard to believe those doors are basically hiding an entire world behind them, Intress thought, before shaking her head and focusing on the match. Intress then cried out, when she was suddenly blasted by plasma and knocked out of her cover. Shaking her head, Intress looked and was surprised to see Maxer driving a vile driver. You should learn to be more aware of your surroundings. Never know who could sneak up on you, Maxer said, smirking as he fired blasts of fire at Intress, who was able to dodge them this time. Frost Blight, shouted Intress, unleashing a blast of freezing wind, ice, and snow, creating a layer of ice on the ground, and freezing the vile driver's legs, with Maxer scowling as he tried breaking the ice. Okay, Flame Orb, Maxer shouted, firing several fireballs at Intress, forcing her to jump around to dodge the attacks, giving Maxer enough time to melt the ice enough to break free of it. Vine Snare, said Intress, putting her hands on the ground, as it cracked open and Vine shot out, wrapping around the vile driver's legs, making it stumble as Maxer lost control of it. Rip Tide, Intress said, shooting jets of water at Maxer, knocking him out of the vile driver, with the overworld leader groaning before standing up. Lavalanche, yelled Maxer, unleashing blasts of lava at Intress. Fluid Might, Intress retorted, using the water from her Rip Tide to form a giant water fist that slammed into the lavalanche, managing to break through it towards Maxer, who was able to get out of the in time to dodge. Torrent of Flame, Maxer said, while shooting blasts of fire at Intress. Torrent of Water, said Intress, meeting the attack with her own blasts of water. The two attacks clashing together in a stalemate, with steam being created the longer they went against each other. Until soon neither Intress nor Maxer could see the other. Power Pulse, shouted Maxer, suddenly jumping through the steam and unleashing a barrage of green energy fists at Intress, slamming into her, knocking the feline overworlder into a pillar. Guess this time, a cat doesn't have 9 lives. Pebble Storm, Maxer said, releasing a large blast of pebbles at Intress. Zealed, said Intress, summoning Zealed, who shielded her from the attack, with Maxer being surprised at the sudden appearance of a second creature. Hey, Zealed's a creature. How can you summon him? Maxer said, with Intress smirking as she jumped onto Zealed's back, as his wings came out and flew into the air. Yeah, but Zealed also counts as battle gear, making him double trouble. And speaking of trouble, Frost Blight, Intress shouted, shooting another blast at Maxer, while having Zealed fly up to the ceiling. With Maxer jumping out of the way of the Frost Blight, ducking down behind a pillar. coming out once the attack stopped, and frowned when he saw Intress had flown to the top of the cavern, far out of his reach. If you think you can escape by hiding up there, you're wrong. Melody of mirrored actions, said Maxer, using one of his musics as Intress's eyes widened when Zeal burst into code. Acting fast, Intress dug her claws into the cavern walls before she could fall to the ground. Here's a move I'm sure you're familiar with. Rock Wave, Intress shouted, slamming her fist into the wall, causing the cavern to begin shaking and rocks to fall down around Maxer, with the overworld leader jumping out of the way to avoid being crushed. And here's a move I'm sure you've seen before. Song of Reversal, said Maxer using his second music, as he and Intress were suddenly switched around, with Maxer managing to grab hold of the cavern walls to avoid falling, while Intress now found herself having to dodge the rocks around her. And here's one more. Rock Wave, Maxer shouted, slamming his own fists into the walls, causing even more rocks to begin falling, with Intress being unable to dodge all of them. The female overworlder groaning as she was knocked to the ground, feeling her energy getting dangerously low. Song of Resurgence, said Intress, using her music to restore her energy, allowing her to get back up, with Maxer frowning at this before smirking. Good move. But it won't do you any good against a giant. Fortissimo, Maxer said, as he jumped down while using his final music, before his body began growing in size, with Intress's eyes widening at how big he was getting. Rock Wave, shouted Maxer, slamming both his fists down on the ground, creating a gigantic wave of stone to rush towards Intress to crush her. Song of Translocation, Intress said, using her second music with both her and Maxer vanishing in a flash of light, just in time as the rocks crashed down, where she once was. Ravenel Ridge, when Intress and Maxer reappeared, they were standing on a cliffside, with Maxer stumbling slightly at the less steady footing around him. Watch your step. Iron balls, Intress shouted, before unleashing a barrage of iron balls at Maxer's legs, making him stumble back right over the side of the cliff, with Maxer crying out as he fell, before bursting into code once he hit the ground. Later Port Court. After winning the match, Naruto and Bruiser headed back to the Port Court, with Bruiser transferring Maxer to Naruto's scanner. Thank you? And for what it's worth, I'm sorry that you're losing a skin you just won, said Naruto, only for Cruiser to wave it off, with a smirk. It's cool, man. Anyone willing to go to those kinds of lengths to help their friend is alright in my book. Besides, this just means I'll be getting my own skin of Maxer soon, to battle as him again. Bruiser said, not holding a grudge at losing Maxer so quickly, and even respected Naruto at wanting to help his friend like that. Nodding in thanks, the two parted ways with Naruto spotting Sarah and Peyton. Hey guys, I thought you'd be at Castle Bodrin already. What happened? Naruto asked, wondering why they were still here. Tom and Kaz are getting the scans as we speak, dude, Peyton replied, with Sarah nodding in agreement. Yeah, while they were getting the scans and looking for Reggie, Peyton and I are gonna head back to the Forest of Life to get his scanner, said Sarah, with Naruto nodding in understanding. Alright, then let's get going, Naruto said, joining them in going to get Reggie's scanner. Reaching the porters, the three pulled out their scanners, before porting away. After porting to the Forest of Life, Naruto, Sarah, and Peyton began heading towards Dractyl's nest to retrieve Reggie's scanner. I'm gonna call Tom and Kaz, letting them know that we've just reached Dractyl's nest, and are about to get Reggie's scanner, while also being able to ask on how their search for him is going, Naruto said as he pulled out his scanner, while Sarah and Peyton nodded. Good thinking, dude. That way, we can keep each other updated on our respective searches, said Peyton. Naruto called Tom and Kaz's scanners, only to frown in confusion, when neither of them answered. Something wrong, Naruto? Sarah asked, upon seeing him frown. I'm not sure. Could you guys try calling Tom and Kaz? Said Naruto, with Sarah and Peyton looking at him, before nodding and pulled out their own scanners to call their friends, only to be confused when they didn't answer them either. That's weird, they usually answer, said Sarah, while worried that something might have happened when they arrived at Castle Bodrin. That's definitely not good. Even worse is that we don't have scans of Castle Bodrin to check on them, Peyton added, knowing if something did happen to Tom and Kaz that made them lose their scanners, they wouldn't be able to help them. We don't have scans of Castle Bodrin, but we know someone who does, said Naruto, realizing they knew someone who could check on Tom and Kaz for them, with Sarah and Peyton looking at him, before realizing who he was talking about and nodded in agreement. Castle Bodrin. Meanwhile, within Castle Bodrin, Tom and Kaz sat locked in a cell after being captured by Frafto, along with having their scanners taken. What happened to, we never give up our scanners? Tom demanded, annoyed that Kaz had willingly given his scanner to Frafto. Hey! That was before Frafto aimed a plasma arrow at me. And excuse me, but you got your scanner snagged too, said Kaz, as Tom looked out the small window, before narrowing his eyes at Kaz. Not without a fight, Tom retorted, refusing to give up his scanner, leading to Frafto simply taking it. Yeah, but you hardly ruffled Frafto's feathers, stated Kaz, knowing that trying to fight a creature was hopeless, unless you were Naruto. Whatever. I just hope that Sarah, Peyton, and Naruto are having better luck, Tom said, only to stop when they heard the door open and saw Frafto enter the cell. Here's your chance for a rematch, muttered Kaz, with Tom giving him a light glare before they looked back at the Overworlder. All hail, the ruler of the Overworld, Frafto declared, stepping aside as another creature stepped into view, with it revealing to be Maxa, much to Tom's shock and amazement. Maxa! I can't believe it, it's you! The real Maxa! Ah man, I wish I had my scanner right now, said Tom, amazed he was meeting the real Maxa, wishing he had his scanner to scan the Overworld leader. Maxa narrowed his eyes at the humans, still angry at how the last who came here had seemingly tricked Frafto by giving him half of a map to the Kathaka, while saying he'd give them the other half if Frafto let him scan him, only for the human to never return. The only thing holding Maxa back from hostility was the actions of Naruto, a human, in helping save interests and warning them about the Marillions. After stumbling onto them, alongside Takanam. You both are from Chaotic, aren't you? Why have you come to Castle Bodrin? Maxa questioned. That's right, Your Maxiness, we came here to find our friend, Reggie, Kaz said nervously, given he was an underworld player with Chire being his signature creature, and now he was face to face with his arch-rival. The other Chaotic player, the one with the map, Frafto said, being the most upset at Reggie seemingly going back on their deal. Yeah, the one with the map. Is he here? Kaz asked, with Frafto narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms. If he were, I would teach him a lesson about honor. I allowed him to skin me in exchange for a map to the Kathaka. He only gave me half the map. He claimed he had hidden the other half within the Mypdim Oasis, a place I could not enter openly, without a battle with the Mypedians. So I allowed him to go there alone to retrieve it. He never returned, answered Frafto. Before any of them could say anything further, they all heard footsteps in the castle, with Tom and Kaz being surprised when they saw Bruiser appear. Yo, Frafto, good to see you, man, Bruiser said, while giving a salute to the Overworlder. Bruiser, what are you doing here? Questioned Frafto, having met the Chaotic player a few times, given how many times he came to Castle Bodrin, being able to respect someone who's able to figure out all the twists and angles in the castle. I actually came here for those two. Phantom called me and figured you might be in trouble, Bruiser answered, with Tom and Kaz being relieved that Naruto was able to send someone to help them. And just what did you come here, expecting to do, human? Maxa said, with Bruiser looking at the Overworld leader, just as amazed as Tom at meeting him. I'm the one who gave Reggie and Tom their scans of Castle Bodrin. Reggie beat me in a match and earned it, and I gave them a scan to help find Reggie. I don't know what happened exactly, but from what I know, the kid wouldn't go back on a deal. If he didn't come back from the Mypdim Oasis, the Mypedians have him, Bruiser said. That's right, it's the most likely thing that happened. Especially since we found Reggie's scanner in Dractyl's nest, Tom said, with Maxa frowning as he began putting two and two together on what happened. Dractyl, you fool, muttered Maxa, cursing the cowardly scout for not reporting to him that he found a scanner, or that a Chaotic player was now held captive by the Mypedians, likely having the other half of the map as well. Maxa's frown then deepened, when he sensed something strange nearby, before narrowing his eyes at the far wall. Move now! Maxa shouted, as his eyes glowed, with Tom and Kaz's eyes widening before jumping out of the way as Maxa launched a barrage of iron balls at the wall, destroying it, and revealing a Mypedian that had been eavesdropping before they retreated. Frafto, after that Mypedian! Maxa ordered, with Frafto nodding before flying out after the Mypedian, only to immediately return a few moments later, shaking his head. It was Jada, a Mypedian stalker. He turned invisible before I could grab him, but he dropped this, said Frafto, showing a blue piece of cloth with a yellow crest, with Maxa scowling at recognizing who it belonged to. Mutina's crest. His fortress is near the Mypedian Oasis, Maxa said, knowing with Mutina's obsession with the Kathika, it wasn't surprising he learned that Reggie hid half of the map in the Oasis and captured him. Mutina's fortress is in the heart of Mypedian territory. It could be a trap to have us bring our half of the map to him, said Frafto, with Maxa nodding in agreement. Even if it is trap, we can't lose the chance to find the Kothaka. If Mudina wants a fight, he has one, Maxa stated. Let us come with you, said Kaz. Yeah, we came here to save Reggie, and that's what we're gonna do, Tom said, neither of them refusing to let their friend down and would save him. I'm going to, said Bruiser, feeling partly responsible for what's happened, since Reggie came to Castle Bodrin in the first place, because he gave him a scan of it. Looking at the humans for a moment, Maxer gave them a nod, before he and Frafta left to prepare for the journey. Forest of Life. Meanwhile, back in the Forest of Life, Naruto, Sarah, and Peyton had reached Dractyl's nest and were currently searching through it, looking for Reggie's scanner. We better hurry, Dractyl may be back soon, Sarah said, not wanting to risk encountering the overworld scout. Just keep looking, Sarah. Reggie's scanner has got to be somewhere in all this goo. Besides, there's no chance that Dractyl is coming back at this time of day, said Peyton, confident they have enough time. Like you know everything about him, retorted Sarah. Like I do. Since our last visit here, I've done a ton of Dractylogical research, Peyton replied, grabbing 2 leaves and flapping them like wings, with Sarah rolling her eyes. I know everything, the entire totality of Dractyl, said Peyton. Peyton, Naruto said, as he began hearing something. His behavioral habits. Peyton, said Sarah, with a deadpan expression, knowing exactly what was going to happen. His diet. Peyton. His favorite color. Peyton. Name it, I know it. And in my expert opinion, we are perfectly safe, said Peyton, while smirking at the two. Okay, did you know he was right on top us? Naruto said, just as Dractyl crashed through the ceiling, landing right behind Naruto and Sarah, neither of them reacting, fully expecting Dractyl to suddenly appear. Ehehe. No, I did not, said Peyton in a sheepish tone, as Dractyl snapped at them. I don't know how one of you was able to turn yourselves into Chire, but I won't fall for the same trick twice, Dractyl said, having wizened up to their trick from before, and wouldn't fall for it again. It was payback for that flight you took me on. You giant flying chicken, shouted Naruto as he and Dractyl glared at each other, with the overworlder cawing angrily. Keep talking and I'll take you on another flight. Only this time, it'll be the scenic route, Dractyl retorted. You wouldn't dare, Naruto said, confident Dractyl won't do that. Oh yeah, try me, said Dractyl, with Naruto smirking. If you do, then you'd have to deal with Interest and Takanam. And while we don't know Maxer or Chire personally, they do. You want to risk dealing with all of them? Naruto challenged, with Dractyl's pupils dilating in fear, while searching for any deception in his words and knowing Interest and Takanam, only to find none. This made Dractyl gulp, wondering how a human knew those two. Who are you, human? Dractyl asked. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, answered Naruto, with Dractyl squawking in fear at hearing his name. You're Naruto Uzumaki? The same one that Interest talks so highly about, said Dractyl, now officially scared that he just threatened the human that held Interest's interest, and the chance of it getting back to not only her, but Takanam as well. We were just friends, Naruto said, blushing at hearing that Interest actually talks about him, missing Sarah's look of annoyance at this information, while Peyton facepalmed, making Dractyl's sweat dropped before looking at Sarah and Peyton. Is he really that dense? Dractyl asked. Yup, Peyton answered, much to Naruto's chagrin. I'm not dense, said Naruto, getting annoyed at why everyone keeps thinking that. Mudina's fortress. Within Mudina's fortress, the Mypedian prince was meeting with Jada, who had returned from Castle Bodrin, reporting his success at laying the bait, along with the fact that Maxer himself would be coming, as well. Pleasing Mudina that they'll have the other half of the map soon, while also getting to take care of Maxer as well, as he began setting a trap. While just outside the fortress, Maxer and Tom were observing the tower, seeing the cell window at the top, where Reggie was being held. Is that your friend? Maxer asked, handing the binoculars to Tom, who looked to see if it was Reggie. Be certain, the Mypedians are masters of deception, said Maxer, knowing the Mypedians were tricky to deal with their invisibility and mirages. It's him, Tom replied, seeing it was Reggie locked in the tower. Good, if he has the map, we'll save him, Maxer said, the map being his primary concern, keeping it and the Kothaka out of enemy hands. But we're still gonna save him if he doesn't, right? Questioned Tom, not liking how Maxer worded that. For you, and the rest of your fellow chaotic players, the troubles of Perim are part of a game. But not for us, my tribe faces mortal dangers every day. If you humans want to play here, you must accept the same risks that we do. And so far, I've only heard of one human who understands those risks, apparently," said Maxer, with Tom looking down, knowing that he was talking about Naruto, the only chaotic player who didn't see it as just a game and understood the struggle that the tribes went through, along with the dangers they faced. "I'll do what I can for your friend, but the good of my tribe is my main concern," Max added, with the chaotic player nodding reluctantly, before they saw Frafto arrive with Kaz and Bruiser. "We weren't followed, so we have the advantage of surprise," said Frafto, having scouted the surrounding location to see if any Mypedians were hiding, but didn't find any. "Then let's do this quickly. Frafto, take these two and create a diversion. Lead the guards away, while the other one and I will enter the fortress and get the map," instructed Maxer, pointing at Tom and Bruiser, who Frafto would be taking with him, with the overworld nodding before pulling out a spectral viewer. "Here, just in case the Mypedians use their invisibility. Make yourself useful, boy," Frafto said, throwing the bag at Kaz, before pointing at Tom and Bruiser motioning them to follow him, with Tom stopping short and looked at Maxer. "I have a name, you know, it's Tom. And it's not all a game to me," said Tom, having learned how dangerous Perim could be and accepted the risk that came with coming here. Maxer frowning thoughtfully at this, before looking at Kaz and taking a spectral viewer out of the bag before they made their way to the gates. Once they got close, they waited until Frafto, Tom, and Bruiser drew the guards away, with Maxer checking to make sure no other Mypedians were hiding. "Wait here until I signal for you," said Maxer, before jumping out into the open, checking again to see if any Mypedians were nearby, still not seeing any. Though suddenly, a bright light shot out of the tower and descended around the perimeter of the fortress. With Maxer shielding himself, believing it was a Mujic attack, only for nothing to happen. Frowning at the purpose of the Mujic, Maxer continued onward, knowing they couldn't turn back now. Kaz then pulled out his own spectral viewer to scope out the area, only to be shocked when he saw Tom, Bruiser, and Frafto running right into an ambush, with Maxer walking right towards Mudina. "Maxer! There's one right in front of you!" Kaz shouted while jumping out, this getting Maxer's attention as Mudina revealed himself and launching a flash kick at Maxer. The overworld being able to dodge it in time, only for Kaz to cry out as he was hit, instead. With the other Mypedians revealing themselves, before tackling Tom, Bruiser, and Frafto to the ground. While Maxer engaged Mudina in a fight, only for the Mypedian prince to turn invisible and attack Maxer. The latter only being able to get a few lucky hits in, before seeing Jada holding Kaz hostage. "You care what happens to these humans?" Mudina asked incredulously, before narrowing his eyes. "Then surrender, or I will show them no mercy," threatened Mudina. Maxer scowled and rounded on the prince, tempted to attack him while he had the chance. Before lowering his head in surrender, not wanting to risk anyone's lives. With the 5 of them being chained and brought into the fortress, with Jada guarding them before Mudina returned with Reggie. "Reggie," Tom said upon seeing his friend's chaotic self. "Yes? Do I know you?" Reggie asked, since this version of him haven't met Tom and Kaz yet. "Back home you do. We're here to rescue you, guess we're not doing such a great job," stated Tom, while holding up his shackled arms. "Enough. Where's the other half of the map?" Mudina demanded, wanting the complete map to begin searching for the Kathika. "What map?" said Maxer, pretending to be ignorant and not know about the map, only for Mudina to scowl and grab Kaz. "Give it to me, or the boy will suffer," Mudina threatened, while holding up his claws, Maxer looking indecisive before speaking. "All right," said Maxer, giving up his half of the map. Thankfully, before Maxer could give it up, everyone looked up at hearing a loud cry before jets of water began hitting the Mypedians. Everyone looking up to see Dracto carrying his nest, with Naruto, Sarah, and Peyton inside with spectral viewers and localizers. Flashback. "All right, enough bickering. You have a scanner, how'd it get here?" Sarah demanded, wanting to change to subject, with Dracto pulling out Reggie's scanner. "This thing? Ha, I found it when the Mypedians snatched the human at the oasis," answered Dracto. "You big chicken! Why didn't you save Reggie from the Mypedians?" shouted Sarah, angry that Dracto took Reggie's scanner, after he was captured. "It was none of my business, just a human," Dracto retorted. "Yeah, well, I'm making it your business. Take us to where you saw Reggie being taken, or else I'll bring in Tress and Takenam here, but I don't think they'll ask as nicely," warned Naruto, with Dracto gulping at the thought of those two coming here. While not as terrifying as Chire, Dracto definitely didn't want to be on the bad side of those. With the scout reluctantly nodding to take them. And flashback. Dracto dropped the nest on the ground, as Mudinu called for a retreat to wait for their reinforcements to arrive. What happened to Kaz? Peyton asked, the three worried at seeing Kaz lying on the ground, barely able to move. He got blasted with a flash kick. Maxer, we need our scanners, so we can get Kaz out of here, said Tom, knowing they needed to get Kaz back to Chaotic, so he can port back home. They're hidden back at our rendezvous point. We had to ensure you wouldn't run away if you panicked in battle, said Frafdo, as Maxer broke their chains, before breaking Tom's and Bruiser's as well. Great. We risk our lives to help you and you still don't trust us, said Tom, annoyed that they couldn't get their scanners. Tom, you three have more than proven yourselves. Now I'll return the favor, Maxer said, pulling out a song of resurgence while a musician emerged from him. A real musician. Way awesome, said Peyton, amazed at seeing a musician in person. Song of resurgence, heal the one called Kaz, said Maxer as the music activated, before a light came down and healed Kaz of his injuries. Guys, I feel good enough to take on the whole Mypedian army, Kaz said, amazed at how great he felt. Ha, that's good because a legion of Mypedians is headed straight for us. We're surrounded, said Draal, while flying around. I can't fly all of you out, the big boy alone was almost too much to carry, Draal said, with Peyton taking offense to that. Reggie, here's your scanner, said Sarah, while handing the boy his scanner, much to his happiness. Thanks. But why are you all helping me? Reggie asked, still confused as to why they risked themselves to save him. Because you asked us to, back on Earth. Now you better port out of here, since when the Mypedians arrive, this won't be pretty, said Tom, knowing it definitely wasn't a game this time. Only for none of them to try and leave, refusing to abandon their friends. Tom, from friends of yours, I wouldn't expect anything less, Maxa said, glad to see there are humans who refuse to run from danger or abandon their friends, though knowing this could likely be the end. Yeah. And do you have any music left? Asked Tom. I do, Maxa replied with a nod, always carrying several music with him, in case of a fight. Then I have a plan. Do you have a fortissimo? Tom said, while looking at Draal, with Maxa looking at the scout and smirked, seeing where Tom was going with his plan. After a few moments, everyone was able to escape Mudinu's fortress on the fortissimo enhanced Draal, traveling to the rendezvous point where Tom, Kaz, and Bruiser's scanners were hidden. Your scanners are hidden behind that rock, Frafdo said, pointing to where they were, while Maxa looked at Naruto, recognizing who he was from what Interest has told him. So, you're the chaotic player I've heard so much about. Naruto Uzumaki, said Maxer, with Naruto looking at the overworld leader. Yeah, that's me. It's an honor to meet you, Maxer, Naruto said, holding out his hand, with Maxa laughing and shaking his hand. The honor is mine. After everything Interest has told me about you, and what you've done here today, I can see she was right in trusting you, as was I in keeping your secret, said Maxer, while saying the latter partly lowly. I'm just glad that I was able to help, Naruto replied, with Maxa nodding, glad to have met the human his old friend speaks so highly of, before narrowing his eyes. Of course. Though do be aware, Interest is one of my oldest friends and if I find out you hurt her, I will incinerate you, Maxa warned, with Naruto looking perturbed at the threat and nodded. Interest is one of my best friends in Perim and I'd never do anything to hurt her, purposefully or otherwise, Naruto replied, completely missing the meaning behind the overworld leader's words, as Maxa gave him a dry stare, before looking at the other chaotic players. Is he serious? Maxa asked, not sure if Naruto was messing with him or not. He's serious, replied Tom, Kaz, Peyton, Draal, and an annoyed Sarah, while the former four had deadpan expressions. Lucky bastard, Frafdo muttered, given the fact Interest is one of the most sought-after women in the overworld, and now she's showing interest in a human. He has to be the luckiest guy alive, said Bruiser, with Reggie nodding in agreement, given Interest was tied with Takanam as the most popular female creature in the chaotic polls. Either of them aware of just how ironic that is. This made Naruto look at them in confusion at what they were talking about, before looking back at Mudinu's fortress. Maxer, if I was able to sneak back in there, would I be able to convince Mudinu about the Marillions? Naruto asked lowly, with Maxa looking at the fortress and shaking his head. No, Mudinu is more likely to think it's a plot to steal his half of the map. With what just happened, not helping to convince him otherwise, replied Maxer, making Naruto sigh in annoyance that his chance to tell the Mypedians about the Marillions will be delayed. At least I was able to tell 3 of the tribes about Marillions, thought Naruto, taking solace that they won't be completely defenseless, if the Marillions show up. Though Mudina's cousin, Prince Ifler, is far more reasonable and would be more likely to listen to you. Max added, with Naruto nodding at this, glad that he still had a chance to tell them. Now he just needed a way to contact Ifler. Maxer, what are you going to do about the map? The Mypedians have one half and you have the other? Asked Kaz. Not for long, Maxer said before taking out his half of the map, before burning it to ash, surprising the humans. Why did you do that? Asked Reggie, confused as to why he'd destroy the only lead they had to the Kothika. When it comes to the Kothika, better for it to be in no hands than the wrong hands, answered Maxer, preferring if the Kothika was lost forever than being used by those that would destroy Perim. Now let's get out of here, before that music wears off and I have to walk, said Maxer smirking, with Frafto nodding in agreement before they climbed into the nest, as Dractyl took off. Maxer, wait. I never got a chance to skin you, Tom said, having hoped to get a new skin of Maxer. We'll meet again. Safe journeys, my friends, Maxer said as Dractyl flew off with them. Tom sighed, upset at being unable to get a new skin of Maxer, before he saw Naruto holding his own scanner out to him, with the overworld player being shocked when he saw a Maxer scan. How did, Tom said, not believing Naruto got a scan of Maxer. I challenged Bruiser, after you guys left. I wagered Barakaten for Maxer, and was able to beat him and win Maxer back for you, said Naruto, surprising the others that it was Tom's own Maxer skin, with Tom being shocked and overjoyed that he could get his Maxer card back, only to develop a solemn expression. Thanks, Naruto, but I can't take it, Tom said, handing Naruto his scanner back, much to everyone's shock. You're not gonna take it back? Even after he wagered his one-of-a-kind skin for it? Bruiser asked, having thought Tom would jump at the chance to get Maxer back. I know, and I'm grateful he did that. But if I'm gonna get Maxer back, it'll be after I scan his code myself. I'd only take Maxer from Naruto, if I was able to beat him in a match and earn it back, Tom said, while looking down as he doubted that he'd be able to beat Naruto, given how he already beat him before with Maxer, and that had just been Naruto's first chaotic match. What hope did he have without Maxer? Especially against a far more experienced and skilled Naruto, who isn't held back by overconfidence. But he refused to just be handed a Maxer scan, wanting to earn it for himself. Well, if you're really sure, then I'll just hold on to Maxer, if you change your mind. And until you get your own Maxer scan, I won't use Maxer either, said Naruto, only for Tom to shake his head. No, you earned that Maxer scan, fair and square, just like how I lost it. You deserve to use it, and besides, you'll need all the scans you can get for whenever we battle in the dromes. Especially when I get a scan of Maxer myself, Tom said, while smirking at Naruto, which he returned with a smirk of his own. Alright, but don't say I didn't warn you, if I end using Maxer better than you, Naruto said. In your dreams, replied Tom, before the friends smiled at each other and fist bumped, while Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton smiled at them as well. Bruiser, are you crying? Reggie asked, looking at Bruiser and saw he had tears in eyes. What? Oh, of course not. I'm just sweating. Yeah, I'm sweating from how hot it is, said Bruiser, while wiping his eyes to keep up his image, after seeing how strong their friendship was. With that, everyone pulled out their scanners and ported back to chaotic. Tressa's eyes flew open, as she sat up in bed in a cold sweat. The overworlder's eyes darted around with her claws out, before letting out a sigh, when she saw that she was in her home in Kira City. That damn nightmare again, Tress thought. Ever since she, Naruto, and Takenam had escaped the Marillions, she's been having recurring nightmares of when she had been brainwashed and nearly turned into Aeon's concubine. While Tress didn't show it, she hated what had happened and what nearly happened, becoming trapped in her own body. Unable to do anything, as she was used like a puppet. And she especially hated how the experience was still affecting her. Rubbing her temples in annoyance, Tress momentarily entered her nature force form, as the major boost that it gives her courage did a good job in helping her calm down and relax. While Tress was by no means a coward, which in fact couldn't be further from the truth, given she had a moderately high courage. She does know that when compared to other creatures, like her old friend and leader, Maxer, not just her courage, but all her disciplines were lacking in her base form. Even compared to Takenam, my disciplines are lacking, Tress thought, frowning as she thought about not just her nemesis, but also her. It's been so long, that I'm hardly even able to think of you like that, sister, Tress said with some hesitance, while wondering when was the last time that she thought of Takenam as her sister, rather than just her enemy. Sighing, Tress got out of bed, not caring about her own nakedness, as given how revealing her normal clothes are, thanks to her confidence in her body. Interest just didn't feel a need to actually put something else on when going to sleep. But at least I know that I still have higher wisdom than you do, even in my base form. Interest stated, while chuckling to herself, knowing that she has always been calmer and tended to think things out more often than Takanam did, who simply preferred rushing in and taking out anyone in her way. Interest then went to take a shower, before getting dressed and heading outside, starting her day off, as she usually did, walking around Kira's city and taking in the peaceful atmosphere. With it always helping Interest relax, before beginning her patrols or any missions that she's received from Maxer. And always reminding her why she'll always do everything she can to protect the overworld from any who would threaten this peace. After some time, Interest went to meet up with her former student, Ivena, since they have been assigned a scouting assignment together. With Interest finding her where she usually was, near the barracks and training ground. Ivena! Interest said, getting the overworld warrior's attention, with Ivena stopping and looked at Interest with wide eyes, before smiling and running over to her. Master, it's good to see you, Ivena said, bowing to one of her former teachers, as Interest waved it off with a chuckle. You don't have to bow or call me master anymore. We've been equals for many Solans now, and you've become a renowned hero and warrior within the overworld. So please, just call me Interest, said Interest, with Ivena smiling at her, but shook her head. Even if that's true, I wouldn't have gotten where I am now, without yours and Drabe's teachings. The both of you will always be my masters. At least, until I can finally defeat you both in a match. Ivena stated, while smirking at her former master, knowing she owed a lot to Interest and Drabe for everything they taught her, but also desire the chance to prove she can surpass them, as well. Then you'll have to call us master, for a very long time, said Interest as she smirked at Ivena, knowing that she can be rather energetic and eager to prove herself, along with her curiosity and tendency to jump into situations that she doesn't fully know or are out of her league. We'll see about that. So, why did you come here, master? Ivena asked, with Interest's expression turning serious. You and I have a scouting assignment. We, along with a few other teams, will be scouting out the locations that border the overworld and Mypedian territory. Maxer is worried that Mudina may try to pay us back for the humiliation that he was given by Maxer, Frafdo, Draal, and those chaotic players. Interest said, along with the fact that Mudina likely isn't aware that Maxer destroyed his half of the Kothika map, so the Mypedian prince may still try to make some moves to get it. Right. We better get moving then, Ivena replied, with Interest nodding in agreement, before the two headed for the gates of the city to head out. Though on the way to the gates, Interest was surprised when she spotted a familiar head of spiky blonde hair. Taking another look, she saw that it was indeed Naruto, walking through the city. Naruto? Interest said, wondering what he was doing here, with this getting Ivena's attention. What was that, master? Ivena asked. You remember that chaotic player I told you about, Naruto Uzumaki? He's right over there, said Interest as she pointed to where Naruto was, with Ivena looking and saw the human that her master has spoken so highly of. So, that's Naruto, Ivena said, having been curious of meeting the chaotic player, after hearing how Interest talked about him. Come on, I'll introduce you both, Interest said, with Ivena nodding, glad to have the chance at finally meeting Naruto, rather than just hearing about him. When the two got closer to the whiskered blonde, Naruto took notice of them and smiled and waved at Interest. Hey Interest, good to see you again, Naruto said, Interest returning the gesture. Likewise. I saw you walking around and wanted to see how you are, said Interest, with Naruto shrugging. I'm doing fine, just looking around and searching for anything I can scan. Who's this? Naruto, while taking notice of Ivena, with his eyes widening in surprise at her appearance, as Interest put a hand on her former student's shoulder. This is Ivena, a former student of mine. Ivena, this is Naruto Uzumaki, Interest said, with Ivena smiling as she held out her hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet the human that Master has spoken so highly of, Ivena said, which Naruto returning the smile and shook her hand. It's nice to meet Interest's student, as well. I'm sure you're a powerful fighter if she trained you, said Naruto. I'm strong in my own right, but Master is still stronger, though not for long, Ivena stated, with Naruto smiling at this, being reminded a little of himself, with Ivena's personality, only less hyperactive and loud. Though Naruto was also surprised by Ivena's appearance, and how similar she looked to Ivena. By the way, this may sound strange, but you actually look like another creature I know about. Ivena, do you know her? Naruto asked, wondering if Ivana and Nevena were related somehow, given how similar they looked and even their names sounding similar. The moment Naruto said Nevena's name, Ivana's smile immediately vanished and her expression darkened. Don't you ever say her name again, Ivana hissed slowly, before looking at Interest. I'll be waiting for you by the gates, master, said Ivana, before storming off to the gates, as her mood was completely ruined at just hearing Nevena's name. Naruto winced at this, before looking at Interest, who sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose at that. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Naruto asked, worried that he might have just made his friend's student hate him. No, it's nothing you said. It's just that Nevena. She's a sore subject for Ivana and she doesn't like hearing any mentioning of her. She'll just need some time to cool off. Interest replied before looking off in the direction Ivana stormed off in, with a solemn and empathic expression. But you might not have made the best first impressions, muttered Interest, thinking of just how similar Ivana and Nevena were to her and Takenam, both in their connections and terrible first meetings. Or in hers and Takenam's case, their reunion. Flashback, you're nothing but a traitor, shouted a younger teenage Takenam, as she shot several flame orbs at a young teenage Interest, who jumped and dodged the fireballs. Hard to be a traitor when I would never be loyal to the underworld. Riptide! Interest shouted, shooting blasts of water at Takenam, knocking her out of the air and onto the ground. With Takenam getting up as the two glared at each other, with anger and betrayal clear in their eyes. With their clothes being torn and their bodies covered in injuries, from how long and intensely they'd been fighting. No, you'd just be a loyal pet for those overworld murderers. Lavalanche? Takenam said, releasing a blast of lava at Interest, with the feline overworlder jumping out of the way. Is that what you believe? The overworlders care for each other and protect each other, they earned my loyalty. But you're just another of Chire's feral attack dogs, who don't care about who they end up hurting or killing, just to win their war against the overworld. Iron balls! Shouted Interest, unleashing a barrage of iron balls at Takenam, who flew up into the air and out of the way of the attacks with the anger and betrayal in her eyes slowly shifting to hatred. If that's true, then our mother and father would still be with us. But instead they were so focused on fighting the underworlders, that they didn't care who was caught in the crossfire. Takenam shouted as she dived towards Interest, while unleashing a torrent of flames at her sister, forcing Interest to jump back, though she wasn't able to fully dodge the attack, leaving her clothes and fur singed in some areas. This coming from the bitch, who joined the tribe that's known to sacrifice their comrades to secure victory. Interest rhetorically questioned, with a sneer, as Takenam's scowl deepened at the insult at her tribe and what she was insinuating. Do you think that we like making such choices, in order to bring victory to our tribe and protect it? Fine, if I'm an attack dog then I'll start by tearing off your head and hanging your pelt on my wall. Takenam exclaimed as she held her claws out, with them being ignited with flames. Fine, if that's what you want, so be it, said Interest before jumping towards Takenam, as the two creatures clashed, with her Interest coating her claws with water to meet Takenam's flame-covered ones. End flashback. Why am I thinking about this now, after all this time? Interest thought, wondering why she's now thinking of Takenam as her sister, when the thought never once crossed her mind in so many solons, but now she can't stop thinking about it. Though she supposed it had to do with their trapped in the Marillions' territory, where they weren't enemies trying to kill each other, only trying to survive and escape, along with it being the first time where they've somewhat gotten along with each other, after so many solons. Even risking their own lives to save the other, something neither expected to ever do again. Yeah. Though I do feel bad about upsetting Ivana, by mentioning Nevena. Is there anything I can do to make it up to her? Said Naruto, as even if he didn't know what happened between the two, he still felt bad about Ivana being upset, and wanted to find a way to apologize. Ivana and I are going on a scouting mission soon, you're more than welcome to join us. Since I'm sure you'd more than be able to handle yourself. Though you don't have to reveal your abilities, as I'm sure Ivana and I can handle any threats that we may encounter. Interest said, knowing that Naruto's more than capable of holding his own, while also assuring him that he didn't have to reveal his abilities, if he didn't want to. Plus, it'd be a good chance for Ivana to get to know Naruto and warm up to him, rather than holding a grudge for a simple mistake. Thanks Interest, and yeah, I think I will join you both. And don't worry if I need to, I will use my abilities to help you both out. Since you'll be there with us, I won't have to worry as much about explaining my abilities to Ivana, with you there to help, replied Naruto, while smiling at Interess, which she returned and nodded. With that, the two headed for the gates to meet up with Ivana. After leaving Kira's city, Naruto, Interess, and an annoyed Ivana began walking through the Forest of Life to begin their scouting mission and be on the lookout for any Mypedians. Why is he even coming with us? This is our scouting mission and a human would only get in the way, Ivana said, giving Naruto an annoyed look, still upset over him saying Navena's name. Relax, Ivana, Naruto is more than capable of handling his own and it'll be good to have an extra pair of eyes, in case we miss something, said Interess in her friend's defense. I'll make sure to not get in the way of either of you and help see if there are any Mypedians or anyone else that shouldn't be here, that are trying to sneak through, Naruto said, with Ivana grumbling to herself, still not liking that he's joining them. So Naruto, how have you been, since our encounter with the Marillions? Interess asked, given how the topic was never got brought up during their past encounters with each other since then. Plus, it might be a good way to change the subject and ease some of the tension between Naruto and Ivana. Mostly getting new scans and taking part in matches again. Though remember what I said about my luck? Not long after we last saw each other, a friend of mine got in trouble with the Danians and I had to go help her, resulting in me having to fight Odu Bathax, so we would be freed, revealed Naruto, as Interess and Ivana looked at him in shock. Wait. That was you? You're the human that beat Odu Bathax? Ivana asked in shock, since they had heard rumors of a human fighting the Battle Master and actually beating him, but didn't believe it, given how absurd it was for a human to stand against a creature as powerful as Odu Bathax. Only they were now hearing it was true, and that Naruto was the one to beat him. With Interess having actually had a feeling it was Naruto, but it was still shocking to learn it was true. Yeah, but I got really lucky, along with it only being hand-to-hand combat, along with the Song of Mandiblar being used to make me stronger. If Odu Bathax had been going all out, he would have crushed me, Naruto replied, knowing that even with him starting to get back into shape again, and all the new jutsu he learned, he would have still lost against Odu Bathax, given how he had more experience and power. Still, it's impressive you were able to hold your own against a battle master, stated Interess, feeling her respect for Naruto go up even more, with Ivana begrudgingly admitting it was impressive as well. Thanks. After that, I was able to take out a crooked chaotic player. I even used you during the match and was able to take out his Magmon twice, since he used the Song of Revival to bring Magmon back, said Naruto, with Interess smirking at this. Of course, I'd be able to take out that talking pile of molten rock. All that it'd take is a little water, Interess said, pleased at hearing Naruto used her in a match and won. Yeah, you're definitely one of my strongest creatures, and one of my favorites to use, replied Naruto, since he's been using Interess in a lot of his matches recently, and even won a good number of them with her, as well. Oh, I'm one of your favorites, am I? Interess asked with her smirk widening, while Naruto nodded. Yeah, you are, Naruto answered. Stop flirting with Master, human, said Ivana, glaring lightly at Naruto, not liking that he was flirting with Interess, making Naruto blink in confusion. Flirting? What are you talking about? I'm just being honest. Interess is one of my favorite creatures to use in my teams, though my best one has to be Ursus, Naruto said, knowing that his creature friend from Prexarchasm was becoming his most used creature in matches. The whiskered blonde missing the dry, annoyed look on Interess's face. The feline creature having heard from Maxer, Frafdo, and Dractyl about Naruto's denseness. But she didn't think he was this dense, to completely miss that she was trying to flirt with him. Even Ivana looked at Naruto in disbelief, before simply looking forward again. What? Naruto asked, looking between the two in confusion, with Interess mentally sighing and shaking her head. Nothing at all, said Interess as the trio continued onward. Afterwards, it wasn't long until the two creatures and one human reached the edge of the Forest of Life, with Naruto being surprised at the sudden transition from a forest to the Mypedian desert. Whoa, what is this place? Naruto asked, pulling out his scanner to get a scan of the location. This is the Broken Edge. It serves as a border between the overworld and the Mypedian desert, with both the overworlders and Mypedians having fought over it for many solents, answered Interess, as Naruto scanned the location, knowing it'd be good in matches, with the sudden shift from the Forest of Life to the Mypedian desert. We'll mostly be sticking to the Forest of Life, though. But we will also be keeping an eye on Broken Edge, in case any Mypedians try sneaking into the forest, added Ivana. There are also a few other teams stationed along the border, to keep a lookout as well. Along with being close enough, that should any of us encounter any Mypedians, the others will be able to hear and go assist us," Interest said, with Naruto nodding in understanding, before they began setting up their lookout post. Later, after arriving at their lookout spot and getting themselves ready to search for any Mypedians, the three had begun observing their posts. With Naruto sitting on a tree branch with a spectral viewer, looking for any Mypedians that may be using their invisibility, while Interest and Ivana were on the ground, looking through the forest of life with their own spectral viewers, in case any Mypedians managed to slip by them. And so far, none of them have spotted any Mypedians or any other creatures that shouldn't be there, until Naruto spotted something flying in the air. "I swear, if that's the turkey, I'm gonna," Naruto thought, looking to see if it was Draal, only be surprised when he didn't see the overworld scout, but it was a creature he's seen before. "Krek?" thought Naruto, upon seeing the underworld scout, wondering what he's doing here. Watching where Krek was flying, Naruto soon saw him land and was surprised to see him begin speaking with some Mypedians, though he couldn't quite make out what they were saying, along with spotting 3 other underworlders, as well. Those are Vyll, Galmadar, and Atrapal. What are they all doing here? Naruto wondered, confused at seeing 4 underworlders working with Mypedians, before seeing Krek and Vyll leave the group and head further into Mypedian territory. Seeing this, Naruto jumped down from the tree to tell Interest and Ivana. "Did you see anything, Naruto?" Interest asked, Naruto nodding. "Yeah, I just saw some Mypedians, along with 4 underworlders. There was Krek, Vyll, Galmadar, and Atrapal, with Krek and Vyll leaving and heading further into the desert," Naruto replied, making Interest and Ivana frown at learning that the Mypedians and underworlders were working together. "Those underworlders, all of them are loyal to Lord Van Blut, meaning he's likely made a deal with Mudinu, probably in order to take the map of the Kothaka for himself," said Interest. "Or Mudina has something that Van Blut wants for himself," Ivana added, with Naruto and Interest nodding in agreement. All of them knowing that the treacherous underworlder's second-in-command wouldn't offer his services like that, unless he was getting something out of it. With Naruto making a hand sign, before being engulfed in a cloud of smoke, much to Ivana's shock and Interest's confusion. With the smoke clearing, revealing Naruto's straight black hair, neon green eyes, deathly pale skin, and no whisker marks on his cheeks. "Naruto, why did you just change your appearance like that?" Interest asked, confused at his sudden action, while Ivana looked between the two with wide eyes, wondering why her former master wasn't just as shocked as she was. "Remember how Takanam and I mentioned how we and Tom, the other chaotic player I told you about, had to escape from Van Blut's dungeons after we were caught? Well, Takanam faked our deaths in order to help secure herself as a mole in Lord Van Blut's ranks. And if any of Van Blut's men saw me, he'll know that Tom and I are still alive, which will blow Takanam's cover," Naruto explained, with Interest nodding in understanding, now seeing his reason for the disguise, while Ivana began stuttering in complete confusion. "What the hell, why, when, how are you not freaking out, master?" said Ivana, before pausing when Interest raised a hand. "Let it go, Ivana, I'll explain later once the mission is over. But just know that Naruto is the only human with these abilities," Interest replied, with Ivana nodding slowly, while giving Naruto a few confused glances. Mudina's fortress. Meanwhile, within Mudina's fortress, Krek was reporting to the Mypedian prince, while Vyll took the chance to slip away, making his way to the library. With the underworlder making his way to the forbidden section and began searching for what Lord Van Blut had ordered them to find. Decomposition. Vyll thought, smirking at finding the scroll he was looking for, containing the secrets of the music, decomposition. Hiding the scroll on his person, Vyll made his way back to Krek and Mudinu, before the Mypedians began noticing his absence and grew suspicious. With Naruto, Interest, and Ivana. Back with Naruto, Interest, and Ivana, they had just sent a report to Maxa, along with the other scouting teams, about what they've learned. With the revelation of Van Blut's men working with Mudinu. Unfortunately, before they could resume observing the underworlders and Mypedians, the 3 tensed when they heard a music go off. One that they recognized as Discord of Disarming. Then, to their shock and horror, their spectral viewers were suddenly destroyed, with Galmadar and Atrapal suddenly jumped out from where they were hiding. "Rock wave!" Atrapal shouted, slamming his fists into the ground, sending a wave of rocks towards Interest and Ivana. "Magma hack!" said Galmadar, shooting blasts of magma at the 2 female creatures. With Interest and Ivana being unable to dodge due to the surprise attacks after their spectral viewers were destroyed, the 2 crying out as they were thrown back by the rock wave before the magma hack slammed into them. While Naruto was able to jump into a tree, wanting to help, but knew that Intress and Ivana could handle these two on their own. It seems we have a couple of spies to deal with, brother. Shall we show them what happens when they interfere in underworld business? Galmadar said, with Atropal nodding in agreement. Yes, let's, replied Atropal. Pillar quake! The brothers shouted, smashing their fists into the ground, causing the ground to begin shaking and split open, with Intress and Ivana managing to shake of their surprise and jump to avoid the combined attacks. Flash kick! Ivana said, kicking her legs and releasing several energy blasts at Atropal and Galmadar, with the Underworlders managing to dodge the attacks. Frost blight! Yelled Intress, releasing a massive blast of snow, freezing winds and razor-sharp ice shards, with the brothers being unable to dodge the attack this time and cried out as they were hit, with ice forming on their bodies, which they quickly broke off. Skeletal strike! Atropal shouted, as a skeleton emerged from his body and rushed towards Ivana. Shadow strike! Said Galmadar as the shadows rose up and were launched at Intress. Skeletal strike! Ivana said, retaliating with her own skeleton, that collided with Atropal's, before she attacked him directly with a power pulse, knocking the Underworlder back. Paralyze! Shouted Intress, shooting beams of yellow energy from her eyes, and through the shadows before impacting Galmadar, paralyzing him. Shriek shock! Intress said, releasing a high-pitched shriek, throwing Galmadar back, where he crashed into his brother. The two Underworlders quickly standing up, before moving to retaliate. Thunder shout! Atropal said, giving a loud shout towards the two. Desiccate the land! Said Galmadar, as the ground split open, with glowing lava rising up and began shaking, knocking Intress and Ivana off balance as they were hit with the thunder shout, but managed to recover. Flood force! Shouted Intress, creating a ball of water that encased Atropal and Galmadar, trapping them. Delirium! Ivana said, hitting them both with the energy beam, knocking them back as Intress released them from the water orb. Seeing they were down, Intress and Ivana moved to finish them. Unfortunately, before they could continue their attacks, they tensed as they heard more music. Before suddenly they were surrounded by dozens of Atropals and Galmadars. The two looking at all the enemies with wide eyes, before going to attack them. Torrent of water! Said Intress, shooting blasts of water at them. Torrent of flames! Ivana shouted, unleashing blasts of fire at them, as well. The two moved their attacks, hitting all of the Atropals and Galmadars, only to be confused when their attacks didn't seem to do anything. Only for their eyes to widen in realization that none of them were real, with the revelation coming too late. Airassault! Pebble storm! Funnel blast! Intress and Ivana were lifted into the air by the funnel blast, before being hit with the combined airassault and pebble storm attacks. The overworlders grunting as they were launched into some trees, before seeing the ones who attacked them were the Mypedians, Jor, Melk, and Sand. You overworlders made a mistake coming here. Sand hissed. A mistake you won't have time to regret. Toxic gust! Yelled Jor, before she unleashed a cloud of green poison at Ivana and Intress. Wind style, great breakthrough! Naruto shouted, unleashing a large gust of wind, blowing the cloud away, while jumping down beside Intress and Ivana. The whiskered blonde now wearing a cloak and mask to hide the fact he's a chaotic player and human, not wanting all of them to find out about his abilities. While having decided to jump in and help, after seeing the Mypedians appear, knowing Intress and Ivana wouldn't be able to fight all of them. It looks like the only ones that made a mistake are all of you. Rock wave! Intress said before she entered her nature force form and slammed her fists on the ground, unleashing a wave of rocks at the Mypedians and Underworlders. Ice discs! Galmadar shouted, throwing multiple ice discs to slice through the rocks. Flame orb! Said Ivana, retaliating by throwing multiple fireballs at the ice discs. Wind style, drilling air bullets! Naruto said, blowing out several air bullets that increased the intensity of Ivana's fireballs, as they impacted the Underworlders and Mypedians. Spirit gust! Shouted Atropal, Melk, and Sand as they all unleashed gusts of spirits at the trio. Hampering winds! Jor said, unleashing blasts of winds as well. Sludge gush! Intress said, releasing blobs of sludge at the spirits, dispelling them, while grunting as the winds impacted her. Lavalanche! Shouted Ivana, shooting blasts of lava at the group. Water style, water trumpet jutsu! Naruto said, releasing a blast of water at the lava, cooling it, while causing to crash down onto the Underworlders and Mypedians, knocking them back. You're pretty good, said Ivana, admitting that Naruto was a good fighter. You're not too bad yourself, Naruto replied before suddenly grunting when he was kicked away, as Melk revealed that he had turned invisible, while hissing angrily. I don't know who you are, but you made a mistake interfering. Hurricane! Shouted Melk, launching a powerful blast of wind at Naruto, knocking him further back. Ash torrent! Melk said, shooting a torrent of ash at Naruto as well, the Jinchuriki managing to recover from the previous attack and dodge the ash torrent. The whiskered blonde then making 3 clones that all rushed towards Melk, who was surprised at the sudden duplicates, before kicking him into the air. The Mypedian grunting, before crying out in complete pain when Naruto jumped above him and slammed a Rasengan into his chest. Rasengan! Naruto shouted, sending Melk crashing right back to the ground, with the Mypedian managing to stand up shakily. Matagor! Said Melk, before striking Naruto repeatedly, while also regaining his air element after using Hurricane. Lavalanche! Melk shouted, shooting blasts of lava at Naruto, with the player being able to get out of the way in time to avoid the attack. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder! Said Naruto, shooting a stream of electricity at Melk, shocking the Mypedian. Back with Interest and Ivena, the 2 overworlders were beginning to have some trouble with the greater numbers against them. Delirium! San said, shooting the energy beam at them. Paralyze! Said Jor, blasting them with I-beams. Unsanity! Shouted Galmadar, shooting a beam at them as well. Granite balls! Atropal yelled, unleashing a barrage of granite balls at them. Interest and Ivena grunted as they jumped out of the way to avoid the attacks but were unable to avoid the granite balls or the unsanity. Embers swarm! Shouted Ivena, shooting a large blast of embers at the underworlders and Mypedians. Purifying mud! Interest said, placing her hands on the ground, causing it to turn into mud, before shooting up towards the enemies. Their attacks managing to do some damage to them, but saw they were still in great condition, while Interest and Ivena could feel themselves starting to get tired. A quick glance showing Naruto was starting to have some trouble with Melk, as well. Thankfully, help soon arrived in the form of Atacat, Simeon, and Iremia. Acceleration! Atacat shouted, as he was surrounded by a green aura before vanishing in a burst of speed, knocking down the Mypedians and Underworlders, along with throwing Melk back to the group. Vine snare! Said Simeon with vines shooting out of the ground and restraining their enemies. Rain spears! Iremia said, creating several spears of water, which she launched at the Underworlders and Mypedians, throwing them back. Glad we got here, when we did. Said Atacat looking at Interest and Ivena. We heard the fighting and ran here as quickly as we could. Iremia said, glad she stocked up on all 4 elements, before going out on this mission. Who's the new guy? Simeon asked, while looking at Naruto. He's a friend, answered Ivena. We'll explain later. Right now, we still have some unwanted guests to deal with. Riptide! Interest said, releasing jets of water at Galmadar's magma hack attack. Tarantula tackle! Atropal shouted, as he charged towards them. Time slow, said Atacat, with Atropal suddenly finding himself moving much slower. Pebble storm! Simeon said, releasing a barrage of pebbles at Atropal, knocking him back. Spirit gust! Melk and San shouted, releasing gusts of spirits at the overworlders. Torrent of flames! Said Ivena and Iremia, shooting blasts of fire at the spirits. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu! Naruto said, releasing a giant fireball, adding it to Ivena and Iremia's flames. Shriek shock! Shouted Interest, releasing a high-pitched scream to accompany the flames, resulting in the Underworlders and Mypedians being launched back by the force of the attacks. Pleased that they now had the advantage, the Overworlders moved to take their enemies down, before suddenly Krek and Vyll joined the fray as well. Power pulse! Krek shouted, releasing multiple green energy fists, forcing the Overworlders back, while Vyll pulled out a music. Melody of Malady! Said Vyll, activating the music, restoring some of their allies' energy, while damaging the Overworlders. And if you like that, you'll love this. Cannon of Casualty! Vyll said, using a second music, with the blast coming down to hit the Overworlders. Earth style, mud wall! Said Naruto, placing his hands on the ground, creating a large earth wall, protecting them from the cannon of casualty. Ectospasm! Atacat shouted, jumping over the wall, launching a blast of plasma at Atropal and Galmadar. Viper lash! Said Simeon as vipers shot out of his arms, towards the Mypedians. Lighting burst! Iremia said, shooting a blast of lightning at the Mypedians as well. Fire ram! Shouted Krek, breathing out a stream of fire that took the shape of a ram's head. Ghost gouge! Vyll said, creating several ghosts that combined with the fire ram. Water style, water encampment wall, said Naruto, spewing out a large amount of water that took the form of a large wall around him and the others, with the fire emblem crashing into it, creating a wall of steam. Krek and Viwilo narrowed their eyes to try and see through the steam, before Ivana suddenly jumped through it right towards them. Inferno gust! Shouted Ivana, unleashing a flaming gust of wind at the two underworlders, the attack hitting them dead on and knocking them out of the sky. Landing on the ground, Ivana looked at Naruto and nodded in respect at his skill, which Naruto returned at seeing Ivana was a powerful fighter. Before his eyes widened, when he saw Milk appear behind her before launching a hurricane attack at her. Acting quickly, Naruto used a substitution to switch places with Ivana, resulting in him taking the attack straight on, much to Ivana and Intresa's horror. He took an attack meant for me. Ivana thought, seeing that if not for Naruto, she would have been taken down by Milk's hurricane, making the overworlder feel guilt over how she's been treating Naruto, after he brought up Navena. And here he is taking an attack meant for her straight in the chest. Rock wave! Intress shouted, slamming her fists on the ground, the attack further empowered by her anger, unleashing a wave of rocks towards Milk, with the Mypedian being unable to dodge the fast-moving rocks before he was thrown back to his allies. The Mypedians and Underworlders looked around, seeing things were starting to become difficult for them, but still refused to retreat, believing they still had a chance to win. That is until further reinforcements arrived in the form of Tenguth Toborn, Arius, and Tartarek. Mega roar! Tartarek roared, unleashing a blast of sound at them. Rock wave! Said Arius, slamming his fists into the ground, unleashing his own wave of rocks towards them. Magma might! Tenguth Toborn shouted, shooting blasts of magma at the Underworlders and Mypedians. The two groups' eyes widened, before hastily jumping back and seeing they were now officially outnumbered and outmatched. Enjoy your victory today, Overworlders, it won't happen again. Song of Translocation, said Sand, activating the music, with it teleporting him and his allies away, knowing they had no hope of winning this fight with their current numbers. Later, Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes before taking in his surroundings, finding himself in what looked to be a tent, made up to look like an infirmary. Looking down at himself, Naruto saw his arms, chest and abdomen was wrapped in bandages, with the whiskered blonde remembering what happened and hastily sat up, wanting to make sure Ivana was alright. Only to find a hand on his shoulder, and saw both Ivana and Intress kneeling beside him. Easy, you shouldn't move so much, after the hit you took, Ivana said, easing Naruto back down. We were worried about you back there. But it seems like there was no need since you possess a healing factor that had already begun healing most of the damage, said Intress, having been surprised at how quickly Naruto could heal. Yeah, I usually heal pretty fast, from just about any attack. I'm just glad you're alright, Ivana, Naruto replied, smiling at the Overworlder, making her flinch guiltily. Yeah, I am, and thank you for what you did, Naruto. I also want to apologize for my previous behavior towards you, as well, said Ivana, only for Naruto to wave it off. It's fine, really. I actually wanted to apologize, since I didn't know that Navena was a sore spot for you, Naruto said, surprising Ivana that he was apologizing, before waving it off as well. It's fine, you couldn't have known. But the reason why Navena is a sore spot for me, it's because she's my sister, my twin sister, Ivana revealed, much to Naruto's surprise. Your twin sister? Naruto asked, having figured they were related, but now he's hearing they're actually twins. Yes. We had been separated at birth, either of us knowing how or why. Only that I had been found by Intress, while Navena was found by Takanam. I didn't even know about her, until I overheard Intress and my other teach, Drabe, talking about a girl that looked just like me, fighting Takanam in Fear Valley. I was curious about this and believing she was my sister, I went to find Navena and meet her, where I found her training with Takanam. At the time, I thought she was attacking Navena and I went to save her, telling her we were sisters. Not knowing she was an underworlder and only found out after she and Takanam attacked Drabe, who had followed me there. Since then, we've been mortal enemies, refusing to even consider each other sisters and always trying to defeat the other, Ivana explained, while Naruto looked at her in shock and empathy, now understanding why she got angry when he mentioned Navena. Wow, that's definitely a shock, to find out you have a twin sister, only to then find out she's also your enemy. I can actually understand that feeling. But I don't think that you should just see her as your enemy or give up on wanting to be sisters, just because you're a part of different tribes, said Naruto, making Ivana and Intress look at him in confusion. What do you mean? Ivana asked. Back where I'm from, I had a friend and a teammate, one I saw as a brother, Sasuke Uchiha. I won't tell you everything since it's a pretty long story. But the short version is that nearly 2 years ago, at least I think it was 2 years, Sasuke had abandoned our home village to join up with the traitor. Because he felt that he wasn't getting the power he needed to avenge his clan and kill a certain someone, while in Konoha. I tried bringing him back, even after he made it clear he wouldn't, along with nearly killing me. But even after all that, I still didn't give up on trying to bring him back to the village. He's actually the reason I ended up in Perim, in the first place, having sent me here after my last attempt to bring him back," said Naruto, with the two creatures looking at him in surprise at hearing this. "Though after some time and getting used to being in Perim and chaotic, I think that maybe he was actually trying to help me, by sending me here. While I do miss my friends back home, and I'm sad that I might not see them ever again, I can't deny that once I started getting used to things here and began opening up more, I felt more happy and free than I ever did back home. Since I no longer have the same weight and burden on my shoulders as I did in Konoha," said Naruto, admitting that he's become much happier and chaotic in Perim than he ever was in Konoha. He no longer had any responsibilities of having to save everyone. He didn't have the burden of being a Jinchuriki anymore, nor the worry of being hunted by the Akatsuki. And finally, no longer obsessing over becoming Hokage to earn the villagers' approval, or feeling the need to fulfill a promise that he now realized was impossible to fulfill. Knowing that no matter what he did, Sasuke never would have returned to the village until Itachi was dead, probably not even after that. And Naruto knew he never would have given up, until he either succeeded, or he was killed. So, in some way, he's actually thankful for what Sasuke did, in sending him here. Though if Naruto ever saw him again, he'd still kick his ass for probably not even knowing where he'd end up. So, just because you're an overworlder and Nivena is an underworlder, that doesn't mean you have to be enemies, Ivena. Not to mention, Nivena could have been just as devastated to find out she has a sister, only to immediately learn she's an overworlder. Just like how you were devastated to learn that Nivena was your sister, only to find out that she's an underworlder. Being from different tribes doesn't mean you still can't be sisters," Naruto said, looking at Ivena, who seemed to think over his words and began pondering on them. Had Nivena been just as devastated as she was, to have suddenly gained a twin sister, only to then lose her, just because they're from different tribes? And could they actually try and form a real relationship, despite how many times they've fought? Ivena wasn't sure if it was possible, but after everything Naruto just said, she was willing to at least try. "And Ivena, despite our initial meeting, I'd like to be your friend too," said Naruto, smiling at her, with the overworlder looking at him in surprise. "Friends?" Ivena said, before slowly smiling and nodding, liking the idea of being friends with Naruto. Meanwhile, Interest stood silently and pondered Naruto's words, along with her relationship with her own sister. Thinking back to their first encounter, after she joined the Overworlders and Takenam joined the Underworlders. "Do you blame the Overworld, just as much as I blame the Underworlder?" Interest thought, wondering if Takenam blamed the Overworld as much she blamed the Underworld, for the death of their parents and destruction of their home. Naruto got up out of bed, before putting on a new shirt that was left for him, before and the Overworld team set out for Kira's city. "Naruto, it's likely going to be tougher for you to keep your abilities a secret. Since the others saw you were a human, after bringing you to the medical tent, when the Mypedians and Underworlders left," Interest said, with Naruto sighing in resignation. "I couldn't keep them a secret forever," Naruto stated, knowing his abilities coming out would eventually happen and figured at least this way, he's shown he's not a threat by helping the Overworlders, along with Maxer and Chai trusting him, or at least trusting Interest and Takenam that he's not a threat. Now he just has to prepare for when the rest of Perim finds out. Gaho's Tower. Meanwhile, within Gaho's Tower, Vylo was giving Van Blut the scroll on decomposition. "Well done, Vylo. While we weren't able to get the Kothika map, this more than makes up for it," Van Blut said, chuckling wickedly, as now he'll soon have the location to the one Mujik that will allow him to not only destroy Maxer, but gain the power to conquer both the underworld and all of Perim. Later, Kira's city. Back in Kira's city, Naruto and Ivena were finishing up a sparring match, with the two having really hit it off after getting to know each other better. Along with Ivena wishing to spar against Naruto, after learning more about his abilities from him and Interest. "You both did very well. It's rare that I see Ivena being pushed that much," Interest said, while seeing that Naruto has also seemed to have gotten stronger since their encounter with the Marillions. "Master's right, I haven't had a good challenge in a while. It's nice to know that there's now someone else I can spar against and make me push to my limits. Ivana said, always eager for a challenge to test herself and grow stronger. Hey, whenever you're up for a spar, I'm always happy to oblige, replied Naruto, knowing it'd be good to have someone to spar against, to improve himself. Well, before either of you start fighting again, how about we go out to celebrate a successful mission and driving back the Mypedians and Underworlders? Interest suggested, with Naruto and Ivana nodding in agreement. With the three going to a medieval-looking bar, before going inside. Later, after some time, a tipsy Interest and a slightly drunk Ivana exited the bar, with a very drunk Naruto following them. I guess a healing factor doesn't equal being able to hold your liquor, does it, Naruto? Interest said, smirking, having built up her own tolerance to alcohol over time. You look like someone I know. Are you Interest's sisters? Asked Naruto, looking at Interest, only to see three of them instead of one. I am Interest, said Interest with a deadpan expression. No. Interest is standing there. Tell her, Ivana, said Naruto, pointing to Interest's left, while looking at Ivana. Should I take him home with me, master? Ivana asked, not sure if Naruto should return to chaotic, as he was right now. That might be for the best, just make sure he doesn't do anything unpredictable, said Interest, not wanting Naruto to get into trouble in his current state. Ivana nodded, before grabbing Naruto and guiding him to her home, while Interest returned to her own home as well. Once she got home, though, Interest took notice of a certain picture on her nightstand, one of herself and her father, whom she took after in appearance. Taking the picture out of the frame, Interest unfolded it, revealing Takanam and their mother as well, who Takanam took her after in appearance. With Interest and Takanam standing the center, looking and acting like real sisters, rather than the enemies they now were. This is the last one we had, Interest thought, knowing every other picture was destroyed when their village was attacked, having been caught in the crossfire of a skirmish between the overworld and underworld. Flashback. Takanam! A young Interest screamed, looking around with wide, fearful eyes at her burning village, while trying to find her sister. The two of them having gotten separated in the chaos, and now she couldn't see where she was. Suddenly Interest heard a cracking sound, before looking up with terrified eyes at seeing a wall that was about to come crashing down, right onto her. Vine snare! Interest yelped in shock, when vines suddenly wrapped around her and pulled her away from the wall, towards a bipedal tortoise wielding a staff. Are you alright, child? The tortoise asked. I am fine. Who are you? Said Interest. My name is Tartarek. Now quickly, we must leave here at once before more underworlders show up, said Tartarek, before motioning Interest to follow him. But my sister, Interest said, not wanting to leave Takanam behind. If she is still here, we will find her, you have my word. But right now, we must get you to safety first, Tartarek said, with Interest reluctantly nodding before following the overworlder. With them soon arriving at a camp, with Tartarek leading her to a tent, where she saw a tall green-skinned creature with blue markings. And a younger one, who Interest guessed was his son, given the similarities, only with purple markings instead. Tartarek, who is this? Questioned the adult creature, while looking at Interest with a frown. My king, my prince, I found this child and saved her from being crushed by a burning building. I brought her here, before she could be found by any underworlders, replied Tartarek, with the king looking at Interest before sighing. I see, you did the right thing, Tartarek, said the king, before kneeling down in front of Interest. What is your name, child? He asked. I Interest, your majesty, said Interest nervously. Interest, I am truly sorry for the destruction we caused to your home. I had hoped to avoid such destruction, but the underworlders, they care not for the innocent. I can only hope there are more survivors we can save. In the meantime, my son Maxer will see you getting settled, said the king, as Maxer stepped forward and offered Interest a comforting smile. Meanwhile, in a separate part of the village, Takanam had been found by an underworlder named Lista, and was brought before the underworld king and his son, Chire. The winged girl being allowed to stay and be shown around by Chire, as well. And as both sisters were shown around their respective camps, they felt a hatred for the overworld and the underworld grow in them, respectively. Hatred for the tribe responsible, in their eyes, for the destruction of their home, the death of their parents, and, to their knowledge, their sister. I will get justice for them, Interest swore. I will have revenge, for what they took from me, thought Takanam. Time skip. Interest stalked through the forest of life, having been sent here to confirm the reports about an underworld spy, having been spotted in the area. And from the reports, they were a powerful one, with it being decided she would go and confront them. Sniffing the air, interest tensed when she caught a scent, before readying herself to pounce and take the underworlder down. Waiting a few moments, interest leapt out of her hiding spot with her claws out, only to be met with the underworlder doing the same, resulting in the two crashing into each other. Before they began fighting for dominance, trying to get on top of the other. Only for them to suddenly freeze and look at each other in shock. Interest/Takenam? The two sisters said in shock, disbelief, and happiness at seeing each other again after so many solens, having believed the other had died. Quickly getting up, the sisters embraced each other, overjoyed at finding out the other was alive. Takenam! It's so good to see you again, alive! What are you doing here? Interest asked, wondering what her sister was doing here. As much as I'd love to catch up Interest, we need to go. I'm on a mission right now, hunting a scout. Takenam said, looking around for the overworld scout. Really? I'm actually here, hunting a spy, said Interest, surprised at the coincidence that she not only found her sister, but they're both here, on a mission. Then I guess it's our lucky day. We find each other again, and we'll even get the chance to work together. Takenam said, smirking, while being glad that she not only found her sister again, but will also get the chance to fight with her as well. Yeah. Though we should be careful, the underworld spy is supposed to be really strong, warned Interest, not noticing how Takenam tensed. What? Questioned Takenam, hoping she had heard wrong. The underworld spy, my target. After we deal with them, we can go hunt down the scout you're searching for. Interest said, not seeing Takenam begin to shake. Interest. What tribe are you a part of? Takenam said, as flames began flickering in her hands. The overworld, obviously. I'm actually a scout, said Interest, slowly at the end, as realization began to dawn on her. Looking at her sister, Interest saw Takenam's claws engulfed in flames, while looking at her in rage and betrayal. Then I guess we both found who we were looking for, overworld traitor, Takenam shouted, before rushing Interest with burning claws. End flashback. That had been the first of many battles between them, going from sisters to bitter enemies and rivals. Looking at the picture, Interest decided against folding it, and instead placed it back in the frame as it was. While knowing that she and Takenam were still enemies, the encounter with the Marillions, along with hearing Ivana and Naruto talk about their sister and brother figure, respectively. It made Interest begin to wonder, if she had tried to reach out to Takenam back then, would they have been able to maintain their relationship as sisters, despite now being affiliated with enemy tribes. Stripping out of her clothes, Interest lay down in bed, before soon going to sleep. This time, not being plagued by nightmares for once. And instead, dreaming of times when she and Takenam were still close, and their parents were alive. The next morning, Naruto woke up with a pounding headache, with the whiskered blonde groaning and covering his eyes the moment they opened. Ugh, so this is what a hangover feels like, thought Naruto, this being the first time he's ever gotten drunk, since he never really saw the appeal of drinking back in the elemental nations. Along with the fact that even if he was legally considered an adult after becoming a ninja, he doubted there'd be many places willing to sell alcohol to a 13-year-old. Or Fox, why didn't you do something? Naruto mentally asked, having figured the Kyuubi would be able to purge alcohol from his body before it could affect him, or at the very least do something for the hangover. Rather than get an answer, Naruto only heard a loud rumbling coming from his mind, making him groan in annoyance before wincing and grabbing his head. You're asleep. Of course you're asleep, thought Naruto, figuring he should have expected this from the Biju. Getting out of bed, Naruto looked around in confusion at where he was, not recognizing the room he was in or even where he was at the moment. Though before he could contemplate on his location further, Naruto suddenly got a whiff of himself, with the Jinchuriki cringing at how badly he smelled. Okay, bath first, figuring out where I am later, Naruto thought, not wanting to walk around, smelling like he just rolled around in Mount Pillar's garbage room. Exiting the room he was in, Naruto made his way to the bathroom, while confused as to how he even knew where it was. Not knowing, he subconsciously remembered where it was, after Ivana brought him home last night. Though due to his headache, having just woken up, and his desire to get clean, Naruto didn't hear the sound of running water in the bathroom and simply walked inside. With the sight inside immediately waking Naruto up, along with making him completely forget about his hangover. With the sight being none other than Ivana, herself, standing in the bathtub under the shower, looking at the wide-eyed Naruto with her own eyes being wide open in shock. With Naruto being unable to help himself, as he let his eyes trail up and down Ivana's figure. taking in the sight of her beautiful, exotic red skin and grayish-blue hair, sheen by droplets of water. With her figure being curved and slender, while still having some muscle to show her strength. Along with how her CC cup breasts and perfectly curved, round ass suited her figure and complemented her body overall. Naruto will definitely admit that Ivana is a very beautiful creature. The two remained in stunned silence, neither of them able to say anything, but look at each other with wide eyes. So that is your natural hair color? Naruto stated, not knowing what else to say, while having seen the trim patch of hair above her pussy that matched her long hair. With his words also snapping Ivana out of her shock, with the overworlder starting to freak out. Get out! Out, 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 out! Ivana screamed, while grabbing anything she could get her hands on and throwing it at Naruto, making the blonde yelp, before quickly closing the door to avoid the projectiles. With Naruto paling when a thrown dagger stabbed through the door, right where a vital piece of his anatomy previously was. Note to self, never get on Ivana's bad side. Naruto thought as he backed away from the door, not wanting to risk her switching to using attacks, instead. Later, eventually, Ivana had gotten out of the shower, with Naruto going in to get cleaned up as well. With Naruto now sitting in the tub to relax a little, before getting up and draining the water, before turning on the showerhead. Before looking when he heard Ivana knocking in on the door. Naruto, I found some clean clothes for you to wear, once you're done, said Ivana. Thanks, Ivana. And I'm really sorry about walking on you, like I did before. Naruto said, not having had the chance to apologize once she was done, given they both avoided looking at each other for a few moments. It's fine, really. You were pretty drunk last night and woke up with your first hangover. It's not surprising if you woke up feeling groggy and disoriented, not to mention waking up somewhere you don't recognize. Ivana replied, being able to relate waking up with a hangover before, knowing the first one was always the worst. Thank you again, both for understanding and that music you used, said Naruto, having been relieved when they got over their embarrassment. Ivana had used the healing music to get rid of his hangover, something Naruto was immensely grateful for. It's no problem, I'm glad I was able to help, Ivana replied, while smiling behind the door. Nodding, Naruto began cleaning himself up, glad for the chance to get rid of his odor. Once he was finished, Naruto turned off the water before getting out and dried off, along with wrapping a towel around his waist. The whiskered blonde going over and opening the door slightly, to grab the offered clothes from Ivana. The overworld warrior also catching a glimpse of Naruto's chest and abdomen as he grabbed the clothes. His training really pays off, Ivana muttered, once the door was closed, seeing how good of a shape Naruto's in. Ivana quickly shook her head of those thoughts, before her mind drifted to more mature ones, before going to prepare something for breakfast. Later, after getting dressed, Naruto exited the bathroom, now wearing white boots, dark blue pants, and a silver tunic. Going to where he could hear Ivana, Naruto found her prepare some food, with the Jinchuriki looking at it in intrigue. It's really different from the food in the elemental nations, as well as the food in chaotic. Naruto thought, seeing how different Perim food was to the food in the elemental nations and chaotic, before sitting down with Ivana as they began eating. Those clothes look really good on you, Ivana complimented, while looking Naruto up and down as she saw that the clothes she picked out for him suited Naruto very well, with Naruto smiling at the overworlder. Thanks, I'm actually surprised they fit. Given how most creatures are taller than humans, said Naruto, knowing most creatures in Perim were either taller than humans or much shorter, like Bodil and Ulmer. Yeah, most chaotic players I've seen have rather strange-looking clothes. But it's also rather strange seeing a human wearing an attire that's native to the overworld, much less Perim as a whole. Ivana stated, knowing most overworlders preferred simple or functional attire, should they get into any fights. While the chaotic players she's seen tend to wear rather fancy clothes or accessories that didn't seem to serve any purpose. In most cases, it wouldn't really matter if any chaotic players were wearing an attire that's native to Perim, since they'd just be wearing the same clothes they're wearing at home, once they port back to Earth, said Naruto, with Ivana looking at him in confusion. What do you mean? Don't chaotic players transport themselves to chaotic? Ivana asked, confused at what Naruto meant. Yeah, but they don't physically port to chaotic. It works like this: whenever a chaotic player wins 10 matches on Earth, they'll get a special code that allows them to transport their code to chaotic, essentially splitting themselves in two, with their real physical selves staying on Earth, while their codes are transported to chaotic, where they have real matches, port to Perim, and generally hang out. And once they port back home, their real selves gain all the memories of their chaotic selves. Naruto explained, much to Ivana's shock and intrigued, at hearing just how chaotic players traveled to Chaotic and Perim. That's rather amazing, to be capable of doing something like that. What's it like? Transporting your code to Chaotic and then back to Earth, to gain all those new memories at once? Ivana asked, curious to know what such an experience is like. You're asking the wrong person, replied Naruto with a short chuckle, having only ever heard of it, but never experienced it, given his unique situation. With Ivana remembering that Chaotic was essentially Naruto's home. Oh, right. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Ivana apologized, which Naruto waves off. It's fine, like I said before, I've gotten used to being here. Besides, I'm the only Chaotic player with such a situation, so it's easy to forget about it. Though from what I've heard, the first time is always a shock to learn that Chaotic is more than just a card game, said Naruto, with Ivana nodding, knowing that to the humans, Chaotic is just a game they play. But for them to learn that it's all real, it has to be quite a shock. Though it still feels rather insulting that their lives are just treated as some sort of game for most players. With Ivana being glad that Naruto was one of the few humans that really understood the danger of living in Perim, and that they fight for their survival all the time. Eventually, the two finished eating, before deciding to head out and take a walk around Kira's city. With the two soon meeting up with interest, with the tiger-like overworlder taking notice of Naruto's new attire. Ivana, it's good to see you again. And you as well, Naruto, the new clothes really suit you, Interest said, while looking Naruto up and down. It's good to see you again too, Interest. And thanks, Ivana picked them out for me, replied Naruto, while smiling. Well, she did a good job in choosing, stated Interest, with Ivana's face turning a slightly darker shade of red. It was nothing, I just grabbed some that looked like they'd fit him, is all, Ivana said before the three began walking through Kira's city. So Naruto, feeling better after last night? Interest asked, smirking, with the Jinchuriki groaning at the reminder. In my defense, that was my first time drinking. I swear that next time, I'll be better, said Naruto. Next time you say, said Interest, like the idea of there being a next time. Yeah, next time. And then we'll get to see how bad you are when you're drunk, Naruto replied, while smirking at the tiger-like overworlder. Then good luck, since I can handle a lot of alcohol, stated Interest, with Ivana nodding in agreement. It's true. Her and Drabe took me out to celebrate after my successful mission, and by the time Drabe and I were drunk, she was only just starting to get drunk, Ivana added, knowing it'd take a lot to get Interest drunk. We'll see. I can be very unpredictable, said Naruto, with Interest smirking and walking closer to him. Maybe one day you can show me just how unpredictable you can be, Interest said, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Sure. Though it'd probably have to be somewhere where we won't be found. Since while I'm sure it won't be long until everyone finds out about my abilities, I'd prefer to keep them secret as long as I can, replied Naruto, missing the dry looks Interest and Ivana gave him. Oh right, sparring of course, muttered Interest, with the whiskered blonde looking at her in confusion. Yeah. What else would it be? Naruto asked, with Interest mentally sighing in exasperation. Nothing at all, said Interest, while hiding her annoyance at how dense he was. I'd also like to spar with you again, Naruto. And this time when you're fighting at your strongest, Ivana said, eager for the chance to fight Naruto when he's using his abilities, wanting to see how strong he really is. Definitely, Ivana, and same to you. In fact, maybe I could show you some moves I know, offered Naruto, wondering if it'd be possible for creatures to replicate some elemental ninjutsu with their own elements. I'd like that, replied Ivana, smiling in excitement at being able to learn to see what Naruto had to teach her, with the overworld warrior always eager for the chance to learn new things. Along with also not disliking the idea of spending more time with her new friend. Interest couldn't help but look at Naruto and Ivana happily chatting with each other and feel a little jealous with how they were hitting it off together. With it not helping, that their similar personalities making it easy for them to get along rather quickly. The feline overworlder was just thankful that, at the moment, they were just friends. And unknown to Naruto, he was getting looks from both male creatures and a few female creatures. Given how he, a human, was close to two of the most beautiful creatures in the overworld. After some time, the trio finished their walk throughout Kira's city, with Naruto figuring it was time for him to return to Chaotic. I'm gonna be heading back to Chaotic soon. Though Ivana, would I be able to get a scan of you? Naruto asked, wanting to get a scan of her to go with the Ivana scan he has, making it so he'd have both sisters, along with their mentors. Yes, I'd be happy to let you scan me, Naruto, replied Ivana, with Naruto smiling, before pulling out his scanner and scanning her, glad to get his new scan, even more so when he saw what her ability was. Thanks, Ivana. And remember what I said, just because you're from enemy tribes, doesn't mean you still can't be sisters. See you both next time, Naruto said, waving at his overworld friends before porting back to Chaotic. With both Interest and Ivana thinking over his words. Port Court. Reappearing in the Port Court, Naruto looked around, before spotting his friends sitting at a table. Hey guys, Naruto said, as he walked over to them, with the four looking surprised and confused at Naruto's clothing. Hey Naruto. What's with the clothes? Kez asked, seeing they looked like something creatures in Perim wore. It's a long story. I had ported to Kira City to see if I could find anything worth scanning, when I ran into Interest and her old student, Ivana. Naruto began, as he told them about his encounter with Interest and Ivana, going on the scouting mission with them, encountering the Mypedians working together with Van Blut's minions, the ensuing fight, and how the overworlders that were there now knew about his abilities. After that, Interest, Ivana, and I went out to celebrate the mission. And I kind of got pretty drunk, so Ivana let me stay with her for the night. The next morning we all hung out before I ported back here. But not before I also managed to get a scan of Ivana, as well, said Naruto, while showing his new scan, with the four looking surprised at what happened. Along with feeling that every time Naruto ports to Perim, he somehow gets pulled into some crazy adventure, whether it's by himself or with them. Though Sarah also felt some annoyance that Naruto was now close to another girl, along with everyone face-palming at Naruto's denseness. Though they were willing to give him some credit, since it seems like he and Ivana were just friends, right now. Though that still left the question of how long that'll last until she starts falling for him as well. The four also couldn't help but see the irony in this situation, with Naruto now being friends with Ivana, while having used Navena in his first Drome match against Tom. Figures the Mypedians would work with someone like Van Blut. Tom said, not at all surprised by Mypedians working with a treacherous creature like Van Blut, given what they did to Reggie, not to mention how Kez was attacked by Mudina. You alright, dude? Peyton asked, looking at Tom in worry. I'm fine. I'm just glad everyone got away from the Mypedians relatively unscathed this time, stated Tom, his words making his friends look at him in concern. Though it wasn't uncommon for players to have a tribe or two that they dislike, if not disliking all the tribes outside of the one they use in their deck. Though they figure Tom's dislike of the Mypedians was just a phase, with him just being disillusioned with the tribe, after what happened, at least until he can meet some Mypedians that he likes. Well, I'm gonna head for the Betadromes to try out my new scan. See you guys, said Naruto, while waving to them, before heading to the Betadromes. Once arriving, Naruto entered a drome, while making sure to list the practice matches as private, before making a shadow clone. One thing Naruto learned is that while he can't get scans with a shadow clone scanner, he can at least use them to have practice matches and try out new scans he gets. Since this way, he was able to fight someone stronger than the average chaotic player, himself. Not to mention getting back the memories of his clone once it dispels, giving him double the amount of practice. Naruto and his clone both moved to the ends of the arena, before setting up their teams. The whiskered blonde eager to test out his Ivana scan. Later, after some time, Naruto exited the drome, feeling confident enough that he'd be able to use Ivana efficiently in a drome match after the practice matches he just had. Though he stopped, when one of drones flew over to him. Chaotic Phantom, you have been challenged by Slick Nick in the Krellin Drome, said the drone, much to Naruto's joy, knowing if he wins this match, he'll have gotten 5 wins in the Krellin Drome. Then just 2 more wins and I can challenge Krellin in a Codemaster match. Naruto thought, excited that he'll soon get the chance to go against Codemaster Krellin and get a Prexarchasm scan. Naruto immediately headed for the Krellin Drome, entering to see his opponent was already inside. Seeing Slick Nick was a teenage boy, with slicked back brown hair, blue eyes, and wearing brown shoes, baggy dark blue pants, and a gray shirt with a blue collar. The Chaotic Phantom, right? I've read up on you, you've gotten a good record after that break you had, Nick said, smirking, as they docked their scanners and began assembling their teams, with it being a 6-on-6 match. Thanks. You're an overworld player, that's pretty cool, replied Naruto, upon seeing his blue scanner. Humph, of course the overworlders are the best tribe. I wouldn't be caught dead with a Mypedian, Danian, or an underworlder in my deck, Nick said, with Naruto frowning at his words, not liking his attitude. All the tribes are great. Yes, they have their problems, but they all have their own unique strengths as well, said Naruto, only for Nick to scoff. You would say that, with how you mix them all together. It's an insult to overworlders, to pair them with anyone from the other tribes. Nick retorted, with the whiskered blonde looking at him with narrowed eyes. You got a problem with how I build my deck? Said Naruto, now really starting to not like this guy's attitude. The only problem I see is you having overworlders. As if the real overworlders would ever waste their time working with the other tribes, let alone underworlders. Nick stated smirk, with Naruto now scowling, though he didn't say anything else as he turned to assembling his team. Sorry Ursus, but this guy's just really pissed me off. Thought Naruto, having originally planned to include Ursus on his team, like he's been doing since his match against Clay. But now, after everything this condescending prick said, Naruto decided to do something that'll really piss him off. You think overworlders wouldn't work with underworlders? Let's see how think about them being on my team. Naruto thought, smirking, while planning to use only overworlders and underworlders. Up front I'll have Takenam, Ivena, and Maxer. I bet he'll really like that. In the middle, I'll put Therax and Intress. And in the back Navena. For battle gear, Maxer with a skeletal steed to attack his middle row creatures, Takenam with a Wetcrack should really burn him, and Ivena with a magician's lyre. Therax, I'll give an aerodrone for a good surprise, and Intress with a torrent crinth to boost her water attacks. And finally, Navena with a cyclance. And for music, Fortissimo, Song of Resurgence, Melody of Malady, Melody of Mirrored Actions, Canon of Casualty, and Hymn of the Elements. Naruto thought, smirking at the team he's formed, knowing it'll definitely get under Nick's skin seeing overworlders and underworlders. Even more so, that he's using Maxer with them as well. And since he's such a snob, when it comes to overworlders, let's see how he likes locations from the other tribes. Thought Naruto, filling his location randomizer with mostly underworld and overworld locations as well as a few Danian and Mypedian ones for versatility. Players, lock your decks, said the Drome Master, as the two did so revealing their sides. With Naruto seeing that Nick had Orth, Jespadin, and Dractyl in the front, Tanguth Toborn and Raimusa in the middle, and Ulfadin in the back. You're mixing overworlders and underworlders together? You make me sick, Nick said, scowling when he saw Naruto's team, with the Jinchuriki smirking. What, are you scared you'll get the code kicked out of you by an underworlder? Asked Naruto, with Nick glaring at him. As if I'd lose to a player like you, retorted Nick, before spinning the randomizer, with it soon landing on Skeletal Springs. Ha! Thanks to Ortha's Windstrider, he can move 2 spaces and attack one of your creatures. And I choose that witch, Navena, Nick said before selecting Orth and transforming into him. Says the giant talking rock? Stated Naruto, while selecting Navena and turning into her, as the underworlder Muge smirked. Let's get chaotic. Skeletal Springs. Navena jumped across the large bones, as she looked around for wherever Orth could be hiding. He's a giant talking red rock, it's not like he's hard to spot, Navena said, frowning as she didn't see any sign of where Orth could be. Think again, underworlder. Pebble Storm. The underworld Muge's eyes widened, before she cried as she was hit with a barrage of pebbles knocking her to the ground. Rubbing her head, Navena saw Orth flying through the air on his Windstrider. Good luck trying to hit me, all the way up here, Orth taunted as he flew around, while Navena scowled before summoning her cyclance. Good luck flying through this. Erzalt! Shouted Navena, aiming her cyclance at the overworlder before unleashing 3 twisters at him, with Ortha's eyes widening at the attack coming towards him as he began flying around the twisters. Unsanity, Navena said, taking the chance to blast Orth with the beam, making the Earth Elementalist crying out at the hit while becoming dizzy and confused from the attack. SK Skeletal Strike, yelled Orth, managing to aim at Navena before launching a skeleton at her, with the underworlder rushing away to avoid the attack. Delirium, Navena said, looking at Orth, who was compelled to look into her eyes and saw them become a swirling vortex of color, before his own eyes began spinning deliriously. With the overworlder soon starting to laugh as he flew around in circles, making Navena smirk. Now, how about you come down to my level? Melody of Mirrored Actions, said Navena, activating her music to destroy Ortha's Windstrider. But the overworlder soon came out of his confused state, just in time to see the music coming down towards him. Refrain of Denial, Orth shouted quickly, activating his own music as a shield formed around him, stopping the melody of mirrored action. Haha! You'll have to try better than Whirlwind Scythes, yelled Navena, swinging her cyclance and releasing several crescent-shaped blasts of wind at Orth, slicing apart his Windstrider and sending him crashing into the ground. Is that good enough, rock boy? Nivena taunted, as Orth got up and scowled, before slamming his hands on the ground. Vine snare! Orth said, as the ground split open and dozens of vines shot out and wrapped around Nivena. Power pulse! Said the overworlder, unleashing a barrage of green fists at the Muge, making Nivena crying out at the attacks. Is this good enough for you, witch? Mocked Orth, as Nivena grit her teeth through the barrage. Yo-ut tell me! Thunder shout! Nivena shouted, unleashing a loud burst of sound that threw Orth back, with the earth elementalist landing right into one of the green pools, while Nivena managed to cut through the vines, freeing herself. Going over, Nivena smirked, seeing Orth having trouble staying afloat in the pool. Here, let me give you a hand. Lightning burst, said Nivena, aiming her cyclones at the pool, shooting a lightning bolt, with Orth crying out as he was electrocuted before being reduced to code. Krin Drome, that was a cheap trick, Nick said, scowling at his loss. Hey, you said I'm a witch, so I toiled and bubbled until you burst into code, said Nivena, smirking as she turned back into Naruto, before he activated the location randomizer next, with landing on Mount Pillar. Oh, this'll be fun. And you aren't the only one with gear that can move you forward, and Maxa's skeletal steed will do just that. Maxa attacks Raimusa, said Naruto, selecting the overworld leader before turning into him, while Nick transformed into Raimusa. You shall pay for dishonoring Maxa with that accursed battle gear, Raimusa said, as Maxa smirked and clenched his fists. Let's dance, samurai, retorted Maxa. Mount Pillar. Raimusa scowled as he moved through the various tunnels and walkways of Mount Pillar, not knowing his way around. Given Nick never bothered learning about other locations, outside of overworld ones, so he's completely lost right now. What's the matter, getting lost? Maxa shouted from somewhere, with Raimusa spinning around as he summoned his whip. Show yourself, coward! Demanded Raimusa as he searched for Maxa. Why don't you try and find me? Oh wait, you can't? But I can see you just fine, Maxa said, being familiar with the location from all the times Naruto's trained there, in the Betadromes, and being there in person. Are you too afraid to face me, instead hiding in the shadows? Raimusa shouted as he looked around. Well, if you insist on a fight, you can have it. Iron balls! Shouted Maxa, while jumping out and blasting Raimusa in the back with a barrage of iron balls, knocking him across the room. Gravel grind! Raimusa yelled, creating a swirling twister of stone that rushed towards Maxa, the overworld leader jumping to the side only to grunt, when the stones were blasted out of the tornado at him. Torrent of flame! Maxa said, shooting jets of flames at Raimusa. Torrent of water! Retorted Raimusa, meeting Maxa's flames with jets of water. The two attacks colliding together, resulting in a wall of steam between the two creatures. Flame orbs, said Maxa, throwing several fireballs into the steam, towards Raimusa. Rip tide! Raimusa said, shooting blasts of water that curved around and stopped the fireballs before they could hit him. Only to cry out, when he was suddenly thrown back by a rock wave, slamming into a wall. With Raimusa's eyes then widening, when Maxa ran up the rocks and jumped into the air towards him. Skeletal strike! Maxa shouted, launching a skeleton right at Raimusa, with the overworlder managing to roll out of the way, just in time dodging the attack. Vine snare! Said Raimusa, aiming his hands at Maxa as vines shot out of his fingers and wrapped around the overworlder leader, leaving him suspended in midair. Freeze flash! Raimusa yelled, unleashing a wave of freezing air and rock debris that pelted Maxa, along with freezing him solid. You do not deserve that Maxa scan, now I shall ensure you never use him again. Rain spear! Said Raimusa, creating several spears of water and throwing them at Maxa, to code him. Only to suddenly be hit by the melody of melody music, while Maxa's energy was restored a little, allowing him to break free of the ice and vines. SL Sleep Sting! Maxa said, releasing dozens of stingers that impacted Raimusa, causing him to become drowsy and tired. Maxa then whistled, summoning his skeletal steed, and mounted it, to make up for his lost speed from the vine snare and freeze flash. Pebble storm! Said Maxa, riding around Raimusa and pelting him with a barrage of pebbles, with the samurai looking overworlded trying to deflect them with his whip, only to have difficulty due to the sleep sting. Now to turn you into code, Maxa stated, before jumping off his skeletal steed. Lavalanche! Shouted Maxa, slamming his fist into the ground as it split open beneath Raimusa, with a pillar of lava shooting up and consuming him. With it only taking a few moments until Raimusa was reduced to code. Krin Drome, that's 2 for 2 and I still have all my creatures, along with now being in the heart of your team. Maxa said as he turned back into Naruto. You cheated. Melody of Malady is an underworld music, Maxus an overworlder. Shouted Nick, angry that Naruto had beaten him with both an underworld music and battle gear, especially while using Maxer. True, but Therax is an underworlder. I used his musician to activate the Melody of Malady. Naruto revealed, as Nick scowled when he saw that Therax was indeed missing his musician. With the overworld player spinning the randomizer, not even looking to see what it landed on, before selecting the creatures. Jespadin attacks Takanam. Port Court. Meanwhile, Tom, Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton had been watching Naruto's match against Nick, and so far, they were pretty disgusted with Nick's personality. I can't believe this guy is an overworld player, Tom said, disgusted that he specialized in the same tribe as Nick, with how he was acting and talking down to the other 3 tribes and Naruto for using a mixed deck. Trust me, dude, there are all kinds of chaotic players. And no matter what tribe they use, not all of them are pleasant, said Peyton, having met his share of Mypedian players that he didn't like, with Sarah and Kez nodding in agreement. And don't forget Herculeon, he's an undefeated overworld player, but doesn't have the best personality, Sarah said, reminding them of Kaz's previous opponent. Yeah, the guy has a vendetta against all underworlders and underworld players. With the guy acting like I kicked his puppy during our match, added Kaz, with Tom nodding, knowing not all overworld players are good people. Yeah, I know. There was also Tank too, from when I used Bodil, Tom said, remembering going against Tank and his attitude, especially after he brought back Tangath Toborn and began coding all his creatures, until he only had Bodil left. By the way, Naruto showed a lot of skill using Maxer, said Sarah, having been amazed at how easily Naruto fought as the overworld leader. Totally. He's totally rocked it, as the Big M, Peyton said. Yeah, he did. I actually gave him some tips and advice on how to fight as Maxer. I guess they helped more than I thought they would, Tom said, glad to see his old Maxer skin being used by such a skilled player and good friend of his. Well, no wonder he's doing so great then. He learned from the best, said Kaz, knowing that Tom is one of the best Maxer players around. Meanwhile, sitting at another table, Stella smirked as she watched Naruto's match, focusing particularly on Nick's attitude. He's rather nasty. I like it, Stella thought, while mentally putting Nick down as a potential recruit, given she's been searching for more chaotic players to recruit, since Clay was no longer an option. Look, Naruto just sacrificed Therax to restore Takanam's energy, Sarah said, as they saw Therax disappear from the board, with Takanam's energy going back up. And it looks like Jespadin is done for, stated Kaz, as Takanam unleashed a lightning burst at Jespadin's Torweg, destroying it, before finishing him off with a torrent of flame. Looks like Slick Nick isn't so slick anymore, Peyton said, while smirking at the screen. Krin Drome, typical underworlder, sacrificing your own, just to get any advantage you can. You're disgusting, Nick spat. Shut up, said Naruto, not wanting to listen to him try and claim the non-existent moral high ground, before spinning the randomizer, with it soon landing on Underworld City. How fitting. Maxa attacks Ulfadin, said Naruto, selecting Maxa again and transforming into him, while Nick chose Ulfadin. Time to get to Claude Kitty, Maxa said, as Ulfadin growled. Underworld City, Power Pulse, Ulfadin shouted, launching several green fists at Maxa, who rode his skeletal steed through the streets, dodging the energy fists. Vine Snare, said Maxa, aiming his hand at Ulfadin as vines shot out of his fingers, wrapping around the overworlder, and throwing him into the ground. Flame Orb, Maxa yelled, shooting several fireballs at the overworlder, who dodged through them, before slamming his fists on the ground and summoned his diamond of Lyric. Earth Pulse, said Ulfadin, as the ground began shaking, knocking the skeletal steed off balance, with Maxa jumping off it, towards the bipedal white tiger. Consuming Flame, said Maxa, unleashing a massive amount of fire towards Ulfadin, who grunted as flames hit him, before looking at Maxa, who landed in front of him. Tarantula Tackle, Ulfadin said before rushing Maxa and sending him crashing through a building. Thanks for the help, now I can do this. Shadow Strike, Maxa shouted, as all the surrounding shadows rose up and lashed out against Ulfadin, knocking him back as his energy became dangerously low. And to make sure you can't try anything else, Rustoxic, said Maxa, spewing out a blast of rust towards Ulfadin, whose eyes widened, knowing he'll be caught if that hits. Song of Transposition, Ulfadin called out, with Maxa tensing, ready to see who he'd be swapped with. Only to instead see Ulfadin be swapped out for Dractyl, with the overworld scout being encased in rust, making Maxer scowl. Mega roar! Maxer roared as he let out a fierce, deafening, and overwhelming roar right at Draal, with the power behind the attack being enough to reduce him to code. Krin Drome, so, you're not only biased, but a hypocrite as well. You claim it's typical of an underworlder to sacrifice their own for more power, while you just sacrificed Draal to protect Ulfhedin, Maxer said as he transformed back into Naruto, who glared at Nick. That's completely different. Overworlders work together, and put their lives on the line to protect their comrades. Which is exactly what Draal did. Keeping Ulfhedin around, so we could defeat you for how you're mocking the overworld, retorted Nick. Port Court. Meanwhile in the Port Court, Tom, Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton were disgusted at Nick's excuse for what he did, calling out Naruto for sacrificing Therax to heal Takenam, only to basically do the same thing by sacrificing Draal to protect Ulfhedin. Kaz, I mean no offense in saying this, but this guy is acting just like an underworlder, Tom said, angry at Nick's attitude and hypocrisy. Yep, said Sarah. Totally, Peyton stated. No offense taken, and yeah, he is. That's actually the mentality that a lot of the shadier members of the underworld use. Those who take the might makes right, and the ends justify the means mentality of the tribe way too far, replied Kaz, frowning, as he knew that there were certain underworlders who took that mindset and takes it way too far, willing to sacrifice anyone for their own personal gain and not for the benefit of the underworld. He definitely has potential, Stella thought, while smirking as she sipped her soda. Krin Drome, I'm really going to enjoy beating you into a million pieces of code, Naruto said, while glaring at Nick, who returned the glare. We'll see who does the beating. Tenguth Toborn attacks Takenam. Takenam cried out as she was blasted by the sword of Kiat, being reduced to code before she could make another sacrifice. Interest attacks Tenguth Toborn. Interest tried jumping away, only to be coated by Tenguth Toborn's lavalanche. Tenguth Toborn attacks Maxer. Tenguth couldn't escape as he was crushed by a massive rock wave from a fortissimo-enhanced Maxer, before being reduced to code as a result. Maxer attacks Ulfhedin. Maxer and Ulfhedin stood across from each other, with the latter panting from the damage he took, while feeling himself at his limit. Time to end this, lava, Song of Stasis, Ulfhedin declared, activating his music, as Maxer suddenly found himself frozen in place, unable to move. You're right, it is time to end this. Mirthquake, said Ulfhedin, releasing a sonic wave of laughter at Maxer that rocked the very ground around him, causing him to fall into a trench that was formed under him, until he burst into code. Krin Drome, ha! You only have Ivena and Ivena left, and Ulfhedin won't take long to reduce them to code, Nick said, smirking confidently that he's already won the match. Says the guy with only one creature left. And that's if you can even make it past Ivena, retorted Naruto, with Nick scoffing before spinning the randomizer, which landed on the overworld library. Ulfhedin attacks Ivena. The overworld library. Ivena ducked behind a bookshelf to avoid Ulfhedin's mineral mayhem attack, gritting her teeth as the sharp rocks rained down on her location. Come out wherever you are, girly. I promise I won't hurt you much, Ulfhedin called out through the library, with Ivena rolling her eyes before summoning her musician's lyre and began playing it, granting her another musician. Hymn of the Elements, make me a master of earth attacks, Ivena called out, activating her music, as she felt herself gain access to the earth element. There you are! Power cut! Ulfhedin shouted, swiping his claws at the bookshelf where Ivena was hiding, with the overworld warrior crying out as she was thrown back, while the bookshelf was sliced in half and collapsed on top of her. Not so tough now, are you? Ulfhedin taunted. Lavalanche? Shouted Ivena, shooting a blast of lava out at Ulfhedin, throwing the overworlder back into the wall, while she pushed the wreckage off of herself. My turn. Ash Torrent, Ivena said, releasing a torrent of ash at Ulfhedin, blinding the bipedal white tiger, and damaging him. Earth Pulse, yelled Ulfhedin, slamming his fists on the ground, causing it to start shaking, knocking Ivena off balance. Before she began dodging several books that were knocked off the shelves, as Ulfhedin began getting the ash out of his eyes, growling at the female overworlder. Sunder Ground, Ulfhedin said, slamming his fist into the ground again, this time causing a large crevice to open up beneath Ivena, which she fell in. Desiccate the land, said Ulfhedin, making lava begin rising out of the crevice towards Ivena. Vine Snare, Ivena shouted, as vines shot out of her hands and wrapped around a rafter on the roof, allowing her to pull herself out of the crevice and away from the lava. Delirium, said Ivena, looking Ulfhedin, who suddenly became confused and began stumbling around. Rock wave! Ivana yelled, dropping down to the ground and slamming her fist down, sending a wave of rock towards Ulfheden, throwing him back against the wall. Magma might! Said Ivana, sending a blast of magma at Ulfheden, who managed to snap out of his confusion. Purifying mud! Ulfheden retorted, sending a blast of mud, which overpowered the magma and crashed into Ivana, throwing her against a bookshelf. Ember swarm! Said Ivana, launching a blast of ash at Ulfheden, who managed to dodge out of the way. Alacritus force! Shouted Ulfheden, blasting Ivana back further, as the female overworlder groaned from the attack. Any last words? Ulfheden said, smirking, only to frown when Ivana smirked at him. Yeah, I still have a magician for my ability, said Ivana, activating her ability as a spectral image of Nivena appeared behind her, restoring her energy. Valor Continuum! Ulfheden roared, unleashing a sonic wave at Ivana in an attempt to code her before she could recover, only Ivana to roll out of the way, now recovered from the previous damage she took. Fire Ram! Yelled Ivana, launching a ram head fire blast at Ulfheden, knocking him back. And to finish you, I'll get some help from my sister, Ivana declared, using Nivena's second magician to activate her ability, resulting in the spectral image of Nivena blasting Ulfheden with black lightning-like energy, damaging him even more. And to wrap things all up, Cannon of Casualty! Ivana exclaimed, while using Nivena's last magician to activate the underworld music. With Ulfheden's eyes widened as he had no time to dodge, before the music came down and reduced him to code. Krin Drome, how's it feel to get taken down by the teamwork of an overworlder and underworlder? Ivana asked, tauntingly as she turned back into Naruto. You only won by cheating and using tricks. Just like the rest of those pathetic underworlder, retorted Nick, glaring at Naruto, with the whiskered blonde not caring about his opponent acting like a sore loser. The only pathetic one I see here is you. You're so obsessed with the overworlders that you never bothered learning about the other tribes' locations, abilities, or how well they work together. Ivana and Nivena are at their strongest when working together, something you clearly didn't realize. Otherwise you would have tried targeting them, instead. Instead you just obsessed over defeating me for using overworlders with underworlders, said Naruto, grabbing his scanner and heading for the exit. Oh, and for the record, I've personally met several overworlders, and I'm sure they'd be disgusted at having a player like you use them in matches. Also, I've seen Interest and Takenam work together as well, and they're one of the strongest teams I've seen. Though I'm sure you won't care, in that closed-minded little head of yours. Naruto taunted as he exited the Krin Drome and heading for the port court. Once there, Naruto met up with his friends and was immediately congratulated for his win. Awesome match, dude. The way you took down Ulfheden, totally epic, Peyton said. Yeah, it was nice seeing that guy taken down by an overworld and underworld team up. Even better that it was an overworld player as well, no offense, Tom, said Kaz. None taken. I enjoyed seeing that guy get the code kicked out of him, Tom said. Thanks, guys, I always enjoy taking down players like that. And thanks, Tom, for the help you gave me in how to use Maxer. I doubt I would have done as well without your help, said Naruto, with Tom nodding and smiling at his friend. Glad I could help. It's just too bad you couldn't code Ulfheden earlier, thanks to that song of transposition, Tom replied. Yeah, but I still beat him in the end, stated Naruto, with the others nodding in agreement. And that's what, your fifth win in the Krin Drome? Sarah asked, with Naruto nodding in confirmation. Yep, 2 more wins and I get to challenge Codemaster Krillin, said Naruto, eager for that chance. Well, when that time comes, you'll need to be ready and have your strongest team assembled, Kaz said, with Naruto nodding in agreement, knowing when he faces Krillin he'll have to be ready. Meanwhile, Stella got up from her table and walked away, knowing now wasn't the time to approach Nick. Given he likely won't be very friendly to an actual underworld player, especially after that loss he just suffered from. Doesn't matter, I have other potential recruits to look at, Stella thought, having created a list of potential recruits, with the loss of Clay. Now it was just a matter of time, to see which of them will prove useful and which of them will be deadweights. A few days after his match against Slicknick, Naruto could be found sitting at a docking table, looking over his deck with a thoughtful frown on his face. Yo, Naruto, Peyton said, with Naruto looking up to see him and Sarah walking towards him. Hey guys, greeted Naruto, before looking back at his deck, as the Mypedian and Danian players looked over his shoulders at what he was doing. Why are you looking at your deck? Do you have another match coming up? Sarah asked curiously, with Naruto shaking his head. No, just thinking over what scans I have at the moment. My match against Nick showed me that my style of fighting is best suited when I'm using all the tribes mixed together, giving me an edge against other players. Since they'll never know what to expect against me, what tribes I'll use or how I'll mix them together. Naruto answered, with Sarah and Peyton nodding in agreement at his words, knowing that'll definitely throw opponents for a loop. Going against someone who uses creatures from all the tribes, rather than a specific one. Okay, and why are you looking at your deck? Peyton asked, since that still wasn't an answer to what he was doing at the moment. Because look at my scans, I have tons of overworld and underworld ones. But hardly any Mypedian and Danyan scans, which I haven't been getting a lot of, with all the time I spend in the overworld and underworld. Especially with all the times I spend with interest in Takenam, though I have to be more discreet with the latter, since she's still spying on Van Blut. Replied Naruto, seeing that he's been neglecting getting more Mypedian and Danyan scans for his deck. Come to think of it, I haven't really been getting a lot of Marillion skin either. Naruto thought, knowing he has plenty of Marillion battle gear in 2 locations, while still only having Barakatan. He should consider also going back to Marillion territory to build up that side of his deck as well. Especially since he's the only chaotic player that can get Marillion scans at the moment. So he should probably take more advantage of that, while he can. Though Naruto did miss Sarah's look of annoyance at the mention of the times he's spent with Interest and Takenam. Before she and Peyton nodded in understanding at what he meant, that the Mypedian and Danyan sides of his deck were lacking. Well, we can always head over to Mount Pillar. I'm sure with Princess Asel's help, we could get way better scans without having to sneak around. Sarah said, glad they were able to get into Asel's good graces, since it made her trips to Mount Pillar much easier. Given it's practically common knowledge there that Naruto beat Odu Bathax and the Danyan princess seemed to like them. I can also take you to the Mypedian desert and introduce you to some of my Mypedian pals, that can get you some sweet scans. Added Peyton. Naruto thought their offers over for a few moments, before looking at his scans again to decide which side of his deck needed the most development. Eventually deciding on Mypedians since that side is the least developed compared to the others. Outside of his Marillion scans, of course. Alright, we can head to the Mypedian desert first. But let me go get dressed in clothes that'll be more appropriate for the desert, along with the heat and humidity, said Naruto, while grabbing his scanner and getting up from the table, with Sarah and Peyton following him out of the port court. They had been curious to see just where Naruto's been staying in Chaotic, since he can't leave, having guessed that he either stayed somewhere in Chaotic or somewhere safe in Perim. They soon followed Naruto outside, before taking a monorail to the Krin Drome section, before continuing onward into the forest and up the mountains on the edge of the island. Eventually reaching the side of a mountain, where they saw a moderately sized 2-story cabin with a deck. Why do you live all the way out here, Naruto? Sarah asked, wondering why he'd stay out here, rather than closer to the dromes or port court, instead having to walk all the way out here. It reminds me of my old home, which was built in the middle of a forest and against a mountain. I also preferred a more simple appearance, rather than having it be all technologically advanced, like the rest of Chaotic. Though it does have tech inside. Naruto admitted, having not wanted anything fancy or advanced, preferring something more simple and recognizable. Yo-ho-ho, nothing simple about a view like this, Peyton said, Sarah looking to see that at the elevated height they were at, it gave them a clear view of all of Chaotic. Wow, you have a great view of all of Chaotic, stated Sarah, while looking around, knowing that Chaotic was big from on the ground, but it really showed from up here. Yeah, it's also nice to get away from all the noise down below too. Come on, I'll show you inside, Naruto said, while motioning them to follow him, as the three went up to the door. Naruto held his scanner up to the panel beside the door, which scanned it, before the door opened up and let them inside. With Sarah and Peyton seeing that the first room was the living room, which had some steps into a lower area with a couch, some chairs, and a table, with the most surprising feature being several TVs that were set up there. Dude, you have cable? I didn't even know you could get that here, Peyton said before going over and turning one of the TVs on, only for him and Sarah to be confused when they just saw a drone match going on. Yeah, they aren't actually televisions with different channels. Each of them is just connected to one of the drones to show any matches going on, similar to the ones in the port court. Only the Betadrome television has different channels, given all the different matches that can go on in there. That one's for the Amazon drone, Naruto revealed, while pointing at the TV that was turned on, before turning it off. I don't really use them that much, since I prefer watching matches in the port court, admitted Naruto, having never really used the TVs, given how it got rather boring to watch matches alone in here, while he could watch matches with the other players at the port court. Still pretty cool though. And it kind of sucks you've been keeping this sweet bachelor pad all to yourself, Peyton said, while looking around. While I wouldn't put it like that, this is a pretty great place. And I wouldn't mind hanging out here, every now and then, said Sarah, knowing it'd be good to have a place to get away from all the bustle of the port court, especially from the less desirable players as well. I don't see a problem with that. The lock is a special code from my scanner. I could share it with you guys, along with Tom and Kaz, since it would be nice to have guests come over. Naruto admitted, having initially stayed here entirely, after it was set up, but the loneliness finally got to him, which is when he began spending time at the port court. Even now, he only really comes here to sleep and change his clothes, not liking how quiet and empty it always was, aside from the drones that delivered him food. Anyway, I'll go get changed and then we can head to Perim, said Naruto, with the two nodding as Naruto went up to his room, before coming down after a few moments, wearing dark blue sandals, orange shorts, and a light blue shirt. The three then exited the cabin and headed back to the port court, getting plenty of water and necessities they'll need for a long skin quest in the Mypedian desert. We might want to pick up spectroviewers too, just in case any Mypedians we encounter are invisible, Sarah said, with Naruto and Peyton nodding in agreement. Good idea, you never know when they'll be out on patrol, and they do tend to stay invisible when they are, to better catch intruders off guard, stated Peyton. We can get some spectroviewers from Ulmer's castle. I know he loves helping out, Naruto said, while sporting a mischievous smirk. You really enjoy pushing him, don't you? Sarah asked rhetorically, having noticed that ever since the incident with the flux bauble, Naruto seemed to have a twisted enjoyment in messing with Ulmer, knowing he can't hurt him or risk Takenam's wrath. Her only response was Naruto chuckling wickedly, eager to see the look on Ulmer's face when they show up wanting 3 spectroviewers. Later Broken Edge. Okay, it's official, you are even crazier than Ulmer, dude, Peyton said as they ported to the Broken Edge, having just left Ulmer's castle after getting the spectroviewers. Like Sarah and Peyton expected, Ulmer definitely didn't love helping them, nor was he happy to give them any battle gear. Only doing so after Naruto brought up Takenam, but they could see that the mad scientist looked like he wanted to strangle Naruto, but his self-preservation won out. The three having also been sure to get scans of the spectroviewers as well, knowing how useful it is to have a scan of them. Though Ulmer likely won this round by bringing up how Takenam has been in a mood, after hearing of the time he spent with Intress and Ivena. Something that had also annoyed Sarah as well, while Naruto tried desperately telling them they were just friends. Meh, I still enjoy getting a reaction out of the psychopath, Naruto stated, never allowing Ulmer to have any peace, if he can help it. So, what direction should we head in, Peyton? Sarah asked, not being very familiar with the layout of the Mypedian desert, with Peyton looking out over the seemingly endless sand. The closest place would be Raupasak, which is still about 2 to 3 days walking on foot, Peyton answered, making Naruto and Sarah in resignation at having to spend that much time walking in the desert. We better get moving then, said Naruto, before the three set out into the desert. Time skip 3 days. 3 days passed since Naruto, Peyton, and Sarah set out into the Mypedian desert on their skin quest, with it being a tiring experience for them. While being thankful they had gotten water and other supplies beforehand, along with finding a few Mypedian watering stones to refill their empty water containers. With Naruto and Sarah being especially thankful it wasn't drought season, as from what Peyton told them, the heat is even worse during that time. Finally though, they had soon arrived at Raupasak. There it is, Raupasak. While there aren't many Mypedians here, this place is still an awesome one to use in drone matches, thanks to the effect it has on creatures. Being good for air and earth attacks, along with water attacks. Even better with its mirage effect, that gives the winning creature an extra magician, Peyton explained. Yeah, that's really great, Peyton. Naruto, here, take this. If I keep wearing that, I'll have to port out of here before I pass out from the heat, said Sarah, while pulling off her black shirt, leaving only her white long-sleeved one, and tossed it to Naruto to seal away. As my queen commands, Naruto replied, while smirking. Keep that up, and your queen will make you carry her the entire time we're here, retorted Sarah, though her smirk showed her true feelings. Yo lovebirds, we scanning this place or what? Peyton said, making Naruto and Sarah blush at his words, before quickly pulling out their scanners as the three scanned the location. The three then pulled out their spectroviewers and looked around for any Mypedians, before soon spotting one a short distance away. Dude! That's Naina, a Mypedian royal! Her ability lets her move music counters from creatures. Peyton said, much to Naruto and Sarah's surprise. That'll definitely be useful to have in drone matches, stated Naruto, knowing it'd be good if he could move his enemies' music counters to different creatures, or move his own onto other creatures that could use them. Moving in closer, Naruto and Peyton scanned Nina once they were close enough, with Sarah getting a scan of the Mypedian Royal as well, knowing her ability would be useful in matches. With their new scans, the three ported back to the port court, with Naruto sealing away the spectral viewers. Port court. Reappearing in the port court, the three went over to a docking table to upload their new scans. Not a bad trip, we got a battle gear, a creature, and a location scan, Sarah said, pleased at what they managed to get, with Naruto nodding in agreement, glad that he's starting to expand his Mypedian deck. Oh ho ho, that's not the end. My friend in contact with the Mypedians, Seattle, should be out on patrol on the Mypedom Valley right now. He's a cool dude that can always hook me up with sweet scans, Peyton said. Nice, let's go and see him, replied Naruto, eager for the chance to get another Mypedian scan and possibly another creature allied to help him get scans. Nodding, the group went back to the porters, before porting to the Mypedom Valley. Mypedom Valley. Reappearing in the Mypedom Valley, Naruto and Sarah followed Peyton to where Seattle was, thankful this trip will be much shorter than the first one. Yo Seattle! Peyton called out, when he saw his friend looking out over the valley, with the Mypedian turning around, ready for an ambush, only to relax when he saw the three humans. Peyton, what are you doing here? And who are these two? Seattle asked, while looking at Naruto and Sarah. These are my good pals, Naruto and Sarah. We were hoping to help Naruto get some Mypedian scans, and I knew you'd be out patrolling, replied Peyton, as Seattle looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes and rubbed his chin. There's something familiar about you, Seattle said, with Naruto feeling nervous that he might have been at Mudinu's fortress when they escaped, or heard about him from the attack. Wait. You're that human that took down Odayu Bathax, said Seattle, having heard rumors of a human defeating the Battle Master, with the description of them matching Naruto's appearance. Yeah, that's me, Naruto said, relieved they wouldn't be attacked, with Seattle laughing and patting him on the back. Ahahaha. I gotta admit I had my doubts when I heard a human could fight Odayu Bathax, but seeing you here now, I can see those rumors are true. Nice to meet you, kid. Any friend of Peyton's is a friend of mine. Even better that you actually did knock that Battle Master down, said Seattle, with Naruto smiling at the Mypedian's personality. It was a tough fight. And I only really challenged him to save Sarah, after we were captured, replied Naruto, which made Seattle smile and nod. Anyone willing to fight to save their friends is okay in my book. And if you want to get a scan of me, go ahead, said Seattle, with Naruto nodding in thanks, before scanning Seattle. Naruto also saw a chance at finally getting a chance to tell the Mypedians about the Marillions as well. Seattle, this may sound like a strange request, but do you think you'd be able to get me a meeting with Prince Eifler? Naruto asked, with Sarah and Peyton looking at him strangely, before realizing what he was doing, while Seattle raised a brow. I might be able to do that. Why? Seattle asked, while narrowing his eyes, as Naruto showed him his scan of Barakatan. Because it has to do with the Marillions, said Naruto, before he began telling Seattle the same thing he told Odayu Bathax and Assel at Mount Pillar. I know it's a lot to take in, but I need to tell Prince Eifler about this, and I'll let the Mypedian High Muge see my memories for himself, that the Marillions exist. If you want, you can have Eifler contact Maxer, Chire, or even the Danians if you're willing to. But all the tribes need to know the threat the Marillions pose. Naruto finished, as Seattle looked at him with wide eyes, before looking at Peyton and Sarah, who both nodded. By the Kothika, the Marillions. And I believe you, nothing like that could be made up. I'll do what I can to get you a meeting with Prince Eifler and Prince Mudinu, Seattle said, knowing Naruto was right and all the tribes needed to be aware of the threat the Marillions posed, with Naruto nodding in thanks, glad he'll get the chance to have all the tribes aware of the Marillions. And here, consider it my personal thanks for informing me about this threat. A symphonic shield music, said Seattle, while pulling out the said music, much to the amazement of the three before they all eagerly scanned it, knowing how useful it'd be. With their new scans, the three waved to Seattle, before porting back to Chaotic. Port Court, that's all for tribes. Now I just have to hope they'll be willing to work together, for when the Marillions show up, said Naruto, glad he'll get the chance to meet with Eifler, and have all the tribes aware of the threat. I'm sure they will, Naruto, given what you've told us about the Marillions, Sarah said, with Peyton nodding in agreement. Yeah, I don't think of any of them will want to go against any freaky Marillions and have their minds messed with, added Peyton as he waved his hands beside his head in emphasis, with Naruto nodding. I hope so, Naruto said, as the three went to the docking tables to register their new scans again. Well, that was pretty good, getting some new scans. Now, how about porting over to Mount Pillar for some Danian scans? I can even show you both where to get Stingblade scans, in the armory, Sarah said. Nice. Let's go, said Peyton, eager to get his own Stingblade scan, hopefully without getting captured this time. Said Naruto, while smirking. Hey, if we are, I'm sure you'll be more than ready to fight another battle master for my honor, replied Sarah, with Naruto laughing as the three ported away to Mount Pillar. Mount Pillar. Once they had appeared at Mount Pillar, Sarah took the lead this time, leading Naruto and Peyton through the tunnels that lead to the armory. Glad when she saw that the grate she had entered through before was still there, only with new bars, which she kicked in again. Come on, Sarah said while sliding through, followed by the boys afterwards. The two looking around the armory in amazement at all the battle gear, before their eyes fell on the Stingblade. Nice battle gear, Peyton said, amazed at the sword before he and Naruto pulled out their scanners and scanned it, pleased at their new scans. Great, now let's see if we can find Princess Assel. It'd be better if she was with us for the rest of the trip, said Sarah, with Naruto and Peyton nodding in agreement, as they exited the armory and began making their way through Mount Pillar. The three being careful to avoid being seen by any guards patrolling, while keeping an eye out for any sign of Princess Assel. Thankfully, it seemed that luck was on their side today, as they soon saw the princess walking through the corridors, accompanied by her guards. Princess Assel, Sarah called out, with the two guards immediately aiming their weapons at the humans, only to be stopped when Assel raised a hand, stopping them from firing at the three chaotic players. Sarah and Naruto, what a surprise to see you both here again, Assel said. Yeah, sorry for the sudden appearance and calling out to you like that. But we were hoping that you'd be able to help us, since we're trying to get some Danian scans, said Naruto, with Assel tilting her head at this. It's a rather odd request, but I believe I can help in acquiring your scans, Assel replied, much to their relief and gratitude, before they began following the princess and her guards. The three being glad that any Danians they encountered didn't try attacking them, only giving them a few strange looks, while bowing to the princess. Princess Assel, if you don't mind me asking, why are you out walking around Mount Pillar? Shouldn't be in, I don't know, the royal quarters or something being guarded. No offense, since I'm sure you're more than capable of defending yourself, Naruto said, adding the last part quickly, not wanting Assel to think he saw her as some helpless princess that needed to be protected. With Assel smiling in amusement at Naruto. No offense taken, and normally you'd be right. But as I will be queen one day, and my mother believes it'd be best for me to familiarize myself with both Mount Pillar and the hive itself. Though, replied Assel, before leaning in close to the whiskered blonde. Just between us, I think she's just trying to push her responsibilities onto me, so she can plan her retirement, Assel whispered, while smirking, as Naruto looked at her with wide eyes before chuckling quietly. I'm sure she's eager for you to start acting like a queen, as then she can give you the title much sooner, replied Naruto, with Assel laughing this time. Yes, mother has begun spending more time in her quarters than normal. She's likely counting the days, until she can pass control of the tribe onto me. But jokes aside, I do wish to be a good queen and lead the hive just like my predecessors have, Assel stated. Well, from what I've seen so far, I'm sure you'll be a great queen, said Naruto, with Assel smiling at him in response. Thank you, Naruto, it's always good to hear such words. Especially from one such as yourself, Assel replied, while glancing at the whiskered blonde. The Danians had of course heard rumors of a human that had been seen fighting alongside the Overworlders against the Mypedians and Underworlders, with the humans supposedly having powers. While there isn't a confirmed description of the human, Assel had her suspicions that it was Naruto, given his fight against Odu Bathax, but can't confirm it just yet. Though if it turns out it is Naruto, Assel will make sure her tribe doesn't see him as an enemy, given how he told them of the Marillion threat. And from what she's seen and heard, Naruto's a threat only to those who threaten his loved ones, something the Danian princess can admire. It wasn't long until the group reached what looked to be a training room, with Naruto, Sarah, and Peyton being surprised when they saw a flying Danian one who was using air attacks. Whoa, never thought I'd see a flying Danian, Peyton muttered. Yes, they are quite rare, with most of them being charged with guarding the queen. That is Ramarver, Assel said, with Ramarver soon taking notice of them, before immediately flying down and bowing to Assel. Princess Assel, you honor me with your presence. What is it you need of me, Princess? Remarver asked, with Assel motioning him to stand up. I was hoping you would allow my human friends here the chance to skin you for their chaotic game. And do you perchance have a song of mandible music on you? Assel asked, with Remarver nodding before pulling out the music. I do, Princess. And if you wish it, I'll allow the humans to skin me for their game, said Remarver. Thank you, Remarver, replied Assel, before nodding to 3 chaotic players, who eagerly pulled out their scanners. This is easily one of the greatest days of my life, Sarah said, smiling that she wasn't only getting a unique new Danian creature scan, but also a chance to get a song of mandible music, something she's been hoping to get for a while now. Totally, said Peyton, usually not one to use Danians, but knew he couldn't pass up getting these scans. Thank you, Princess Assel, we really appreciate, Naruto said, smiling at the princess, who smiled at the Jinchuriki. Of course, Naruto. Should any of you need my assistance again, I'm more than happy to help, replied Assel, having enjoyed Naruto and Sarah's company before, and the breath of fresh air that came with them, with how casually they regarded her. Nodding, the 3 waved at the princess before porting back to Chaotic. Port Court, thanks for taking me out on this scan quest, Peyton, Sarah. These new Danian and Mypedian scans will definitely help my deck, Naruto said, as he, Peyton and Sarah were verifying their new scans on the docking table. No problem, dude, we are always happy to help, Peyton said, as they got up from the dock tables. Yeah, these new scans will be a great basis to help expand the Danian and Mypedian sides of your deck, Sarah said, knowing that these scans that they got will be very useful in Drome matches. And with 5 wins in the Krin Drome, I'm gonna need all the scans that I can get before I have my 7th victory there and challenge Codemaster Krellin, Naruto said, knowing that he'll be close to having what may be the most difficult Drome match of his life. But it will be worth it if he can defeat Krellin and win a scan of Prexarchasm. So he won't just be able to see Ursus and Ariak again, but also see the other creatures that live there, and get some scans of them, along with any battle gear and music that might be in Prexarchasm as well. I think that I'm gonna head to the Betadromes and try out my new scans. Thanks again, guys, Naruto said before waving to Sarah and Peyton as he head off to get a feel for his new scans. Say, Sarah, I think that I might have a great idea, Peyton said, with the blonde female look at Peyton with a raised brow. What do you have in mind, Peyton? Sarah asked, knowing that when Peyton comes up with an idea, it could be a double-edged sword. Sometimes they can be brilliant and really helpful, while other times, not so much. Walking through Underworld City, Kaz and a cloaked Naruto were following Hearing to an unknown location, after the little green creature had found them while they arrived to get some scans. With Naruto wearing a cloak to hide his appearance, due to the fact he couldn't risk any of Van Blitz's spies seeing him and reporting to their master that he's still alive. Where are we going? Kaz asked, given how Hearing hasn't told them where they're going, or for what reason he needed both him and Naruto. I told you it's a surprise. But for a few Dractyl scales, I might give you a hint, said Hearing, hoping to get some of his favorite snacks. Kaz raised a brow before he began patting his pockets to see if he had any Dractyl scales on him, only to find none. Sorry, I'm tapped out, Kaz replied, while Naruto looked at him with a raised brow. Kaz, why would you just be carrying Dractyl scales around in your pockets? I thought that's what your backpack and those bags were for, said Naruto, with the redhead pausing for a moment before chuckling sheepishly, knowing the whiskered blonde was right. Humph, then you'll both just have to wait and see, Hearing said, annoyed that he wouldn't be getting any treats. Trading a look, the 2 chaotic players shrugged before they continued following Hearing, with the 3 soon reaching a building just outside of Chire's castle, with Hearing twisting some dials, causing the lock on the door to slide open. Follow me, said Hearing. Do we have a choice? Kaz asked rhetorically, as they walked through the door which slammed closed behind them, as the 2 followed Hearing down an underground tunnel, lined with crystal lights. Eventually reaching another set of doors, which Hearing knocked on, causing them to open up with Kaz growing increasingly nervous of where they're going. While Naruto's hand twitched towards his weapons, mostly out of instinct, since he doubted Hearing was leading them into a trap or anything like that. Alright, Hearing, tell us what's going on or I'm gonna, Kaz said, only to gasp in shock and amazement at where Hearing had led them to, which he now saw was a throne room. As they saw the king of the underworld himself, Chire, sitting on the throne, in front of them, while being flanked by both Takanam and Egitos, standing by his side. Chire? Said Kaz, shocked and amazed that he was actually seeing his favorite creature in person, with the underworld king smirking at his tone, while Naruto subtly waved to Takenam, who returned the wave. Approach and be recognized by Chire, the supreme ruler of the underworld, Ajitos declared, with Kaz still being in shock with his mouth hanging open. Close your mouth, Kaz, you'll catch flies, said Naruto, before stepping forward, with Hearing helpfully pushing Kaz's mouth closed. Go, he doesn't like waiting, Hearing said, with Kaz getting over his shock and walked up to the steps to Chire's throne. We know you humans come to Perim from a place called Chaotic, and that some underworlders have actually befriended your kind, stated Ajitos, before looking at both Hearing and Takenam, with the former holding his ears nervously while the female underworlder crossed her arms under her bust. Hearing says you think highly of our leader? Takenam said while pointing at Kaz. Are you kidding? Chire rules, he's the wickedest warrior in all of Perim. I battle with you in the Dromes, Kaz said before Naruto covered his mouth, not needing him to go on another rant about underworlders. Why exactly did Hearing bring us here? Naruto asked, with Chire nodding to Ajitos. Since you admire the great Chire so much, he will grant you the honor to be of services to him, answered Ajitos. Anything, just name it, Kaz said, eager for the chance to help Chire. Chire wants both of you to sneak into Gaho's tower and spy on Lord Van Blut, Takenam revealed as the viewing crystal showed an image of Gaho's tower and Van Blut himself, with Kaz's eyes widening in shock at this. While Naruto narrowed his eyes, figuring that Van Blut was finally making his move to overthrow Chire. You're kidding. Right? Asked Kaz, hoping they weren't serious, since while he could understand them asking Naruto to sneak into Gaho's tower, he's just a normal human. For Solons, Van Blut has desired to become the ruler of the underworld himself, and has been using his power and influence as second-in-command to recruit rebels and overthrow Chire. Takenam explained. Van Blut has invited Chire to Gaho's tower for a talk, added Ajitos, all of them knowing it was just a ploy by Van Blut to lure Chire into his territory and kill him. Chire can't refuse the invitation, since Van Blut and his followers will think he's afraid, or will realize we know their plans. Either option will lead to them launching a full-scale attack on Underworld City. Takenam said, knowing if it seemed like Chire was afraid of Van Blut, it could allow him to gather more support to attack them directly. Can't have that, muttered Hearing, only to be silenced when Chire glared at him. We need to find out what the traitor is planning, but our spies can't get near Gaho's tower. However, you humans can move around more quickly with those devices of yours, Ajitos continued. But isn't Gaho's tower sort of dangerous? Asked Kaz, still nervous at the idea of sneaking into Gaho's tower, with Ajitos and Takenam trading a look, only for everyone to look at Chire when he slammed his fists on his throne and stood up. Enough! I'm the ruler of the underworld. If Van Blut wants a fight, I'll give him one, Chire said, while grabbing the viewing crystal and threw it against the wall, with Ajitos ducking under it to avoid being hit. Chire, with all due respect, if you attack Van Blut now, it could plunge the underworld into civil war. Something that we can't afford to happen, especially now of all times, reminded Ajitos, knowing with the potential threat of the Marillions, the underworld needed to be united and not fighting itself. And what would you have me do, hide? While I wait for some humans to help deal with that harpy? Demanded Chire, with Ajitos fidgeting nervously under his leader's anger. There may be another way, suggested Takenam, before looking at Naruto and Kaz. You humans actually become us when you play your games, is that right? Takenam said, though already knowing the answer. Yeah, it's why it gets so totally intense. Like last time I was Chire, said Kaz, before being cut off by Naruto covering his mouth again. He means yes, we do turn into you during drone matches, Naruto said, as Takenam whispered something in Chire's ear, making the Underworld King nod. It seems that I can use you after all, said Chire. You can? Kaz asked, confused as to what Chire would need them to do now. You're not going to Gaho's tower to spy on Van Blut, you're going there to battle him, in a drone match, Chire said, much to Kaz's shock. Gaho's tower, though unknown to the Underworlders and two chaotic players, they were being watched by Van Blut himself, thanks to the viewing crystal he had Takenam set up in Chire's throne room, allowing him to spy on all meetings his rival has and whatever plans he makes. It's too late, Chire, your reign is about to end, said Van Blut, before he began laughing maniacally, while knowing soon he will be the true undisputed ruler of the underworld. Chire's castle. But what Van Blut was unaware of was when Naruto and Kaz ported out of the throne room, they instead ported to another part of the underworld. With Kaz doing so, after being silently motioned by Naruto to do so. with them soon being met by Takanam, Ajitos, Hearing, and Chai again. What's going on? Kez asked, not knowing what was happening now, as Naruto lowered his hood. We needed to put on a good enough performance for Van Blut. I had to set up a viewing crystal in the throne room, to help sell the act of me being a mole for him. We need him to believe that you will be acting as Chai's spy and chaotic. Takanam explained, surprising Kaz at this. I'm guessing that's where I come in then, said Naruto, getting nods from the two creatures. Yes. Takanam told me about your little adventure in Gaho's tower and that one of your other friends has a skin of Van Blut. You'll skin me and battle him as Van Blut, while you, Kazi, will battle the human that Van Blut has working for him, said Chai, surprising Kez once again. Van Blut has chaotic players on his side? Kez said, not expecting any chaotic player to work with Van Blut. He does. Unfortunately, I don't know who they are, but you'll find out once you return to chaotic and begin searching for a player to battle as Van Blut and Gaho's tower. They'll be quick to offer their assistance, replied Takanam. So, while Kez battles his opponent, who will pass on the information to Van Blut, Tom and I will battle each other, and I'll give you any information for any tricks that Van Blut may try to pull. Naruto summarized. Correct. And hopefully this time, Van Blut will learn his lesson in not challenging Chai's authority, said Ajitos. Like that'll ever happen. Hearing muttered, since everyone in the underworld, even all of Perim, knows that Van Blut would never rest, until he was the ruler of the underworld and all of Perim. Nodding, Kez ported back to chaotic, while Naruto got a skin of Chai and prepared to follow him, only to be stopped by Chai. Not you, boy, I've been wanting to meet you, ever since Takanam told me about your encounter with the Marillions, said Chai, with Naruto looking at the underworld king, having figured this would happen when they finally met. I'm guessing this is about my abilities? Naruto asked rhetorically. Yes. Show me them, now, demanded Chai, while narrowing his eyes at the blonde, with Naruto in turn narrowing his eyes at the creature. Wanna say that again? Said Naruto. You heard me, boy. Show me these abilities you have. If you're going to be allied with the underworld, I wanna see if you have the strength to back it up. Now, show me, Chai said, as Naruto glared at the leader of the underworld, seeing he wouldn't be as understanding as Maxo was on his neutral stance. Alright, two things. First, I'm going to ally with any one tribe, and prefer to remain neutral among them. If you don't like it, then too damn bad. And second, I sure as hell don't take orders from you, retorted Naruto, with Chai growling and glared down at the human. And I'm not asking. You will show me these powers you have, and ally with the underworld. Or else, Chai shouted. If you want to fight, big guy, then let's fight. Because nobody tells me what to do, Naruto said, as the two glared at each other. All Ajitos, Takanam, and Hearing grew increasingly nervous and worried of a fight actually breaking out between the two of them, especially the latter two given their ties to Naruto. Takanam with their friendship and her feelings for him, and Hearing having become friends with Naruto through Kaz. Only to sigh in relief when Naruto and Chai began laughing, rather than start attacking each other. You've got guts, kid. I can't remember the last time someone actually stood up to me, outside of my enemies, said Chai, knowing no one in the underworld, at least those loyal to him, would never risk challenging him like that, out of fear. With only his enemies not being afraid to challenge him, at least the ones that had the courage to confront and battle him, like his arch-nemesis, Maxer. But I am serious, I want to see just what you're capable of, Chai said, intrigued to see Naruto's abilities firsthand, rather than just hear about them, with Naruto nodding. I'm fine with that, and if it's a spar you want, I'm open to it whenever you are. Though I'd better get going and get back, once I have the information I need. See ya, said Naruto, while waving to the creatures, before porting back to chaotic. Once he was gone, Chai looked at Takanam and nodded. I like that one, he's not some pushover that'll just follow orders. I approve, said Chai, with Takanam covering her face in embarrassment. Thank you, Chai. But I doubt anything will happen anytime soon, since from all our interactions and from what I've heard, he's denser than stone pillar. Takanam said, knowing of Naruto's dense nature, despite several hints she's dropped, they just seem to go right over his head. So? You're an underworlder, Takanam. If you want something, then you should just take it, said Chai, before returning to his throne room, while the female creature thought over his words. Chaotic. Meanwhile in chaotic, Kaz's match against Mapmeister, a player who always uses Van Blut, had already started. Though while that was going on, Naruto and Tom were in the Betadromes, while being sure to set the match as private. Remember, Tom, really tap into Van Blut, and use every dirty and underhanded tactic you can think of. You don't want to just beat Chire, you want to humiliate him before you destroy him," said Naruto, with Tom nodding as they assembled their teams. "Right. I'll also be including Krek and Scythia in the back, to act as music support. Since that seems like something Van Blut would do, having them hiding nearby with music to use," Tom replied, with Naruto nodding in approval at this, since that did seem like something Van Blut would pull. Once their teams were assembled, they locked their decks, revealing that Naruto only had Chire and 3 musics, while Tom had Van Blut, Scythia, and Krek, along with 6 music. To really show the unfair advantage Van Blut would try to have over Chire. "Alright, the location set for Godho's Tower. Van Blut attacked Chire," Tom said, selecting Van Blut while Naruto selected Chire, as they transformed into the 2 underworlders. "Now let me show you who rules the underworld, Van Blut," said Chire. "The only one who will rule the underworld is me, Chire," Van Blut retorted as the match started. Later, Godho's Tower. Naruto ported to Godho's Tower, not long after Takenam and Kaz had arrived, having immediately ported back to Underworld City with Kaz once their matches were finished. Only to learn Chire had already left for Godho's Tower, without battle gear or music. With Naruto and Kaz quickly gathering everything Chire will need to fight Van Blut, before Takenam took Kaz to Godho's Tower. While Naruto waited a few moments, before porting there to give them time to arrive. Knowing Kaz will be taking the music and battle gear to Chire, Naruto infiltrated Godho's Tower, making his way up to the top tower, where he knew Takenam would be with Scythia, Krek and Matt would be watching the fight. The latter 3 all expecting Chire to be defeated, with Scythia and Krek likely having music that will assist Van Blut. The whiskered blonde soon arriving, where he saw the 3 creatures and 1 chaotic player gathered around a viewing crystal, watching the fight between Chire and Van Blut. With Naruto silently getting Takenam's attention, with the red-skinned female glancing at Naruto from where he was hiding. With Takenam watching him motion to Krek, before pointing to Scythia then to his eyes, with the female creature nodding and understanding as she smirked. "Hey Scythia, can I ask you something?" Takenam said, with Scythia glaring at her before looking back at the fight, eager to see her master finally destroy Chire. "What, Takenam?" snapped Scythia, still doubting Takenam was loyal to Van Blut. Only for her eyes to widen, when Naruto jumped out of his hiding spot, delivering a flying kick straight to Krek's head, knocking him out. "Paralyze," Takenam said, blasting Scythia as she suddenly found herself frozen and unable to move. With Naruto then throwing a kunai at Matt's scanner, knocking it out of his hand, preventing him from trying to pour it away. "How does it feel, knowing you were right about me all along?" Takenam asked, smirking at her downed enemy, before she and Naruto restrained the 3 and took them out of the tower. With Chire, meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Chire grunted as Van Blut, who had turned invisible, slammed a cage into him, knocking the Underworld King back, with Chire glaring around for where Van Blut could be. "Chire," Kaz called out coming up the stairs. "What are you doing here?" Chire demanded, annoyed at the chaotic player showing up and interfering in his fight, with Kaz ducking under a thrown chain from Van Blut. "I did what you asked and battled Van Blut in a drome," replied Kaz, before being pulled out of the way of another chain. "Here. You're gonna need this," Kaz said, while pulling out a spectral viewer. "I don't need anything," retorted Chire, his pride getting the better of him at accepting help in a fight, only to dodge a flame orb from the invisible Van Blut. I guess it wouldn't hurt," Chire said reluctantly, before taking the spectral viewer and putting it over his eye. Now being able to see where Van Blut was, Chire threw a flame orb at his treacherous second in command, with Van Blut crying out and falling to the ground. "So, the mighty Chire needs help from a human? Now both of you will be destroyed," Van Blut said before turning invisible again, with Chire looking through the spectral viewer. "Discord of disarming," said Van Blut, while using his music. "Here, use this," Kaz said, while tossing Chire music. "Song of obstruction," said Chire, using his own music to cancel out Van Blut's, with the Underworlder being shocked at his music failing, before turning invisible again. "Here, Naruto sent these," Kaz said, while tossing Chire 2 music this time, with Chire smirking as he saw what they were. "Chorus of Kathaka. Trills of diminution," said Chire, while using his other 2 musicians to activate both musics, with Van Blut really being shocked this time, before the trills of diminution hit him and rendered the treacherous second in command permanently visible. "What?" Van Blut shouted, wondering how and why Chire had those music. L'avalanche? Chire shouted, blasting Van Blut, who cried out as he was knocked out of the air. Thunder shout! Yelled Van Blut, unleashing a sonic wave that knocked Chire back. Skeletal strike! Chire said as a skeleton emerged from his chest and rushed towards Van Blut, who quickly destroyed it. This isn't the first time you challenged me, Van Blut. And it'll end like all the other times. Coil crush! Said Chire as his arms stretched out and wrapped around Van Blut, before he swung him around and slammed him into the wall. Here's another surprise, Kaz said before pulling out a musician's lyre and another music, with Chire playing the lyre, granting him another musician before using the music. Song of Fury, said Chire, as his power increased along with growing larger, much to Van Blut's shock. You tricked me, Van Blut said, seeing Chire was making attacks he wasn't prepared for. You got that right. L'avalanche? Said Chire, while blasting Van Blut with lava again, knocking the underworlder into a pillar before he crashed onto the ground, taking him down for good. With Van Blut now cowering as Chire stomped over to him and began shrinking back down to his normal size. Did you really think you could buy Takanam's loyalty? Chire said as Takanam and Naruto arrived with Scythia, Krek, and Matt, with Van Blut's eyes widening at seeing Naruto. You! I saw you burn, Van Blut said, before realization dawned on him. You saw what we wanted you to see, Van Blut. Just like you saw and believed that I would ever betray Chire, for the likes of you, said Takanam, as Van Blut realized he had been deceived, while Scythia, Krek, and Matt were forced to bow to the true ruler of the underworld. Remember this, Van Blut. The only reason I don't take your head right now is because I'd prefer dealing with a threat that I know how to deal with, rather than an unknown one that'll just replace you. But the next time you dare to cross me again, I will have your head mounted over my throne, regardless of the consequences. Is that clear? Chire demanded, narrowing his eyes at the second in command, with Van Blut bowing to Chire fearfully. You took Van Blut down like it was nothing. That's why you rule, Kaz said, while looking at Chire, only to gulp when he saw Chire look at him with narrowed eyes. You're slightly less annoying than most humans I've met, stated Chire, with Kaz chuckling nervously. Thank you. Well, we better get going, right, Naruto? Kaz said before quickly porting away, with Naruto about to follow before Takanam put a hand on his shoulder. You forgot something, Naruto, said Takanam, with the Jinchuriki looking at her in confusion. I did? Naruto asked, with Takanam smirking at him. Yes, this, said Takanam, before pulling Naruto into a kiss, much to the whiskered blonde's shock as his mind short-circuited at the unexpected action. When it rebooted though, Naruto pulled back to see Takanam with a satisfied smirk on her face. Why? Naruto said, while being unable to say anything else at the moment. Just me staking my claim and getting one over on my rivals. And expect more where that came from later, Takanam said, while winking at him, with Naruto's eyes widening at her words, before he absent-mindedly grabbed his scanner and ported back to chaotic. Can you sink no lower, Takanam? Actually choosing to mate with a human? Scythia sneered at her archenemy, with Takanam not looking the least bit put off by her words. The same human that helped trick and defeat your precious master? I'd say he's more than proved himself, stated Takanam, making her enemy growl and glare at her. The only thing Takanam did regret is that she won't get the chance to see the look on Intressa's face when she finds out. Port Court. Meanwhile, Naruto ported back to chaotic and wandered over to his friends, still in shock over Takanam's sudden kiss. Yo-ho-ho, Naruto. Check out my... dude, you alright? Peyton asked, about to show Naruto his new Battle Gear skin, only to see the look on his face. Did something happen after I left? Asked Kaz as he raised a brow, while wondering what could have put Naruto in this state, in just a few moments. Takanam kissed me, Naruto said while still in shock. Huh? Said Tom, as they looked at him shocked expressions. Takanam kissed me, repeated Naruto, seemingly in a daze now. The four of them could only look at Naruto in shock at what he just said, not believing that Takanam actually kissed him. With Sarah also feeling incredibly jealous at learning this. Without another word, Naruto idly exited the port court to return to his home, and think over what just happened. Walking through the port court, Peyton greeted several chaotic players he was friends with, along with flirting with one of the female players he's met before. With the Mypedian player missing how Stella was watching him, letting out a scoff at his attitude and ego. Hey Peyton. You gotta check out these new scans I got, Kaz said, as he wanted to show him some of his new scans. I'm comin' right you, Kazarino. said Peyton, going over to the redhead, only for Stella to stick her foot out, causing him to trip to the ground, with his drink flying out of his hand and landing on his head. With Kez wincing at this, while Peyton looked at Stella with an unamused and unimpressed look, who merely smirked at him. What happened, Peyton? Trip over your ego? Stella asked mockingly. Who? Some of the players said, as Peyton stood up and wiped his drink off his head. No, Stella, it must have been your broomstick, retorted Peyton. Woohoo! Said the gathering players again. Nice, you see a powerful woman and you think which? Well, I see a testosterone-challenged, self-deluded, grade A geek. With less than zero fashion sense and acting like he knows everybody and everything. And I say, this is your typical, all-mouth, no-brain male, Stella said, as Peyton grew angrier at the insults. Woohoo! Are you gonna take that? Don't take that from her. Okay, show's over, nothing to see here, Kaz said, quickly intervening before things could escalate. Did you hear what she let me at her, Kaz? I can't let her insult my mother like that, said Peyton, before Naruto walked over as well, not wanting things to escalate either. Easy, Peyton, she wasn't insulting your mother, said Naruto. If my mom heard what she said, believe me, she'd be insulted, Peyton said, while glaring at Stella. Ignore it, Peyton, Stella's not worth fighting. Let's forget and get out of here, Kez suggested, with Peyton grumbling, but nodded as the three were about to walk away. Oh, that's right, walk away, it's what guys do best. Hey, at least you realize girls are smarter, stronger, and better than boys, Stella taunted, as Peyton stopped and slowly looked at her, shaking in anger. With the Mypedian player about to give his own retort, only for Naruto to step forward. If that's true, then why are 3 of the tribes ruled by guys and only 1 has a queen? Not to say there aren't strong female creatures, given interests and Takenam are trusted advisors and friends to Maxa and Chire. And for record, Stella, Peyton is a nice guy, who likes to interact with everyone else. And not just insult or belittle them, like you do, said Naruto, with Stella scoffing and crossing her arms. How typical a boy defending his geek friend. Let me guess, am I witch to you too, Phantom? Stella taunted, as the girls began muttering amongst themselves, while Naruto looked on unimpressed. For starters, I don't care if you're a guy or a girl. If you do something stupid, I'll call you out on it, and if you hurt my friends, I will kick your ass. Just ask Clay. Oh wait, you can't, stated Naruto, as everyone began muttering amongst themselves. And secondly, I've met plenty of strong females, and not just in Perim either. One of my old classmates is a really shy girl, but she's still strong enough to stand up to bullies or those that would hurt her friends. Another girl who was above me is also a star athlete and better than most boys I knew, only being beaten by another girl, Naruto said, talking about Hinata, Tenten, and Temari, while being careful not to bring up his abilities or the fact they were all ninja, instead making it sound like they were just normal teenagers that went to school. And another of my female friends is physically strong as well, added Naruto, while talking about Sakura. TSK, and how would you know that? Stella demanded, hoping to get something to turn things back in her favor. Because of all the times she punched me, Naruto answered, as everyone believed they suddenly heard a record scratch as they looked at Naruto with wide, shocked eyes. Why would she punch you? Questioned Stella after a moment, looking at him with wide eyes like everyone else, while Naruto shrugged. Lots of reasons. Usually whenever I asked if she wanted to hang out, if she thought I was being too loud, if the guy she liked rejected her offers to go out with her, or I did anything to annoy her. The last one usually happened a lot. So yeah, I can say she was pretty strong, Naruto replied, missing how everyone's expressions turned into ones of shock and horror, as what he was saying basically sounded like this girl physically abused him. Even Stella was horrified at this, as while she wasn't a nice person, nor did she pretend to be, even she had standards. The only ones who weren't shocked or horrified were Kaz and Peyton, given they, along with Tom and Sarah, were aware of who Sakura was. With all of them agreeing that she was definitely abusive towards Naruto, both physically and mentally, from everything they've heard. As while they can agree, Naruto's done some things that he did deserve a good smack for, the majority were uncalled for. With it sounding like Sakura hit him, just because she knew he wouldn't fight back. So, we gonna settle this in the battle dromes? Peyton asked, breaking the awkward silence. Fine. Boys versus girls, let's get this over with, muttered Stella without her usual bite and fire, still stunned at what she heard. Hearing this, Naruto groaned before heading for the transporters, having hoped that would have been the end it, but apparently not. And he had no desire to get caught up in some battle of the sexes, or whatever. Might as well head back to Marillion territory to get some scans. Naruto thought, figuring he could take the opportunity to start building up his Marillion deck. And he already has the perfect creature in mind to get first, as he ported to the Numen Voidlands. Numen Voidlands. Appearing in the Numen Voidlands, Naruto looked around, while being glad when he didn't see any Marillions around before he made his way to the cave that led to Ciriline's lair. Given the Marillion High Muge's ability to steal and silence Dryland music, he definitely proved to be a useful creature to have in his deck. Knowing it'd be a surprise for his opponents for their music to suddenly stop working, or be taken by him. It also helped that, so far, Ciriline is the only Marillion that hasn't outright attacked him. Let's hope that hasn't changed, thought Naruto as he walked through the cave, hoping Ciriline will still be at least neutral to his presence, rather than outright attack him. Naruto soon arrived at Ciriline's lair and ducked behind a pillar, searching for any sign of the Marillion. After he didn't see any sign of him, Naruto pulled out his scanner and began scanning the location, before looking at it once it was done. This'll definitely come in handy, Naruto said, smirking when he saw the effect that the location had on players, knowing it'd be a good way to take away his opponent's music. What will come in handy, boy? Hearing the sudden voice, Naruto tensed before slowly turning around to see Ciriline glaring down at him. You. Hello there, Naruto said, while slowly reaching for his weapons, with Ciriline scoffing at the motion. I believe the last time you were here, I told if I wanted to attack you, I would have already, stated Ciriline, with Naruto nodding slowly, while being glad the Marillion wasn't attacking him yet. Besides, from everything I have heard, a fight between us would likely only result in the destruction of my home. And my mental abilities would be useless, if what Erdak and Ryoha have said about that creature within your mind is true. Ciriline added, making the whiskered blonde tense again, that it seems like the Marillions now know about the Kyuubi. But figured that would have become common knowledge, after his first trip here. Right, those two, Naruto muttered, remembering the two female Marillions that tried capturing him. Humph, you should be grateful, you have not encountered them again, boy. They seem to have developed an obsession with you and the power you hold, revealed Ciriline, smirking as Naruto groaned and face-bombed. Great, just my luck. I now have two homicidal and crazy mermaids after me. You aren't helping, Fox, thought Naruto, while adding the latter part when he heard the Kyuubi snickering at him. Now, why have you returned here, boy? Demanded Ciriline. I was hoping to get a scan of you for a game I play with other humans, where we scan locations, music, and creatures to battle each other as the creatures we scan. I was hoping to get a scan of you, to show off just how powerful you really are, since I doubt you get many chances to fight while in this cave. This way, your name will start to spread more, as everyone will know the strength of the Song Thief, said Naruto, hoping to appeal to Ciriline's pride and the chance of his power being known to others, only for the Marillion to glare at him for a moment, before suddenly nodding. Very well, you may skin me and show others like you the true power of a Marillion fluid morpher, Ciriline said, unable to deny the chance for his power to be known to others. Naruto nodded as he scanned the Marillion, while being amazed at his abilities, though they both required a magician to be used. Thankfully, it seemed like Ciriline already had 3 magicians that he could use, and Naruto would be able to add more to him by getting magicians from other locations and matches, along with getting Ciriline an extra magician by equipping him with a magician's lyre. You have what you came for, now go, Ciriline ordered, before diving back into the lake and vanishing under the water. Despite being told to, Naruto didn't leave just yet, and wanted to see if there was anything else here that he could scan, hoping that despite being exiled, Ciriline might have some Marillion music. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't see any music around the cave. Before he got an idea, given what he knew about the Marillions. Going over to the lake, Naruto jumped onto the water's surface and looked under the water. And sure enough, Naruto saw multiple music sparkling beneath the water, floating in place. Clever, thought Naruto, seeing how one could mistake the music for just the light reflecting off the water, as he scanned one of the music, given he didn't know what any of them did, so he picked randomly. Unheard melody. Awesome, Naruto said, grinning as he saw what unheard melody did, knowing with his Ciriline and Ciriline's lair scans, it'll be perfect. Even better, if he uses them on a team with Nana, with her ability to give Ciriline more magicians and to take away the magicians on his opponent's creatures. Then being able to instantly code them with unheard melody once they didn't have any more magicians. Definitely glad I came here, thought Naruto, before porting back to the port court. Port court. Reappearing in the port court, Naruto went over to a docking table and began uploading his new scans, pleased at finally getting to expand the Marillion side of his deck. Once his scans were done being uploaded, Naruto decided to port to the Chamber of Waves this time, to see what other Marillions he can encounter. Chamber of Waves. Okay, now to FUCK. Naruto shouted as he immediately hit the ground to avoid a sudden blast of water. Looking at where the attack came from, Naruto saw a Marillion that seemed to be made out of some form of glowing blue energy, encased in dark blue armor. Figuring he might as well take what he can get, Naruto scanned the Marillion, before quickly porting out of there. While he could defend himself, he didn't want to risk more Marillions showing up as reinforcements. Plus, even if he did fight back, it would result in him having a weaker scan of the Marillion, since it would have the same damage that he inflicted on the actual creature. So it would be best to scan the creature at full strength, then port back to Chaotic. With Naruto finishing his scan just in time. As when he ported back to Chaotic, the Marillion launched another attack at him. Port Court. Sighing in relief at getting away, Naruto guessed that the Marillions had taken to patrolling the Chamber of Waves since that's where he ported to the first couple of times to get familiar with their territory. So, they possibly started watching the location, waiting for him to reappear to try and attack him. Well, I'm glad that I have some more locations to port to then, Naruto muttered before returning to the docking table to see who he scanned, being surprised when he saw he scanned a Marillion chieftain. Galdrad, a Marillion chieftain, like Milian and Ihan Kalin. Naruto said, remembering the last two chieftains he encountered and how strong they were, pleased that he now had his own chieftain scan. Grabbing his scanner, Naruto spotted Tom, Sarah, and Kaz sitting at a table, watching Peyton and Kristella's match. Shrugging, Naruto went over deciding he might as well see how Peyton's doing, even if he didn't care about the reasons behind the match. Hey guys, how's Peyton doing? Naruto asked, getting their attention. He's been doing pretty well. But now he's against Intress, and after what Sarah told me, I don't think he's gonna have much luck. Tom answered, amazed at the story Sarah told him about what Intress did to the underworlders that tried invading the overworld. What do you think, Naruto? I'm sure you think Intress will win, since you use her so much in drone matches, said Sarah, smirking, while Naruto sighed. Look, Sarah, I'm not taking any sides in this stupid argument. I don't care if you're a boy or a girl. Both are strong and smart, just like both can be really stupid and petty, it doesn't matter, Naruto said, making the three nod, being able to respect his stance on things. Especially Sarah, glad that he saw boys and girls as equals in all things, both good and bad. Well, are you gonna stay and watch the rest of the match? Kaz asked, with Naruto shaking his head. No, like I said, I'm not interested in taking sides in this. Besides, I just came back from getting some new Marillion scans and was just about to head out to get some more, replied Naruto, hoping to try and get some more Marillion scans, without instantly being attacked when he ports back there. Can I come? Sarah asked, while standing up, wanting to go with Naruto to get some new scans herself, along with the chance to spend more time with him, after Takenam got one over on her and Intress by actually kissing Naruto. Sure. Though since you don't have any Marillion location scans, we can see about going to the Mypedian Desert for scans, answered Naruto, with Sarah nodding, a little disappointed that she can't get Marillion scans too but would be glad to still get some new scans. Cool. Maybe we can even see if Seattle managed to get you a meeting with Prince Eifler, Sarah said, with Naruto nodding in agreement, that being another reason to go to the Mypedian Desert, as the two head for the transporters before porting away. Mypdim Oasis, and it turns out that Seattle did manage to set up a meeting with Prince Eifler, with the two immediately being met by the Mypedian stalker, who took them to the Mypdim Oasis, which both Naruto and Sarah took the chance to get scans of. Eventually arriving at the palace, where they were escorted to the throne room, where they saw Prince Eifler and Prince Mudinu at his side, the latter of whom didn't look very pleased to see the two humans. I remember you too, you were with Maxer and helped him escape, along with delivering that humiliating defeat to me, said Mudinu, while scowling at the sight of the two humans. Yeah, after you captured our friends and injured one of them, retorted Naruto, while glaring back at the prince. And for the record, Maxer burned his half of the Kothika map, so you trying to get it is pointless, Sarah added, much to Mudinu's shock and anger. He destroyed the map? Shouted Mudinu, angry that their only lead to the Kothika was now destroyed, while now being tempted to attack them right now. Enough, Mudinu! Eifler said, making his cousin stop before he could do anything foolish. But my prince, the map, said Mudinu, only to stop when Eifler raised a hand. The map is inconsequential. If what Seattle told us, about what this boy has to say about the Marillions is true, it would be best if the Kothika remained lost, rather than falling into the hands of the Marillions. I know you wish to find it for our tribe, cousin. But sometimes it's better for something so powerful to never be found at all. Eifler said, with Medina looking like he wanted to argue, before sighing and nodding. Yes, my prince, said Medina, before returning to his place beside the throne, while Eifler looked at Naruto and Sarah. I apologize for Medina's actions against you and your friends. He has always been rather passionate about finding the Kothika for the Mypedians, and at times it can get the better of him. But regardless, there is none more loyal and ensures the safety of his men, as well as the best for all Mypedians, than my cousin. Eifler said, knowing his cousin was loyal to their tribe above all else, and merely wanted the best for the Mypedians. Naruto and Sarah nodded at this, being able to respect someone simply wanting the best for his people. Now then, Seato told us you have information regarding the Marillions? Questioned Eifler, with Naruto nodding as he pulled out his scanner, while showing them his scans of Barakatan, Cyrilline, and Galdrad. Yes, I've encountered them along with Intress and Takenam. They're currently locked behind the doors of the D-mines, but from everything I've seen, I doubt that'll last long. And when they show up, the tribes need to be prepared, said Naruto, with Eifler rubbing his chin in thought, before waving his hand, causing another Mypedian to step forward. This is Enrahap, the High Muge of our tribe. While I do believe you about the Marillions, you'll understand that I would desire proof beyond these scans, said Eifler, with Naruto nodding as he looked at Enrahap. This will only take a moment, merely open your mind and focus on all your memories of the Marillions, Enrahap said, with the Jinchuriki nodding, having already done this with lore. Closing his eyes, Enrahap placed his hands on the sides of Naruto's head, as he began looking through his memories, seeing the Marillions for himself. With the Kyuubi hiding the memories of Naruto's abilities, like it did with lore. When he was done, Enrahap pulled away with his eyes widening, before looking at Eifler and Medina. It's true, my prince, all of it. The Marillions exist, locked away behind the doors of the D-mines, and they are very dangerous, Enrahap said, with Eifler and Medina both frowning gravely at the confirmation before the former looked at Naruto and nodded. I thank you for informing us of the Marillions. I shall have Enrahap contact Nazuran, Kopond, and Lore to share what information they can find. And I will contact Maxer, Chire, and Queen Alexia to discuss the threat the Marillions pose, said Eifler, willing to put aside their rivalry with the Danians, in favor of ensuring the safety of all of Perim. Thank you, Prince Eifler. And if it's not too much trouble, would my friend and I be able to skin you? Naruto asked, with Eifler nodding after a moment. Very well, you both may skin me as a reward for your services, replied Eifler, making the two nodding in thanks. Peyton is going to be so jealous, Sarah said with a smirk, doubting many people had scans of the Mypedian crown prince. With the new scans, Naruto and Sarah bowed to the prince, before porting back to the port court. Port court. Reappearing in the port court, Naruto and Sarah walked over to Tom and Kaz. Hey guys, is the match over? Sarah asked, as the two nodded with matching confused expressions. Yeah it is, Peyton won. But, Kaz said, still confused at the result. But he was actually the one who was using an all-female team and Stella used the all-male team, said Tom, just as confused as to what was proven. Then, what does that mean? Who's better? Sarah asked, also confused as to if boys or girls were better, if Peyton used the all-female team and Stella used the all-male team. Does it really matter? Asked Naruto, now getting tired of this, while being sorely tempted to port back to Perim. Tom, Sarah, and Kaz thought over it for a few moments, before eventually shaking their heads. Not really, the three said, realizing it really didn't matter, much to Naruto's relief. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.